like to call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Mr. Stark.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Here.
Ms. Domboski.
Present.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Mr. Trainee.
Present.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Ms. Johnston.
Here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Honeman, would you kindly lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple items. We had a press briefing today where we did a couple of things. We talked about the state's commitment to domestic violence, sexual assault intervention program, which, excuse me as my phone goes off, last year the state gave us $500,000 for this program. This year it's been increased to $850,000. It's on your agenda for introduction tonight. But the folks from Awake, from STAR, and Victims for Justice were present and basically very, very gratified to receive this state grant because one of the key things about it is it's one of the most successful programs we have in terms of stopping repeat offenders. The recidivism rate on this is outstanding. The intervention by the police department when warrants are needed, when people basically either repeat offend or break their various probations or other conditions. So we're obviously hoping the Assembly will approve this at the next meeting, but again, a nice increase in grant funding from the state for this very, very successful program. We also received word this week that we have indeed by Standard & Poor's been reissued our Aaa Bond Rating. Every year we're rated, and it's never known for sure that you're going to maintain, but Standard & Poor's looks at every aspect of our financial management, from how we handle the trust fund, our debt ratios, our overall financial management in terms of operating reserves, et cetera, our flexibility in our spending. So we're very pleased to maintain that rating. We'll be issuing bonds in November, and so as you know, that'll give us the lowest interest rates available out on the market. And then finally, the Energy Task Force met today, and I'll leave for Assemblymember Johnston to report on what the task force talked about. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Trainee has a question for you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, just wanted to thank you for your work on Ben Bokey. Beginning reports that the asphalt parking pace looks good. And when are the lights being put in, sir?
Dempsey Anderson, but
Dempsey Anderson.
yes, I think.
They should be installed by the second week in November. We're just waiting for the new poles to come in.
Thank you, guys. It's been a good project. It's nice to see it done.
It's looking good over there. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the Chair's report, not a lot tonight. We have the AMATS Policy Committee meeting on Thursday. I just let Mr. Peterson know I'm going to be out of town, so his apprenticeship is concluded. He will be a voting member, so if you have complaints about what they do, it's his fault, not mine. And then looking ahead to our agenda, I wanted to mention, I'm going to ask when we get to item 14A, which is the related to Uber, I'm going to ask that for a motion to change the order of the day to take that up at the end of our agenda so we can get through our other business items. They shouldn't take too long. We have a pretty light load, and then we can get to the public testimony. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you're done, I just forgot. I had a question for the administration.
By all means.
Oh, thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Vacalis, this past year, the legislature appropriated money specifically for an intercom system in the Eagle River Town Center Community Room. Can you tell me what the status of that project is?
I'll have Mr. Rotter answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Domboski, actually, we have worked for almost a year trying to receive quotes from 3 different vendors. The first one that was recommended came in with a rather high price, and so we did additional research. We're working with Street Maintenance, the Subversa Group, and actually they're in control right now, and we're anticipating two more bids to come in. and as soon as they come in, we'll do the evaluation and we can start.
Okay, can you just keep me updated on when you think, when those bids come in, when you think we might have it done? Because I keep getting asked by legislators.
I keep getting asked too.
I'm sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Rada and Mr. Domboski. And by the way, we do have a budget work session scheduled for Friday, tentatively. To the best of my knowledge, we do not have any subjects that need to be taken up. I'm going to delegate to Mr. Trainee whether we need to hold that work session, but if we do not, at this point, I do not believe we'll have to do so, and therefore it will be canceled unless we determine the next day or two that we need to actually have that session. With that, let's go to Assemblymember Reports. Mr. Starr.
No report.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski.
Mr. Chairman, I have no report tonight.
Wonders may never cease. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had asked at the last budget work session that the Budget and Finance Committee have a meeting to talk about bonds, and I'm thinking that, and we can talk offline a little bit about it, instead of canceling the entire meeting on Friday, we can slip in for maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, the Budget and Finance Committee meeting to do just that.
We can coordinate that. That'd be fine.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, sir.
Mr. Evans.
No report, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Steele.
No report.
Ms. Johnston. You want to talk about the energy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, the Energy Task Force met this morning from 9 to 11, actually almost 11:30, and we received reports from our various energy utilities, and the prevailing report was that we have gas in contract through to 2018, that the utilities are going out on the street for RFPs beyond that, and we'll have a better idea of the gas availability and what the market will be like and what the costs will be like once these RFPs are finalized. The other aspect, though, is that they're all now facing aging infrastructure, and how they adapt to, how they wrap that into their cost structure, and what that means to rates. So that's something to consider as we look at rate increases from the RCA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Public Safety Committee meeting had been moved. We just want to make sure that everybody is on the same page. We are scheduled now for Wednesday the 29th at the conference room next door. If it is a large crowd, we'll move to the Assembly chambers, I suspect, as we have in the past. I anticipate there may be a large crowd. We intend to take up the first of the public's input from the towing draft, the towing ordinance draft revision. So we will have that available. The clerk's office has done a wonderful job of making sure that the companies who are licensed to tow in Anchorage have been notified, and I suspect we'll have, as if in the past, we'll have several people that would be willing to come in and add some information. The first meeting here, though, we likely will have another before the matter is adopted by the Assembly if approved. And so this will be the first meeting, and it may or may not go as long as we anticipated. We are scheduled for 2 hours, noon to 2. The second part also we see some information tonight on Uber in the taxi industry, so we might likely have a large crowd for the meeting. So again, Wednesday, the 29th, October, at noon, till about 2, right here at the Will Marston Theater, the conference room at the Lusac Library between the Assembly chambers and Will Marston. If a large crowd, we'll move into this chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. I was remiss. I did not mention we did form a committee to look at transportation network companies. Mr. Evans has graciously volunteered to be the chair, obviously enjoying hot seats better than I. Mr. Trainee and Ms. Domboski are also members of that committee. We may get to the point, I think Mr. Hall wants to join. Is that correct, Mr. Hall? You want to join that committee?
Yes, I am.
All right, so we're going to throw you into the hot seat, too. So I can't speak for the body. We may end up, when we get to item 14A, postponing it for a couple of weeks to allow that committee to do its work, and we'll see where that goes. With that, Mr. Hall, your report, sir.
Yes, we have a Ethics and Election Committee meeting tomorrow, 12 to 1, room 240 in City Hall. And I'd like to take just a moment of personal privilege. I've got 2 grandkids here tonight. 2 out of 14, I might point out, that I would like to have come up and introduce themselves to the body. They're both seniors this year. Both carry a remarkable GPA. So come on up. I know with your GPA, you're capable of introductions.
Public humiliation is part of our process here, so welcome, sir.
And as you can tell, they both exceeded me in height a long time ago.
My name's Nate, and I'm his grandson.
And which school do you? What school not that easy, Nate. What
I go to Diamond High School.
Diamond, and what's your last name, Nate? Are you a Hall?
Hall.
You're a Hall, all right.
My name's Callie Lafferty, and I'm from Service High School.
Welcome, Callie. We're delighted to have you both here. Thank you. All right. With that, we are on to the addendum to the agenda. May I please have a motion to incorporate?
Move
So
to
moved.
incorporate.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. A little bit of light reading. We have item 9A3, AR 2014-293, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Jewel Jones for her dedication to the municipality of Anchorage through her work in both local government and nonprofits. We have item 9, Bravo 2, AR 2014-292, a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a transfer of 4 Vanpool vans from the Fairbanks North Star Borough to the municipality of Anchorage for a consideration of $0 and associated freight costs not to exceed $3,000 to be funded by the 2014 operating budget, Area-wide General Fund 101, all within the Public Transportation Department, and accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 635-2014. We have item 9 Delta 12 AM 636-2014, the Human Resources Board Advisory Board appointment for Deborah E. English from the Mayor's Office. Item 9 Delta 13 AM 637-2014, sole source contract award to Printworks for printing and mailing of the 2014 November election ballot referendum tabloid for the municipality of Anchorage, Office of Municipal Clerk, in the amount of $43,192.09 from the Purchasing Department. 9 Delta 14 AM 638-2014, a recommendation of award to Lutheran Social Services of Alaska, Human Services Community Matching Grant for the municipality of Anchorage, Department of Health and Social Services, RFP 2014-GP001 in the amount of $72,127.37 from the Purchasing Department. AM 639-2014, the sole source purchase for a radio frequency identification and self-checkout system with Biblioteca LLC for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Public Library in the amount of $352,039 from the Purchasing Department. And Biblioteca, just for those who are wondering, is Spanish for library. Item 9, Bravo 16, AM 640-2014, change order number 2 to purchase order number 2014-0441 with RAND Construction to provide construction services for the transit maintenance bus lifts to the municipality of Anchorage Public Works Department, Maintenance and Operations Division, Capital Works Section, in the amount of $15,563. 9 Delta 17 is AM 641-2014, sole source with SAP Public Services Incorporated to provide additional SAP licenses and maintenance for the Synergy Project, Municipality of Anchorage Information Technology Department, in the amount of $643,644.55, also from the Purchasing Department. We have item 9F5, AO 2014-135, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 11 to accommodate technology innovation used in providing passenger transportation services for hire, add and modify definitions, establish transportation regulation of transportation network companies, establish regulation of the vehicles and drivers providing passenger transportation for hire using TNC apps or services, amending the fine schedule at AMC Section 14-60.030 accordingly, and related matters involving the regulatory framework for transportation services, brought to us by Mr. Evans. The public hearing currently is for the 5th of November of 2014. That may or may not change. We also have laid on the table a yet-to-be numbered ordinance 2014-something. It'll be 9 Foxtrot 6, an ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code to allow the use of municipal seal upon prior written approval of the mayor or designee and providing for penalties for unauthorized use. And we expect to see a 9F7 dealing with towing. We will come back to that when we have the hard copies in hand. Are there any other items? Seeing, hearing none, may I please have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Now we're to items to pull. Mr. Starr.
9 Delta 3 and 9 Delta 17 off the addendum.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 9D10.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Domboski.
9 Delta 5, 9 Delta 6.
And Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to pull item 9 Delta 3 and 9 Delta 4 and 9 Delta 17, mostly because they need to be moved to item 14F because the appropriation needs to be approved before we approve these contracts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think we already had 3, 5, and 17, so you just want to pull 4?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Traney?
They've all been pulled, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Evans?
No items, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Steele?
No items.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes, 9 Alpha 3.
That's the best one. Thank you. And Mr. Honeman?
9 Alpha 2 for reading.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Hall?
No items.
Okay, let's make sure I got them all. We have 9 Alpha 2, 9 Alpha 3 from the addendum, 9 Delta 3, 9 Delta 4, 9 Delta 5, 9 Delta 6, 9 Delta 10, 9 Delta 17 from the addendum, and that is all that I see. Did I miss anything?
Hold on just a second, Mr. Chairman. I'm researching something here. Okay, thank you.
To the best of my knowledge, we don't have a representative for 9 Alpha 1, so.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, would you please proceed to vote on the balance of the consent agenda? And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 9 Alpha 2. Mr. Honeman.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing, hearing none, that item is approved. Mr. Who's reading and who's presenting and who's receiving? Do we have?
I am reading.
Okay. There we go. Please proceed, Mr. Honeman.
This is Anchorage, Alaska Assembly Resolution 2014-287, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly proclaiming October 2014 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month and calling upon employers, schools, and other community organizations in Anchorage to observe this month with appropriate programs and activities and to advance its important message that people with disabilities are equal to the task throughout the year. Whereas during the month of October 2014, the municipality of Anchorage joins the entire nation in recognizing the workplaces, welcoming of the talents of all people, including people with disabilities, are a critical part of our efforts to build an inclusive community and strong economy, to raise awareness about disability employment issues, and celebrate the many and varied contributions of people with disabilities. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly proclaims October 2014 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month. In doing so, we call upon employers, schools, and other community organizations in Anchorage, Alaska to observe this month with appropriate programs and activities and to advance its important message that people with disabilities are equal to the task throughout the year. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of October, 2014.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm Christine King. I'm one of the commissioners on the ADA Advisory Commission. I just want to thank Mr. Chair, the Assembly, and Mr. Mayor for your ongoing support on behalf of all citizens of Anchorage who experience disabilities, and just want to thank you for everything that you do for us every day. So thank you so very much. If I can answer any questions,
Oh, yes, you get one. Mr. Honeman has one for you. But
I just want to say thank you again for your organizations and events to try to bring awareness to the municipality. I can testify to one particular at the Anchorage Police Department, point of personal privilege. A gentleman who is a sworn police officer was off duty and riding his motorcycle with his children as like a motocross racing. Ended up doing like a Christopher Reeve type end over on the handlebars. Ultimately ended up becoming quadriplegic. And the department, the municipality was very grateful in and gracious in trying to accommodate best they could to allow this person to assume a role in a non-sworn capacity in our record section. And a lot of effort went through. He stayed for a number of years after and ended up, as a result of some of his injuries, having to retire, but did so after several accommodations were made to try to make sure that his knowledge and his experience was put at good use within the department in other capacity. And I know a lot of employers, Safeway cars, employ a lot of folks with disabilities, and I think it's just wonderful that we do, because there are people that would otherwise someone criticized by taking advantages of programs and not really doing something. A lot of folks just really want to work, and given the opportunity they do. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. I just also want to inform people that the state of Alaska has adopted an employment first philosophy. So your department is a shining example of how, or the police departments are shining examples of how we can continue to promote and support individuals with disabilities, whether they're an acquired disability throughout their lifetime or something that they were born with. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. King. And I'd like to also recognize Ms. Corral, who's joined us.
Oh, wonderful.
Plus was late. That's okay. If we were always on time, we wouldn't get anything done.
I'm going to bring the microphone
Welcome,
down,
Ms. Corral.
No problem.
We're just wrapping up. Your timing is perfect.
Yeah, so just...
If you want to say hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. Edgar Rance was late today. I apologize for being late. Thank you so very much for having the resolution, and for Ms. King for accepting it. And I'm here too, and I had planned to be here a little earlier, so I do apologize for that. And thank you so much, Assembly persons, for honoring National Disability Employment Awareness Month. We really need more people employed at a higher level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for all you do, Ms. Corral.
Thank you. I'm going to get...
All right. That brings us to item 9 Alpha 3. May I please have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there rejection? Seeing and hearing none. What a surprise. Ms. Jones, come on down. This is not public testimony, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll get to that in a little bit here. This is AR 2014-293, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Jewel Jones for dedication to the municipality of Anchorage through her work both in local government and nonprofits. Whereas Jewel Jones worked in the municipality of Anchorage as the Director of Health and Human Services from 1986 through 1990 and again from 2000 to 2003 under Mayors Knowles, Fink, Wirch, and Begich. There's a pair to draw to. And whereas in 2003, Jewel retired from public service and later that year opened her own firm, Jewel Jones & Associates, specializing in public health and health policy issues. And whereas in 2007, Jewel accepted a position with the Anchorage Community Land Trust, a community development organization working on revitalization efforts in Mountain View and the development of a multidisciplinary culture and arts center. And whereas in 1995, Governor Knowles appointed Jewel to the board of the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, where she served as the board chair for 8 years. And whereas in 2002, she was named the YWCA Woman of Achievement, and in 2003 received the NAACP Community Service Award, was also named the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce Athena recipient, which recognizes professionals who open doors for and assist women of all stages of their careers and to excel as business leaders. And whereas Jewel continues to be actively involved with many boards, which include the Commonwealth North, the United Way of Anchorage, the Alaska Railroad Advisory Board, the Alaska Regional Hospital Board of Trustees Chairman, the University of Alaska ICER Advisory Board, the Sean Lute Board of Directors, the Anchorage Urban League, which is the newest affiliate of the National Urban League family, and the Links Incorporated Board. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that this body takes great pleasure, and I do in particular, in recognizing and honoring Jewel Jones for her commitment, passion, and dedication to the municipality of Anchorage and the community of Mountain View through her work both in local government and the nonprofit community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of October 2014.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman and sponsors of the resolution, Mr. Mayor, you know, this woman really ought to retire.
seems like it was about 11 years ago. I was here as I retired from the city and received wonderful recognition and did a couple of things. And I think it was in 2007, George Canellis, who was the chair then of the Denali Commission, and my mentor and friend, Carol Gore, asked me if I would take on this temporary job with the Anchorage Community Land Trust. So I think I must be a slow learner 7 years later. But, it's been a wonderful, wonderful 7 years, and Mountain View has come such a long way. Obviously, a lot more to do, but we are so very proud of the work that's going on and all of the support that you all as Assembly people or individuals, the municipality has given to Mountain View, so it's time to move on from there. I swear I won't be back again. This is it. But I don't use retire very lightly because I'm not sure that I know what that is. My husband will drive me crazy, and I'm going to drive him crazy, so we'll just decide to let me keep doing a lot of stuff. But it's been a wonderful time. I really appreciated the support that I have from the board, and two of my 3 fabulous staff members that are going to carry on the work of the Land Trust well into the future. So we're passing the torch of leadership on to the next generation to keep going, and hope to see you again soon under other circumstances. Thank you again.
Well, don't run away, Ms. Jones. As you might guess, there's a couple of questions and comments. I'll give you fair warning, however. Mom always said that retirement was twice as much husband for half as much money.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
I agree.
Mr. Mayor, you're first.
Well, thank you. And myself and my family relationship with Jewel goes back many decades, and your public service has just been, you truly are a jewel in this community. And I just want to say thank you so much, and I look forward to, I've got a couple open boards and commission seats, and your name's at the top of my list. Just
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
And Mr. Honeman.
Well, same thing. I know that I've managed to find my way on a judging panel or two with you with Federal Employee of the Year a couple of years in a row, and it's amazing how much just in a few moments we catch up and all the years kind of meld away and we work through it. So I echo the comments of the mayor. You have been play on words with the jewel of the community. You care about this community, and I think that's the thing that really means the most to me, is that you are willing to invest the hard blood, sweat, and tears in trying to make our community even better. So thank you so much, and I don't think that you'll be retiring. I think you'll be moving along to some other board or commission or some involvement, so I welcome that. So it made me a little nervous thinking that you were going to retire and really do that, and our community needs you, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. Johnson.
Oh, you'll be back. And actually, Paul said it nicely, because what made the Land Trust work is that you did care. And that care showed through to the community. And I'm not sure anybody could have done the yeoman job that you did, because you care, you're inclusive, and you reach out. So it's a community project, not just a project that we all feel should be done. And I've always found that's how you've worked, and greatly appreciate it, and I can't wait to see what you do next.
Well, and I would also certainly say, if you think we've done well, just wait, because, Kirk and Rodica and that staff is going to take it to another level, and it's going to be great.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jewel, you and I have known each other for probably 28, 29 years, and it's been a pleasure working with you when I was staff to the Assembly, and now as an Assembly member. And I have to tell you, when I saw this resolution, it didn't click that you were leaving. I just thought that, we're going to thank Jewel for doing a wonderful job in this community. And when you talked about leaving, I'm surprised. Happy for you, but truly, truly surprised. Anyway, I wish you well, and it's been a pleasure working with you, and I'm sure we'll be in touch.
We will indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray Jackson, if you'd like, we could reconsider the motion, and you can vote against her retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to.
Mr. Trady.
Joel, it's been great working with you all these years.
Thank you. It has been.
I look to what you're going to do next. It should be fun.
It will be, I'm sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, Jewel, as the gentleman who has the pleasure of representing Mountain View, thank you so much for all you have done for one of the communities that I represent. I can't do it by myself. People like you make all the difference, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
That brings us to item 9 Delta 3. Mr. Starr.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? It's been moved and
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Starr?
I'm trying to sort of get my arms around the inner tie and the interrelation between all of these purchases and subcontracts that are going out. And this one in particular piques me to a point where I'm not comfortable with approval. And I have full confidence that SAP is the right answer, but where I see the intertie of contracts that we've previously let contracts on the agenda for tonight, it would appear that the quality assurance studies that are funded through some of this may be a situation where they're auditing themselves. I'm not certain that the timing is correct, and I'm still wanting that date in flux that hasn't been nailed down yet and go live. And so the timing is of suspect that we may be auditing either prematurely or we may be auditing things that are part of an initial early contract that are supposed to occur anyhow, and $750,000 is a lot of money. So what I initially would try to compromise as just an outright no vote, and the suggestion of a no is to perhaps refer it to the audit committee, of which I chair. We have jurisdiction that way to get a better explanation. I know there was a work session. I studied all the work sessions on SAP updates to try to figure out if this was related into the earlier contracting cost and purchase way back when. We're up to some $31 million now. So I have reluctance, not on the overall need to exchange the management systems and some of the purchases that we've done prior, but I'm not certain this is the next step. So in that, I put it out to either committee deferral and referral, which I would suggest November 3rd as a motion, and let the operations folks either with SAP present or the administration leads present. So, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to defer the item to committee and bring it back in front of the Assembly for action on the 5th.
Okay. The motion is to postpone to November 5th. Could you please press your button, Mr. Starr? And Mr. Trainee has seconded. Ms. Domboski to the motion?
Well, I'm sure as past chair of the audit committee, Ms. Gray Jackson can be far more eloquent, but in statute, the audit committee is for independent financial audits. It's outside of the scope with respect to this audit. I think at the work session on Friday, it was very in-depth what they will be looking at. So I think that we should take up items 93, 94, and 9017 after 14F, because that's really the crux of the motion. So, Mr. Chairman, I move, in whether it's change the order of the day or whether it's...
It could be changed to the order of the day.
Okay, I move to change the order of the day to take up items 93, 94, and 9017, which are all part of 14F, essentially, after item 14F today.
Okay.
Do we already have a motion on the table?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman, point of order on that.
We do. And may I clarify, Ms. Domboski, you said 9 Delta 3, 9 Delta 4, and 9 Delta 17. Did you want to include 9 Delta 5 as well, which you had? No? Okay. All right. So the motion, the original motion was to postpone item 9 Delta 3 to the meeting of November 5th and refer it to the audit committee. I would like for us to vote on that, and if it fails, then we can vote on postponement to after item 14F, and then when we get to it, if that happens, and we decide at that time we wish to defer action, we can take it up at that time. Unless, Mr. Starr, you wish to withdraw your motion, which I'm not.
No, I'd like to speak to it as well.
Okay. I'll get you back to you in a minute, sir. Ms. Gray Jackson, do you wish to comment on either of the motions in front of us?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Trainee?
Just for Mr. Starr, sir, I asked our CFO what the go-live date was. She said she can't give us one.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Starr?
Well, to Ms. Domboski's concern that the audit committee is not an appropriate venue, I feel with some of the experience that I've had on the body prior to it, I think it's right in the front of our book here. It clarifies clearly how the committee structures work, and I'll read it because it's important that we all agree that it's an important place to go. It could certainly go to the Finance Committee, but I know that the work session spelled it out, but when you see in concert all the other elements, I'm not certain that that was what was communicated clearly. Also, the go-live date, I think, plays into this, as well as review of the contract itself. The Municipal Audit Committee coordinates and recommends audits of municipal agencies' activities and accounts. The committee also oversees the independent financial audit of the municipality. So I think the municipality agencies and the activities thereof, we have a good place to go. The other thing is the committee is well represented by the administration, with members of the administration and the Assembly. It's a split committee with two of us and three of the administration folks. So I urge it. I think it's prudent to have that conversation. I'd like to make a recommendation out of committee. Perhaps that's not my style typically, but I'd like to bring information back to the body.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't have a problem necessarily with the Audit Committee coordinating, commenting on audits. I'm a member of the Audit Committee. But what I do know is this is a $31.6 million project that started off as about a $10 million project. And Mr. Starr, what you're attempting to do is you're putting this audit in front of an audit committee, which is heavily represented by the administration. So the outcome of that is going to be essentially what their 3 votes versus our 2 votes says. So I'm not saying it shouldn't go there, but what I am saying is item 14F is directly associated with this. And if item 14F doesn't pass, then it doesn't make any sense to take up items 93 and 94 because they're specifically within 14F. So all I'm saying is we should deal with that first and see what the will of the body is and then deal with this second. I think that's logical. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Or, sorry, Ms. Gray-Jackson is next in queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Ms. Domboski, but for those who don't know, I'm also a member of the Audit Committee now. So anyway, with that said, I think, number one, the secondary motion that Ms. Domboski made is the one that we need to vote on right now. And I would highly encourage my colleagues to, let's move that to the appropriate section of the agenda, and then we can have debate and conversation and see where we take it from there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. The original motion will take primacy, and we will therefore proceed to vote on whether to postpone item 9 Delta 3 until November 5. And
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I think, did you just say that you're taking up Mr. Starr's motion first?
That is correct.
I think that's incorrect according to Robert's rules. I'd like a ruling, please.
My ruling was that the original motion will take primacy. We'll vote on that first. If you wish to challenge the motion, the ruling.
I move to overrule the chair.
Okay. Please proceed to vote. And that motion fails. That brings us back to the motion. The ruling was that the first motion will take primacy, and we will therefore vote on Mr. Starr's motion to postpone item 9 Delta 3 to the meeting of November 5 so that the Audit Committee can review it at their November 3 meeting. Please proceed to vote. Mr. Peterson? And that motion carries. That brings us to item 9 Delta 4. Ms. Gray-Jackson, you pulled this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to change the order of the day to bring up item D4 with 14F.
Second.
And that was following 14F, correct, Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. Mr. Steele. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 9, Delta 5. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve.
Second.
Would you kindly press your buttons, ladies? Thank you so much. Ms. Domboski.
Mr. Chairman, I will take the same position on this as I will the next item, in that until an independent audit is completed on SAP, I will not be supporting any more appropriations towards this project.
Okay. Mr. Trainee.
I'll be joining with Mr. Dombrowski. I want independent audit, not an in-house audit done by SAP. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a no vote on.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Seeing no further discussion, please proceed to vote on 9 Delta 5. And that motion fails, 5 votes to 6. That brings us to item 9 Delta 6. Ms. Domboski.
Move to approve.
Click in, please. Thank you. Ms. Domboski. Same R.
I just restate my original position that until there's an independent audit performed on the SAP program, I will not be supporting additional appropriations towards this project.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Starr.
I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more on the rationale. Is it financial or is it the overall product? You know, we're risking a significant amount of previous policy determined by many assemblies members prior, lots of votes, $30-some million. So if the intention is to pull the funding and stop, then say that. If you're waiting on some sort of audit, I think the clarity of what the audit is supposed to find, if it's fiscal mismanagement, if you don't feel that the product has a merit or value to the municipality in total, then I believe that where we need to go is perhaps contractual compliance. Pulling appropriated funding is going to send a bad message to our vendors that are under contract for a lot of money. So the idea that somehow or another now we're going to, stop spending money until some sort of stand down time, we're awfully close to year end. I think we can make a implementation and a go live date of the end of fourth quarter. I really would like to see it happen. I sense that we're close, but it's going to take some additional stand up and leadership from this body to keep funding it. And I intend to do that. So I can't support the strategy of sort of pulling money until we know more.
Ms. Johnson, do you mind if I let Ms. Domboski respond to that before you? Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I appreciate your sentiment. And as I'm thinking about it, probably 4 of the last 5 or 6 SAP discussions we've had and work sessions we've had, I recognize you weren't there, so maybe you didn't hear all the back. Maybe you've listened to them online, I'm not sure. But the CFO and the administration has made it very clear that the go-live deadline is unknown. They're not going to meet the January 1 deadline. It's not going to happen. As I recall the comments, it's going to cost more, it's going to take longer, and in the end, they're not 100% sure it's going to work yet. So the whole point of the independent audit is to essentially, I don't want to debate that item, I'm not going to debate that item, but the whole point is to get a snapshot and understand what our issues are and if we can mitigate those issues. And until that's done, I just have not, I don't have confidence in appropriating more money. So that's just where I'm coming from. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Ms. Johnston.
Well, I don't think it's any secret that I want to see the FILO go live so it's ready by first quarter budget revisions. And this appropriation is part of the FILO package, and this is needed with the utilities, the enterprise fund. And I would hate to, as we're muddling around here, and a lot of this, I'm sorry, is muddling to me. I want to see as much of the effort going forward. We actually have a good staff working on a lot of this, and I've spent quite a bit of time talking to staff. I've talked to the people that are on the ground, and I'm not convinced that we can't have a go-live date with FILO that will meet our needs for next year. And by not appropriating this funds, we have actually stymied that. And that's the last thing I want, and I think that's the last thing any of us should want. We are going between administrations. We could have spent $30 million on something and come up with nothing. And we're following the same track record as we had with PeopleSoft. And I don't want to see it. I want to see us go forward. We can go forward in a way that is methodical, and I think the Assembly needs to be very much on top of this. And we also have to maybe be a little pushy. But please, please appropriate this money so we can get on with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Honeman.
Well, for the very reason Ms. Johnston's impassioned plea, I'm going to pitch for my colleagues to vote no, because simply Ms. Domboski stated it fairly clearly. We're at $30 million, which is 3 times the amount that we originally thought this project would take. We're far over the period of time when it was estimated to go live, and we keep missing deadlines. And so if we're muddling, then we need to muddle a little more, because we're not getting it right, and we're not getting it done. So I would urge that we vote no, and perhaps that's why we need to be a little more forceful than his way, but a little more forceful to make sure that these deadlines are met and that the service is rendered. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be in support. All I have is memory that's been shared with me, but it seems to me this is deja vu of PeopleSoft when it was being installed. Got close to getting it done, and then some costs escalated. There was going to be another $6.5 million, and the decision was, no, we're not going to spend that. And we've had a system that we've been fighting with ever since. And it's my understanding that's also part of what is making this transfer extremely difficult, is we're trying to pull all of our information out of an inadequate system, moving it into a new program that we understand will work. And it's my understanding, and unless I'm confused, everything we're doing is still on PeopleSoft because we've never gone live with SAP. I'm very anxious about going out to do an audit because, to my knowledge, that means we're going to need to go through an RFP process. I have no idea how long that's going to take, and a decision to make an award. And in the meantime, without the funding, the team falls apart. So I'm not happy about where we are, how we got here, and the amount of money that we're spending. But I'm not a technology guy, I will tell you that. But I do understand when you're trying to take information out of a system that's not working well and put it into one that is going to, then they're not compatible. It's extremely difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Traney.
Mr. Chairman, I asked Lance Ahern months ago when this thing was going to go live. He gave me a date. The date came and passed. I asked him why we didn't go live. He said, well, you want a program that works, don't you? Not just a date. And what I want is an accurate date. And I asked the CFO on Friday if she could tell me when it's going live. Ms. Geyer, do you know when this is going to go live? Because you didn't on Friday.
Through the chair, there has been no change.
Thank you, ma'am. And that is a problem with this. This is going to make PeopleSoft look like a walk in the park. We keep throwing money at it, hoping it'll get better. Black & Veatch were certified planners to install SAP. Now SAP wants us to pay for another study on how it was installed. That makes no sense to me. So I'm a no vote on anything to do with SAP until they get their act together.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank every single one of my colleagues for their opinion on whether or not we should move forward with approving this contract amendment. And I'm just kind of amused by the choice of words that have been used: muddled, stymied, and PeopleSoft keeps being brought up into the picture, and deja vu. Well, guess what? I was staff to the Assembly when when PeopleSoft was being implemented. And yes, PeopleSoft had problems, but one of the biggest issues with PeopleSoft was the fact that we didn't update it. This situation, folks, makes PeopleSoft, like Mr. Traney just said, look like a walk through the park. We're talking about $31.6 million of your money that's been spent already. It started out at $9.6 million in September 2011, go-live date was missed about 3 times. On this agenda later this evening is a loan for $3 million to continue throwing money at this project, and I think we need to put a halt to it. And I was going to save my next comment for when we got to the $3 million, but in September 2013, Mr. Train and I brought forward a resolution to have an independent review. That didn't happen. Well, guess what? We need to do that now. And before we move any further, we need to put the brakes on and not put any more money toward this project until we have that independent review. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Evans.
Just real briefly, Mr. Chair, I can't imagine a more frustrating project than this SAP project.
Because you work on the Port Committee, sir.
Yeah, I can't imagine that either. But it's obviously late. It's obviously overpriced. It's obviously not what anyone intended from the beginning. These massive IT conversions are very frequently result in this type of problem. I don't think this is necessarily unique. It doesn't excuse the fact that it's a major overrun. But I do believe that the very worst thing in the position we are in that we can do is to pull the funding on it now. I think going ahead with an independent audit, if that is makes the members more comfortable with this, is fine. I wasn't necessarily in support of that, but if that would what it would take to keep the funding going, I would say approve the funding, do your independent audit, but the damage that can be done by pulling the dollars right now, I think is going to make that the 31 million we're already in look like a pittance. So I know it's difficult. Nobody wants to spend more money on a bad project, but we are in the middle of the stream, and I think it's a time for somewhat more courage, and I think I urge the body to vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Steele.
Yeah, I expressed my frustration at the last staff meeting, or last work session that we had, and I've expressed it a couple of times. Every time we started throwing money at it from when I first got on, it's a huge, frustrating issue. But what's the option? Don't do it? We're going to have to do something. And it just seems to me that some of these projects need to go forward, like the MLMP aspect. But I'm frustrating, but I think we need to move forward with it, and we need to have an audit. But all that's going to tell us is how much we spent and lay blame. The blame's, it's a management issue. It was not properly thought through and properly funded and properly conducted, and we just keep throwing money after it, and it's extremely frustrating. But we have to have a system. What's the option? Go back to pen and paper, and that's not an option. So I'll be a yes vote for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I echo the sentiments of Mr. Hall, Mr. Evans, Mr. Steele. You know, it's frustrating for me as well. I've had the opportunity over the last 5.5 years to be in charge of many projects around the city, whether it's public works projects, turning the port project in the right direction. So I'm as frustrated as assembly members, but I guarantee you that if we take a step backwards at this stage, it is a huge mistake for the city of Anchorage. We are making significant progress. I've met with the leads. I've talked with them about how close we are, and quite frankly, although nobody wants to put an exact date on it because there's still, data entry going on, but it is a huge mistake to take a step backwards now. And I know people share my frustration, but in talking with the leads, we've made so much progress, and really it's just a matter now of transferring data from PeopleSoft into the new system. It's time-consuming, it's labor-consuming, but to stop that momentum now, you will never get that momentum back again. You know, PeopleSoft in today's dollars, we've talked about this before, PeopleSoft in today's dollars to implement would be over $25 million. I mean, it's just a fact. And so, you know, to look at the prices, you know, I think the big mistake that was made in this project was the initial cost estimate was probably way underestimated. I admit that that's probably a mistake that was made at the start. But if you look at any major system implementation, including PeopleSoft, you would be in this price range today, no matter which system you used, whether it was PeopleSoft or SAP. So we're on the right track. I just urge the body, do not make a financial mistake for the city and stop this project in its tracks. It's only going to cost you a lot more in the end, and we cannot not implement. I mean, to say that we're going to do what happened with PeopleSoft, as Mr. Hall alluded to, and only partially implement and work around and limp around and bandage this system for the next 20 years is a huge mistake. This is going to full implementation, unlike PeopleSoft, and it does take longer and it does take more money. But again, in today's dollars, PeopleSoft is right in this ballpark for what it would have cost. So I urge the body, please keep moving forward on this project.
Seeing no one else in queue, please proceed to vote on item 9 Delta 6. So by a vote of 7 yeas and 4 nays, that motion carries. That brings us to item 9 Delta 10. Mr. Peterson.
Move to approve.
Press your button, sir. Mr. Trainee, or sorry, Mr. Peterson, you wish to speak to this matter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a project that's been in the works for quite a long time, and I'm just trying to get a handle around how much the overall cost of this project is going to be, and I'm wondering if anyone could possibly get me that information, because we're thinking about adding that amount to into the bonds so that we could bond to get the funding to finish this project.
Mr. Vacalis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thompson?
Can you please repeat the question?
I think the question is, do you have any idea what the final cost of this estimate of what the final cost of this project is going to be, including the bike path, the trail, the road improvements, and everything?
Through the chair, Mr. Peterson. We have the money in staff. I don't know if I actually have the exact money because this is only the design portion of it. But this was anticipated. This is not like an overage. This is a number that we always contract a small amount going at the beginning of a project, and then once we get funding, we go finish and do the last negotiation on the contract. Does that make sense to you?
Right.
But because this doesn't have those numbers for the full project, I can get back to you and get you an answer on the exact cost and the estimate. But typically that estimate comes out of this design money. Once we get designing it, then we'll go back and get the final figures. I don't think we have the complete figures in our funding correct at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could possibly get those numbers to me, you know, at a later date, I'd appreciate that.
Sure.
They've been trying to get this improvement done for, I don't know, 6-7 years up there at least.
I'll give you a full project breakdown of what we have at this point in time, where we are. I'll get that in the next couple
of days. How much funding we have on hand and how much more we need.
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
No, before we run away, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Starr, do you have a question?
No, but only to, you know, the historical perspective that I bring to the table is that oftentimes these projects have a lot of local energy early on, and they go through the process of vetting. So the criticism I have here is that I remember this several years ago. It's not a large design study. So what I would hope is that based on the original contract issuance in 2011, that Mr. Thompson, you'd light a fire under these guys and say, get on it. You know, to fund it now in 2014 for an additional supplementation of only basically double, you know, the project is sitting in a status quo until you get, as you observe, the study which starts to lead to the bids and the design. So we're up against it. If we want to make next year's CIP, where some of the money comes either from bonds or a state appropriated request, we're going to lose another year if we don't start to come up with a funding source. So Mr. Peterson's observation is correct. His wish is correct. So, you know, how long a $300,000 contract goes, 3 years is too much. So just try to get it on track. Thank you.
That was more of a statement than a question. So, all right. No, I appreciate it, Mr. Starr's very valid point. Seeing no one else in queue, please proceed to vote on item 9 Delta 10. And that carries unanimously. That brings us to item 9 Delta 17. Mr. Starr.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Starr.
Well, in my review of the work session notes, going back through doing my homework on the SAP discussion, there's a spreadsheet on the last page of that which talks about the anticipated desktop licensing costs and the licensing user costs, as well as a combination cost for maintenance. So what this appropriation does under Delta 17 on your addendum is start the process of perhaps desktop licensing, initial installation of proprietary software and all the things that we typically get into. This is how companies continue to stay on updates, you know, much like Apple 8.0 to whatever the next one is, I don't know. My challenge is this, is that if we're already paying maintenance software for a product that's not up and running, maintenance costs, I have challenges with that. My other question is this sort of a nickel and dime attempt from the original contract purchase? I thought we had told this agency how many desktops or agency users we had planned on. And so my initial thing is, what did we actually buy? If all of a sudden now we got to cough up $500,000 before implementation, as well as maintenance dollars to either install those upgrades, software updates. So I'm reticent to it in studying the work notes. Granted, I wasn't there, as Ms. Demboski knows, but my study says that $524,000 is the amount for the purchase of the desktop units, and I'm not ready to pay maintenance. So to amend this purchase agreement, I'd like to amend it to $524,085. That came out of our work session notes.
Could you repeat that one more time for me?
Yeah, make a motion to amend the purchase agreement to $524,085. $524,085.
Okay, the motion is to amend the purchase agreement to $524,085.
And I know some of you don't have the last page of the work session PowerPoint, but this is it, and that's where it was broken down. The CFO will infer that the maintenance cost to bring it up to $624,000 as requested on this action is for maintenance.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Gray-Jackson, do you wish to speak to the motion to amend or the underlying motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Mr. Starr ride with this motion, but I'll make comments afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Trainee?
Kate, ma'am, what's your position on this?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Trainee, these licenses are a result of...
Kate, could you get your microphone closer to your mouth?
Sure.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm getting old.
We have Gail Turner here from IT. She negotiated these licenses with SAP and can give you a background as to why they're before you today.
Ms. Turner?
So the licenses that we're purchasing are additional user licenses mainly. When we originally purchased the licenses, we guessed based on how many people use PeopleSoft. Now that we've designed the system, we've actually have a better handle on who needs to use the system and what types of licenses they need. So this purchase represents those licenses, as well as some tools that we need to manage the system in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. There appear to be a couple of questions. Mr. Trainee?
Still got the floor. So, ma'am, if we decrease the amount of money, that means when this thing, as it goes live, we'll have some desks that don't have the software on it, licensed equipment they need to use, right?
Through the chair, it's not the software we put on the system that we're licensing, it's the people that use the system. The way the SAP is licensed is called name users, so every person that logs into the system needs to have a license associated with them.
So you've seen what Mr. Starr is recommending. How many users will that take out of the system if we go with what he's saying?
I'm not quite sure I understood what Mr. Starr was proposing.
He was proposing to reduce the purchase amount from $643,644 to $524,085.
If we reduced, I believe you were asking to reduce it by the cost of the maintenance, is that what I understood? Yeah, so a portion of this includes the maintenance. For every year there'll be an operational cost for when you buy software, all software.
I think Mr. Starr wants to follow up on that. Mr. Starr?
That's the point. And if you don't have the action item, maybe you do have it in front of us, but for the Assembly, if you flip the page, you'll see the appropriations. You have an amount that's $527,000, which is billed to capital purchases, and then you start to see the $105,000, which is coming out of operating budgets. And my challenge is, in fact, that remaining balance of the maintenance, as you put it in quotes, is what are they maintaining? Nothing's running yet. And again, I don't have a problem with the operating agreements, and $527,000 or $524,000 should get us all 1,500 workstations and such running, plus your tool pack. My question is, why are we starting to fund another personnel or whatever of $100 and some thousand for maintenance? I'm not ready to do that. I don't mind a supplemental appropriation later when you're ready to fund that, but sure, license the desktops, that's an agreement we have with that user group outside of my earlier comments of what I thought we were buying that to begin with, but now we're into yearly updates. And typically they're done at year end for the next year coming. So I don't want to stall it. That's not my job here, but the point is I'm not ready to appropriate ongoing maintenance for a system that's not running.
Yeah, understood. The purchase, if we purchase the software, we'll have to pay the maintenance, so we can't really reduce it. So, and that's, we've looked at negotiating that in the past. It's not negotiable. I don't think we've ever been successful with any software vendors negotiating not paying the maintenance.
This isn't a debate, but the work session notes said that you were at roughly $3 million of retail cost for the service licensings for this agreement. So somehow or another you negotiated them down from $3 million and change down to roughly $624,000. I'm asking you to do it again because we're not going to appropriate, or I'm not going to give you that. I hope my body supports that. Is this group has to step up to the plate and do that. They're already compromised in deliverables of the product. So if it comes with it or not, it's never been done before. Just understand the tone that you need to deliver to these folks. If this passes, you're going to get $524,000 to work with. And I think we need to make that work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Honeman, do you have a question for Ms. Turner?
I think it was pretty well,
okay, you can say
pretty
no,
well represented, but I did have one question, and that is, you're saying named users, are you talking about employees of the municipality? Because what if somebody resigns, retires, or bring on new employees? I mean, this begs the question, is it just a one-for-one replacement? Or?
Yeah, as people leave, the new person that replaced them, the license will be associated with them. So we'll have roughly 700 people logging into the system to do operational tasks, and then there's about 3,000 employees in the city, and we have to also license them to log in and do the self-service functions that we are implementing. So that, the workflows, the approvals. So that's the main basis of the software.
Well, my caution is this, back to the chair, follow-up, Mr. Chair, is my caution is, as we're looking at the budget for 2015, we're looking at a few positions being added. We're also looking at a few positions being reduced. And so I'm not sure how we can all track this. If you're going to be increasing the size of the city, we may be having to go back for another appropriation for more licensee users. And at the same time, if we decrease, God hope we don't, but if we decrease any more than we have, then they owe us a credit. I'm finding that a little bit confusing on negotiating. I think that's a real dangerous position to go through.
There is a small percentage built in for growth.
And Ms. Johnston?
While I've been very supportive of Mr. Starr's amendment, you piqued something, and I'm not sure if you can answer this or we need legal, but if we don't approve this, then do we not have a contract if we do not approve the full amount? Because you said the full amount. I mean, I have no problem with if you're able to go back and renegotiate, then that's fine with me. But if we don't approve it, does that mean that you have to start over from scratch?
Through the chair, yes, this deal with SAP is good until October 31st. And I've actually just been working with a consultant, Gartner Group. They're very cognizant of the contracts that are awarded with SAP with global customers. I've had them review the discounts and the terms of this, and they say it's a very good deal. I have emails of today confirming that. So, with that guidance, we feel like we're getting a good deal. We've been negotiating since April. It is a long process. We feel like the numbers we're more sure of what we needed now than ever. This is the deal we're offered until October 31st. If we're not able to do this, we'll restart negotiations, and we have to have licenses for Go Live.
Right. Mike, can I do a follow-up? I'm still not quite sure. If we only appropriate the amount for the licenses and it does not include the maintenance, does that mean that your option for this amount or this contract, does that make it null and void?
Unless I could negotiate lower pricing, but we're at 85% discount from list price at this point, so I would highly doubt that I could get to that price point.
Okay, thank you.
I see no one else in queue. The motion before the body is to reduce the purchase amount from $643,644.55 to $524,085. Please proceed to vote. That motion carries. That brings us back to the original motion. Does anybody else wish to speak?
Chairman?
Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that this amount, and I'm sure the administration will correct me if I'm wrong, that this amount is part of the $3 million loan that we're going to take up under 14F.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gerard. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I move to change the order of the day to take up 9D17 with 14F. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr, do you wish to speak to the motion to postpone?
No, but I noticed that the funding source it's not as accurate as Ms. Gray-Jackson represents. We got a funding source on our action item which shows a 2011, so if I could have the liberty to clarify that before we vote. I guess it's speaking to the motion to delay, but I'd like to do it with accurate information.
Ms. Guyard, would you please speak to the fund source?
Yes.
The funding source specifically, what I'm talking about is the 2011 capital fund for $527,000, which is on the bottom of
Yes. Through the chair, Mr. Starr, that item of $527,577.50 is subject to approval of the ordinance that Ms. Gray-Jackson is referencing.
Well, I'll take it up when we debate that, but how can that be if you've got a funding source listed for 2011? If it's not fund certain, you shouldn't have brought it to us. I mean, without being flippant, is it fund certain with the funding source that you have there is listed? You have, I'll read it, 608-14-542-IT 11 ERP. We put money in the bank for that when we approved the capital budget back in 2011. Are you saying that money's not there?
This money, this appropriation is subject to the Assembly's decision on 214-281, Mr. Starr.
I respectfully disagree. That's not how we do business. When we have a funding source that lists previous, we do it for grants, we do it for previous capital budgets, and we do it for previous operating budgets. We pay out of previous money, and that money's in the bank. So if we're, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I appreciate your point. The motion on the floor is to postpone items 9D, 17 to take it up after we complete action on item 14F. Please proceed to vote. That motion carries unanimously. That brings us, I believe, to the conclusion of our consent agenda. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a AO I want to introduce. It's unnumbered AO. The clerk will number it. In order to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapters 9.54 and 10.54, to update and clarify regulation on licensing of tour operators, amending other provisions of Titles 9 and 10 for the implementation and enforcement purposes, and amend the civil fine schedule in Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 14.60.030.
Second.
Third.
Been introduced. Thank you very much, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That brings us to the conclusion of our consent agenda. As a reminder for those who are gathered, who were not here when we originally convened, we do intend to postpone item 14A to allow us to take up the other items, business items on the agenda. It shouldn't take very long. So we're going to take about a 20-minute break. We should be back about 6:35 or 6:40. My guess is we'll get to the Uber ordinance around 7:30.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Honeman?
Just as we come out of the break, I would like to invite the school representatives to speak up and introduce themselves too. So stick around.
We can do that first.
Stick around.
Yeah, come on. If you're here from one of our area high schools as part of your U.S. government assignments, come on down and introduce yourselves because we do enjoy public humiliation. Come on. Don't be shy. I had to do it when I was a kid.
It was your mother made you do it.
What's your name, sir, and where are you from?
I'm John Petitjon. I'm from Polaris K-12.
Welcome, John.
Thank you. Zach Kittle from Polaris K-12.
Welcome, Zach.
My name is Molly. I'm from Service High School. I'm Ariana Longoria, and I'm from Service High School, too.
Great.
I'm Elizabeth Hartford, and I came from Service.
Excellent.
Hello, I'm Emily Jer. I am also from Service. Hi, I'm Brooke Holyfield, and I'm also from Service, too. Sorry. Hi, I'm Carly Inez. I'm from Diamond High School.
Welcome.
I'm Soren, and I'm from Diamond High, too.
I'm Sarah, and I'm from Diamond.
I'm Mike Rosenberg. I'm from Eagle River.
Welcome, Mike.
I'm Catherine Papsadora, and I'm from Eagle River.
I'm Will Garrett, and I go to Service. My name is Jake Bassett, and I go to Service.
Very good.
My name is Seamus McCarty. I go to Diamond High School.
My name is Janelle Owen, and I'm from Diamond.
Welcome. Good to have you all here, folks. Thank you.
Stick around. Stick around.
With that, we'll be back in 20 minutes. like to call this meeting Anchorage Assembly back to order. I'd like to welcome all of our visitors tonight. Nice to have you here. We do request, if possible, you please find a seat. The fire marshal gets a little upset if we have too many people standing up and back. So if you kindly find a seat, we will get to the public hearing shortly. With that, Mr. Starr, you have a motion, sir?
I do. I'd like to reconsider item D17.
Second.
And for the purpose of I was corrected at the break, is the funds are not certified. They're predicated on the action as Ms. Gray Jackson infirmed. So I'll like to set aside that vote until we know that we have the funds based on the other appropriation later in the evening.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hall has just stepped in the room. He'll be right back. Here he comes now.
Yep.
So a motion is on the floor to reconsider. I guess I was already speaking to the main.
With the purpose of then postponing it until after we take up item 9.
That's what I intend to do. So
14.
I urge a yes vote on reconsideration first.
Yes, to reconsider.
We did.
We did.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Starr, I apologize. My memory was incorrect also. We apparently did postpone that after item 14F, so we'll take it up then.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, your amendment to change the amount passed, but we then postponed action. So, okay. Ms. Domboski, Ms. Gray Jackson, I presume that's what you wish to speak to?
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Okay, with that, now we'll get some work done. That brings us to item 11A.
Mr. Chairman?
May I read it?
Yes.
This is AO 2014-92S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 Land Use Planning for fences under Section 21070.080 of the new Title 21 Code for fences under Section 21.45.110 of the old Title 21 Code to prohibit metal palisade-style fences with pales or points. We have closed the public hearing. Mr. Honeman, we do not have a motion on the table at this time. So, Mr. Honeman.
Actually, we do.
Do we have a?
Yeah.
Okay, we do have a motion to approve at this time. Mr. Honeman, you had a question, sir.
I have a question of, we do happen to have, I believe, Ms. Coltrane. Are you still in the audience? Ms. Jessie Coltrane, she's the fish and wildlife biologist for the Anchorage area, and I have a question if she could be so kind to join us. I had a chance to speak to her earlier, and I don't recall. I apologize. It was a rather quick conversation, but I wanted to know if she could enlighten us on one particular matter, and for sure. Ms. Coltrane, I was wondering if you can relate specifically that this is to address the Pacific Palisade style fence with the sharp points, and I think you told me there was a number that you see either annually or since you've noticed these fences that you actually drive around Anchorage. And can you tell us how many events a year that you're seeing where the moose get hung up on these?
Yeah, Mr. Honeman, through the chair, it's not a huge number of moose that become impaled. It's usually about 2 to 4 a year. However, it's a relatively traumatic ordeal for everyone involved that gets to witness it. It's not a population level effect like vehicle collisions or other mortality factors, but it is something that I think we can address and have an ability to maybe change and reduce some of this mortality.
Okay. And you had a recommendation too, I think, if you'd mind sharing whether the height on these items and or if it's around a residential versus with vegetation versus an industrial or.
So yes, moose get impaled or hung up on any height of these fences, whether they're 4 foot or 7 foot. The 7 foot fence, as we all know, in the winter is no longer 7 feet when you get snowpack. And moose, what happens is adult moose will attempt to jump these 7 foot fences, and their hind feet sometimes their hooves will get caught up. Their ankles are narrow, but their hooves are big. So we've ended up having to shoot moose that were hanging themselves off of it by their hooves, or they end up dying that way. Occasionally they do manage to gut themselves as they get hooked up on top as well. So that does happen. But in areas like around storage unit facilities, in industrial zoned areas where there is no vegetation inside of the fence, then in those types of situations, it's not usually something that's attractive. In the wintertime, this is usually when it happens, or in the spring when we have calving on the lower fences. But if there's got to be an attractant for them to jump through, and usually in things like storage unit and other facilities, there's no attractant that would cause a moose to jump in unless for some reason you planted a bunch of crabapple trees in there. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coltrane. Ms. Johnson, is your question for Ms. Coltrane, or should we allow her to sit down?
I have a question.
Okay. Hang around for a minute, Ms. Coltrane. If you just grab a seat right there. Go ahead, Ms. Johnston.
First of all, I'd like to amend this ordinance, and I'd like to take out on page 127, item D, and this is line 16 through 19. This was the change in the ordinance from my original one. This is what Planning and Zoning had added to my original one, and thus making an S version.
Second.
So the motion is to delete lines 16 through 18
Right.
on page 5 of the ordinance. Okay.
Page 5, yes.
So moved and second. Is there a question? Are there questions about that amendment? Everyone clear on that one? With that, please proceed to vote. All right, I'm going to try it one more time. We need a little more than 3, I think. There we go. Okay. Ms. Johnston, back to you.
I've spent the last 2 weeks trying to figure out how I could address industrial area and pull that out of this ordinance. And the problem is with our new Title 21 code, an industrial area isn't quite as clear of what's in an industrial area. And also we don't have the new land use map. And so I'm afraid if I make an amendment where allowing these in industrial area, I might be tripping all over myself and actually adding way too much confusion. So I'm going to leave it as is and urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Traney.
Is Ms. Coltrane still here, Mr. Chairman?
I still see her in the back. Maybe she'll come back forward again.
Ma'am, if you could come back forward, I'd appreciate it.
And by the way, I should have asked you before. Would you kindly spell your name for the clerk's office?
Yes, it's Coltrane.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, chain link fences that barbed wire on it. Do we have a problem with mortality in the mooses trying to jump over chain link fence? Because I know sometimes our industrial area, they put chain link and then barbed wire over it. Do you have a problem with moose mortality reference that type of fence?
Mr. Traney, through the chair, I have not seen it here. Typically, those, like you see around storage units or other sites where they want to keep people out, and they have a 6-foot or 8-foot tall chain link fence with barbed or razor wire around the top. Is that what you're referring to? We haven't seen it, and I think one of the reasons why we don't is because unlike the palisade fencing that stops at 7 feet and the spikes stop at 7 feet, the actual barbed wire and concertina wire actually extends above. It's a visual barrier, which appears to be a lot bigger, and it makes the fence a lot higher, and they typically don't try to jump those. So I haven't, in my experience, ever had to deal with any of that.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Honeman, anything else?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to, confirm with Ms. Johnson, who's the maker of the ordinance, and through Title 21 requirements, that if we were to pass this particular ordinance, that this would be effective date of passage, and so that, in essence, any fence that's already constructed would be grandfathered, in essence. Is that correct, Ms. Johnson?
Ms. Johnston?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr?
I think this is a little bit of government overreach for a problem that probably doesn't deserve such the attention that it's getting. I certainly don't like to see that, but I certainly don't like to see, as I drive in from Eagle River once a week or so, a moose that's still alive thrashing on the ground. It's just sort of nature and civilization colliding. I see limitations here where some folks perhaps just want to do traffic control on their lot. They don't want people cutting across their front yard, so they put in a section of fence that says this. Or there's a steep area of landscaping that doesn't necessarily encompass the whole yard. I don't think that by inferring that the assumption is the fence goes all the way around the yard and the moose gets caught in the middle. He can't go around. I don't think we're fixing a problem that is really legitimate. It's sensational, absolutely. But I read that road sign on the way back from Palmer and Wasilla that talks about the number of moose killed every year, and I'm hard to say, but then what next? We have to prevent when we see a bear attack taking down a calf moose in the spring. Happens in my area quite a bit. I like the luxury of the choice, I guess is the word, of having an alternate style fence. I think barrier fences are challenging in any neighborhood, but in the Palisade with the vertical bars made out of metal, sure, decorative stuff on the top might have an impaling effect, but go around, the moose gets impaled, oh well. I hate to be so flippant, but I think it's a government solution that isn't going to be effective, and I think it's not appropriate. I'll vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Trainee.
Ms. Johnson, you said they're grandfathered in if they have it now. Is that a lifetime grandfathering, or until they go back and remodel their yard? Because I was at some people's house last night that have a very nice 5-foot pointy fence on it. And they asked me if that's a complete grandfathering, or if they modify it, well, then they have to put a new type of fence up, ma'am.
It would be my understanding, but we could have Mr. Weaver come up, but it would be my understanding that it would be grandfathered until they needed to get a new permit.
Until they needed to get a new permit? Is Mr. Weaver here?
He is.
There he is. Hi, Mr. Weaver. So would that be a permanent grandfathering? Or if they did some work, at what point would they lose their grandfathering and have to put...
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Trainee, they would have grandfather rights basically in perpetuity until they did something with that fence, if they chose to alter it. But the fence could stay.
How about if somebody ran into it with their car and then they had to rebuild
If
it?
they had to rebuild it, then it would come under the current code.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Thank you.
I'm not going to vote for this, Mr. Chairman. This is government running amok. I'm sorry. We have no children being hurt with this. We don't represent the moose. So, wish them luck.
we represent all of God's creatures in our municipality, Mr. Trainee.
Talk about some of the ordinances and you got them.
Ms. Domboski.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to laugh, but Mr. Peterson just told me he has a lot of moose in his district.
Yeah, but registered voters.
He caught me off guard with that one. As do I, Mr. Peterson, as do I. I'd like to echo the sentiments of Mr. Starr. I absolutely respect Ms. Johnston for bringing this forward on behalf of her constituents that requested it. I think she's doing her job, but I also think this is a bit. I don't want to use the word ridiculous, but I think this is a little bit of an overreach. I can't. I like Palisade fences. I don't have one, but someday if I build another house, maybe I'll put one up. I think they look very nice. I know in my district we have a lot of bluff lots that have inlet views, and one particular that I think of when I go for a walk, it doesn't obscure the view. It lets the view go through, but it keeps their kids in the yard, and it's high enough where the moose aren't jumping the fence. If one happens to jump the fence and get stuck, I'd be happy to help them butcher it. But at this point, I think this is just government overreach, and I'm not supportive. But thank you, Ms. Johnston, for the discussion.
Ms. Coltrane, you please write down Ms. Domboski's name next time you need some butchering assistance, please. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, would like to thank Ms. Johnston for listening to her constituent and bringing this ordinance forward. And I don't think I know anybody who has more sentiment for moose in our community than I do. I don't hunt them, and I refuse to eat them. But I have to agree with comments from my colleagues. I think this is going a little bit too far, and I know that there's one person out there that's going to be really mad at me for voting the way I'm going to, but I can deal with that because I think that it is going a little bit too far, even for somebody like me who don't eat or hunt moose. So I will be voting no on this ordinance. And again, Ms. Johnson, thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Ms. Johnston.
Well, I understand, Ms. Coltrane, you have one more thing that you could share with us, your own personal experience with these fences.
Thanks for staying in the front row, Ms. Coltrane.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Johnston. Through the chair, not only do I end up having to deal with it when moose are hung up, and so I'll give you a call, but if you could come shoot them off there, that'd be great too. It's usually pretty traumatic for all the homeowners involved and the people that are witnessing it, and I've actually have a pretty good scar on the inside of my thigh from being impaled on one of these fences, well, a 4-foot one, trying to get over it to deal with a moose that was hung up on another fence. So, they are sharp and pointy. And it is pretty traumatic. While we have other places in the in the lower 48 where ordinances for certain type of door handles for safety's sake because of wildlife or fencing because of wildlife. And I think that with the grandfather in, but it is I found it to be a safety issue as well. I could show you my scar, but it's probably not appropriate.
That's okay.
It's a pretty good one.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Coltrane. Anything else, Ms. Johnston? Oh, Mr. Honeman wants to harass you one more time, but this is his last shot, so.
Yeah. And so, saying that, and I've just lost my thought as we're looking through that, the suggestion of, I don't know, forget it. I think we have enough on it.
Have a seat, Ms. Coltrane. Mr. Hall?
I just need a clarification from Ms. Johnston. If I get a palisade fence, am I allowed to have pigs? Mrs. Stimbowski referred to keeping the pigs in. I didn't know they were allowed, but I'm curious if kids. Oh, I heard her
And
say-
Mr. Hall, we won't get personal about you having any more kids.
All right. Sorry. We're sort of losing the thread here, folks. All right. Mr. Starr, I'm sure you have a more serious note to inject here.
Well, it's just, again, to hammer home the point of the flexibility that this fence gives us is you get to see through it. And I think inherently there's safety with fences you can see through. If you take this fence item off and they're very expensive, so if you're going to take this out of the queue for ability to build it, or, just even take the pointy tops off, then people are going to go back to wood. And wood fences with the non-sight lines and the inability to see them at corner houses, and you're just opening up a whole host of things. I think we're on a good trend towards the appropriate use of palisades. Let the homeowners, the property owners decide how best to protect their property and avoid that trauma of watching a moose. Let's get government out of the solution and keep that option of a fence open. I'm not a fan of chain link fence, even though it's highly effective, highly secure. It makes our town look a little bit less intended, I think, than a palisade fence where you can see through it. So, less wood fences are a good thing for some of our area to open up the lands and look through them and see your neighbor's house. But you take it away as an option, I think we're pushing our luck here, folks. So let's just get out of the business.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, with regard to grandfathering, I just wanted to make sure that the Assembly understood under the new code, if the fence were damaged or destroyed, there are provisions in the new code that would allow its replacement or repair. Typically, under old code, if it was damaged or destroyed more than 50% of the replacement cost, you'd have to bring it into conformance. But under the new code, you have that, plus some provisions for making a request to planning to go ahead and reinstall your fence as it originally was constituted. So I don't think the non-conforming grandfathering issue would be that big of a deal in this context.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. I seem to recall an incident at 15th and E Street once upon a time. Mr. Honeman, last bite.
Last bite. I just, I want to just echo what I'm hearing from my colleagues. I like the Pacific Palisade fence. I think they're very attractive. They are very costly. The only concern that I have, this is not necessarily just a constituent issue. This is also recommended by a governmental agency who's saying, hey, look, we're seeing this as a problem. And they are trying to address moose vehicle incidents as well by different products and different strategies as well, Mr. Starr. And along the Glen Highway, particularly in the area of J-Bear, they're doing some things, pretty unique things with fencing there. So, at first, when I first saw the ordinance, I was like you. I was real reluctant to go that way, and you can understand why I believe that. But this is a recommendation based on some field-tested experiences, and I don't take it lightly. So I think that we can live with grandfathering, and we can live particularly with Mr. Wheeler's interpretation of the new code, and I think that we can, you're talking about the sharp point tips where you can still do the Pacific Palisades fence, just under 7 feet, you'd have to, under 7 feet, you'd have to make sure that they're capped and not having it. So I don't see where it's that big of an intrusion. Everything's grandfathered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Seeing no one else in queue, please proceed to vote. And so by a vote of 6 yeas and 5 nays, that motion carries. That brings us to item 11B. This is an ordinance of AR 2014-116, amending certain sections of the Ancient Municipal Code 11.10 to modify the definition of vehicles for hire subject to any transportation services for enumeration to regulation under Title 11 and related matters. And just so you know, folks, this is not the Uber thing. This is airport vans. Madam Chair, do we have a motion on the floor? We do have a motion on the floor. Mr. Evans, did you have an amendment, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do. I think it should have been circulated already. It doesn't necessarily change the substance of the ordinance, but it does change some of the language at the end of the A section, beginning on lines 39 and continuing through the back. The original ordinance talked about ensuring the health, safety, and welfare of all users. I just put forward the amendment to kind of change that language to just saying proposing reasonable safety standards. I'm mostly concerned about sort of the mindset that takes place when we say we're ensuring the safety of the users. I think that makes us tend to want to over-regulate. I think the proper responsibility for the municipality in this case is to simply provide what are reasonable safety standards, but not give the citizens of Anchorage the assurance that we are ensuring their safety. So I just propose this change to tone down that language.
Okay. And is there a second to the motion to amend? Second. It's been moved and second. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Domboski.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I guess through the chair to Mr. Evans. My question is, we have, it looks like potential substantial changes to Title 11 coming up. Wouldn't it make more sense to kind of do it all at the same time? So my thought is, if you want to amend it, I'm happy to amend it, but I was thinking this should be something that should be referred to our committee to deal with this and kind of bring it back as a cohesive package. That's kind of what I was thinking. What are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Evans?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Muskie. I agree that ideally it would be great to just revisit Title 11 in its entirety. I think there are a number of changes I would like to make to that beyond just the sections that we're dealing with. I didn't move to pull this because, if you recall from the last meeting, this basically stems from 2 contradictory hearing officer reports that currently has the Transportation Commission in a bit of a quandary to some people are complying and some people aren't. I just viewed it as straightening that out, and then we can fix the Title 11 as a whole later.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Starr.
Well, you start to get there, though, when your upper amendment talks about the transportation network companies, which what I see is some additional language being added with that reference up on line 18 and 19. So you drift into the TNC conversation with that function, and then you force me to talk about it. I come from a logistics and distribution background, and transportation services that you've now used as a new word changes my mind into, are we talking now courier services as well? Sometimes you hire a taxi to haul medical supplies across town, and I think you might be drifting into the conversation at a bigger level than just that. So contrary to Mr. Chairman's comments early on, this isn't Uber. I think we start to go down that road about coverage as it relates to them. So I'm cautious. I don't know what to do. I don't mind having it, but I don't want to pull a fast one on the community either. So what was your intention? I guess if there's a question in my statement, what was your intention on changing the language for 2 things? You took out transport persons, replaced it with transportation services, and then you incorporate transportation network companies. And I assume you're talking the type of dispatch that's not traditional.
Mr. Evans, you wish to respond to that?
Yes, I do. I mean, I actually wasn't intending to add the transportation network companies and TNC to this. So I would certainly be agreeable to amending my amendment to remove that reference in line 18 and 19.
Is that a motion, sir?
That is a motion.
Okay, so
Second.
So the motion is to delete the language, to amend the amendment to delete the language on lines 18 and 19 and transportation network companies and their drivers and vehicles. Is there a discussion on the amendment to the amendment, Ms. Demboski? Or are you
No,
underlying amendment?
I'm in queue for something else.
All right, then let's please proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us back to the amended amendment. Ms. Demboski? All right, you're good. All right. So with that, please proceed to vote on the amendment as amended. And that carries unanimously. And we are now back to the original ordinance as amended. Ms. Demboski now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I hear what we're saying about this not necessarily dealing with Uber or whatnot, but I still do have concerns because on page 129, lines 41, we're adding more language referring to passenger transport, which I think by extension could apply to Uber. And I just feel like this discussion is an important one for all parties involved, and I think it should be done in a holistic fashion rather than piecemeal. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I move to postpone action on this item until after the subcommittee can take this item up. So I would say, what date is it coming back before us?
Well, we have one ordinance that was introduced tonight that's supposed to be heard on November 5.
Okay, so I would say, could we please take this back up November 5th and with a joint referral to the ad hoc subcommittee relating to the transportation issue?
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr, Mr. Traney, I see you in queue. Do you wish to speak to the motion to postpone?
No, the main motion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Traney?
Yes, on this one.
Please.
Mr. Mayor, the reason for this coming forward is, of course, we had a different hearing officer rule differently on this. What's your advice to us relative to this item?
I think I'll defer to the municipal attorney who is
Mr. Wheeler, sir?
better versed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Wheeler? The reason for this is not to deal with TNCs, but to deal with specific ruling from our hearing officer, wasn't it, sir?
Through the chair, Mr. Traney, yes, sir. Until this issue is addressed, you'll have one or more operators who are not complying with the rules, and the rest of them will be with respect to airport services. So you have a situation where the person who's not complying gets the benefit of not paying the fees and going through the inspections and licensing and so forth. So this was trying to address that issue. So these operators as a class were all treated the same and were subject to the rules.
Thank you.
Has nothing to do with TNC, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd urge the body to vote on this item because we need to clean up the problem that we've got with the hearing officer on this, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman on the motion.
I just want to second that. I think we're in dangerous territory if we're looking for consistency counts. So let's
All right.
not postpone it.
The motion is to postpone to November 5. Please proceed to vote. So by a vote of 4 yeas and 7 nays, that motion fails. That brings us back to the original motion the original ordinance as amended. Mr. Starr.
Two questions. Mr. Wheeler, is that a transporter that comes in from out of the city boundaries, services Eagle River to the airport? What's the service area for this non-compliant operator that you're trying to correct through focused legislation?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I don't know what the geographical boundaries are of this particular provider. The TI, if he's here, might know, but I don't.
Okay. My other question, again, for the maker of the amendment, you changed also the words Anchorage to now include the entire municipality. Obviously, that might be a technicality, but those from Chugach, Eagle River still sometimes think we're a separate geographical area. And so the idea that we could provide some flexibility in in services provided later under Chapter 11, whether it be an Uber Lite that only covers outside of that, I'm cautioned and would want to know. That's why I asked the question to the municipal attorney. Do you know if it's an operator that services outside the boundaries of traditional downtown Eagle River, and were you motivated to change the definition from Anchorage to just municipality, because that goes from Kinnick River Bridge all the way to Girdwood now?
See Mr. Vicalis in queue. He may have some insight on that, Mr. Starr.
Yes, sir. I would request that you ask the TI to come down and explain that to you.
No, I don't care where I get the answer from. A transportation inspector, I guess, is it gets into the discussion about where the contrary ruling between the two inspectors comes from, though. Is that something we want to talk about?
Mr. Musser, can you shed a little light for Mr. Starr, please?
Are we allowed to talk about the specific hearing cases and the hearing officer's contrary deal? Are we allowed to do that in public?
Through the chair, yes, sir, Mr. Starr.
So the operators in question, or the operator, if we're trying to correct it to get you guys in same hearing officer compliance, where's the service area conflict coming from?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Starr. The service area largely is within the confines of, airport, downtown, Diamond, this part of Anchorage.
So it's not anybody coming in from out of city trying to get to the airport. We had that conversation, too, that somehow we wanted to regulate a Wasilla person dropping somebody off at the airport, or somebody dispatched from Eagle River specific to the airport. That's not this?
Through the chair, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musser. I see no one else in queue. Please proceed to vote on AO 2014-116 as amended. Mr. Peterson? And that motion carries 10 votes to 1. That brings us to item 14A. Mr. Trainee, we're going to change the order today on this one, I believe.
We can change the order today to have it come up last so we can get done with everything else.
Okay. And folks,
I can hear that, sir.
The motion, please push your button, sir, is to change the order today to take up item 14A following item 14J.
I second that.
Okay. And the purpose, folks, we don't. Most of these business items shouldn't take us very long, so I want to make sure we're reserving time for those who wish to speak to the Uber ordinance. Although we're not sure we're going to do anything with it tonight, we may just listen to what folks have to say. With that brings us to item 14B, Bravo. That's AO 2014-128, an ordinance authorizing withdrawal of HLB parcel 1-107, legally described as Tract B in the Irma subdivision, from the Heritage Land Bank inventory for transfer of management authority to the Parks and Recreation Department for recreational purposes. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
It's been moved in second. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14C, AR 2014-129, an ordinance approving the disposal of a perpetual conservation easement on Heritage Land Bank parcels 3-072 A and B, tax ID 006-312-03 and 006-312-02, located on Nash Street, legally described as lots 11 and 22, Section 22, Township 13 North, Range 3 West, in the Seward Meridian. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this one, please come on down. You're not all here for this? All right. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is
Move to approve.
It's been moved in second. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously, which brings us to item 14D, AO 2014-123, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 1.7 acres from B to C, Central Business Periphery District, to PCSL, Planned Community District, with special limitations for additional terminal reserve GSA parcel PLO 3532, generally located north of West 2nd Avenue and west of Christensen Drive in Anchorage. This is also a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. So moved and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Chairman, I know you represent this district, and I'm not sure if you have to pass cap learning to answer, but I noted some comments of the concerns about view shed from particularly a condo project with about 70 occupants, as well as some recommendations by a business owner in the area to limit structures to 3 stories. I also noted in the code that 120 feet with an approval under some exemptions to 150 feet in height for some structures under bulk, I believe, bulk commentary, bulk projects. And so I would ask and defer, normally I defer to the district. Have you heard from your community on this as to whether or not there, I mean, it seems like there's not much support, but then we didn't get but a couple of council. I mean, even the council said their representative from the railroad didn't show.
Mr. Weaver? I'm pretty familiar with this area.
Okay.
Mr. Weaver, could you speak to the restrictions with the new status would confer on the property and how that would address the concerns of Mr. Nangle?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Holman, I haven't looked at the specifics of the PC district that this would be combined with. It would be the same standards as the rest of the railroad's property of that PC district with the same height limitations. I understand Mr. Nangle's concerns an issue with height, but the Commission did not address that, and I haven't looked at that in detail, that if that's an issue, you might want to postpone this a bit.
Mr. Chairman, in respect of your district, I don't know if you've heard, but we're talking a cell tower. We're not talking about a building. We're talking a cell tower here as a project, and I'm thinking that we probably ought to hear the railroad didn't make it to the community council, and they had nothing to vote on. That's why you're seeing nothing from that community council. I don't want to step into your area, but I would, this has been going since, I believe, June or earlier. Is that right, when the project first started?
It has been going on earlier since then, but, the cell tower regulations would really govern what takes place on this property, similar to the other parts of the community.
And would that address their concern about the view shed?
It would be reviewed under the process. It sometimes could be by right, and depending on what the PC language said with respect to towers.
I don't think it was just Mr. Nangle. I think there was a Mr. Harris, I believe, and there was some other gentleman. And then they were addressing that the community council didn't get a chance to get representation from the railroad on their intent. And I'd like to hear, Mr. Chairman, if you've got any requests or suggestions from. Sure, as possible.
Go ahead and have a seat, Mr. Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
I'll try and give a little background. This is the old GSA property, corner of 2nd and Christensen. You all know, once upon a time, I worked for the railroad. Through congressional action, they took control of the property 4 or 5 years ago now. Their intent is to develop it, I believe, so that they have better access to the industrial facilities that they have below the hill. Currently, you have to go around the corner, down by the depot, and then take a pretty rough road. It's not in very good shape, and there's not a lot of room between the bluff and the track, and so this would be a new access point. Mr. Nangle, who's been the longtime president of the Downtown Community Council, has concerns. His office is across the street, and he's interested in seeing his view shed protected. My interpretation of this is this doesn't necessarily passing this wouldn't necessarily give him better protection or less protection than he currently has. And the railroad has typically been pretty responsive to its neighbors in their design standards. So I can't promise you, if you vote for this, that Mr. Nangle will not be mad at you or me. I can tell you, I think that you're probably placing your faith in the right organization to develop this in an appropriate manner. And I leave it to your judgment.
Is there any advantage to having this postponed until the next community council meeting downtown? And if we've been trailing this long, is it?
We've had pretty light attendance at Downtown Community Council meetings. Okay. They haven't had a quorum.
I get it.
So with that, I see no one else in queue. Did we have a motion to approve yet?
I made a motion.
We do. Okay, we have a motion. Okay, so the motion to approve is on the floor. Please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously, which brings us to item 14E, AR 2014-277, a resolution in Anchorage Assembly appropriating $200,000 from the area-wide general fund balance 101 to the Department of the Assembly, Fund 101, to provide funding for an independent review of the Kronos and SAP implementation. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward at this time. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr.
Like the other requests for an audit, I'd like to make a motion to move this to the audit committee to partner it up with the $750,000 for a little bit more in-depth conversation. Audit committee meeting will be scheduled for that Monday on the 3rd.
4th?
4th, okay.
So the motion is to postpone this item to November 5?
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do you press your buttons, folks? It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Evans to the motion to postpone? No. Ms. Domboski to the motion to postpone?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect to my esteemed colleague from Eagle River, I would like to just point out, everybody says they're in a big rush to get it SAP up and running, SAP up and running. We keep delaying, we keep delay. Let's move it to the audit committee, of which we know the administration has the advantage, of which Mr. Starr chairs, of which I am a member. What about public transparency? What about accountability? I mean, I'm sorry, but there comes a point when you have a project that is 3 times the cost, it's missed a go-live deadline 3 times. What about the responsibility we have as elected officials? We need an audit of this program. And it's not to lay blame at the administration's feet, but it's to identify the factors in which it's hanging us up and to make sure we can mitigate those factors. It needs to be independent because, quite frankly, if you just get on the computer and look at all the lawsuits that are happening across the country and, in fact, worldwide on SAP, one of the criticisms is that SAP has sold a bill of goods that maybe doesn't quite deliver. So it doesn't make sense to have the software developer audit their own product. Is there value to what SAP can bring to the discussion? Absolutely, I think there is. But the point of an independent audit is to be independent. It's to get a fair assessment, and it's not to lay blame. It's just to take a view of what is happening, what are those issues, and can we mitigate those issues? That's what it is. So these political tactics to move it to the audit committee, in which, you know, obviously, we'll just stop there. I urge the body to do your job. Let's look at this program. Let's get the RFP out. Let's get an audit on the street. Let's get those bidders to come back to us and let's look at the program. That's it. That's all I'm asking. I'm not out to hang anybody out to dry. All I'm saying is it's time for us to do our job. We've spent literally $21.6 million more than we intended. And we don't have a program that's working. And from what I'm hearing from our own internal sources, they're not sure it's going to work. That's it. You know, so I will vote against the delay because, quite frankly, I think it's unconscionable. Can't do it. It's time for us to take control, and it's time for us to do our job and make sure the taxpayers of this community get exactly what they're paying for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Traney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to move to postpone this for any day or time. You know, Elvie and I tried, I think in September of last year, to get an audit, independent audit done, and that was denied by this body. Had we done that, we may not be where we're at now. You know, when I hear that SAP wants to do an audit for it, that's all well and good, but SAP should pay for their own audit of their own software. It isn't working. So I'm not going to postpone this thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Starr.
I've been here for a while, coming up on 8 years. I like to do good government, and so the idea isn't to do political tactics, anything like that. What I'm not clear is what does the audit do? There's a nice memorandum here that we read which talks about fiduciary responsibility. So are we talking about a financial audit? When you say financial fiduciary, I get that part, we're overspent. That's a different matter. If it's fiscal accountability, where did the money go, who did we spend, how many hours, at what rate, that's one type of audit. But when you do a different management audit on where the failings are and why are we delayed and all the other comments with that, it's a different audit. I've seen 2 numbers for audits. You picked one out at $200,000. We've got another one for consideration of $750,000. $750,000 is quite detailed. There is no RFP structure. There's no RFP hitting the streets. Why don't we have some input on what the RFP looks like by taking a couple weeks saying, hey, let's do this because we want a financial audit of funding or do we want a management audit? I don't know what to do. By putting a no vote to this tonight, to me, doesn't give me all the answers, but I can't just fund it, much less out of general operating funds, when in fact there's probably budget numbers available for an audit. All I'm asking for, and I don't do committee work that way, I don't tactic to delay, that's an offensive statement to me. I do hard work in those committees. I want to spend some time doing some hard work, asking some questions. You're on the committee, bring the news to the table, and let's decide what that audit looks like. The last audit we did was $154,000. Is $200 enough? Then we're going to have a change order because the scope of work is exceeding. Change orders are frustrating. Is it $750,000? That's already coming to the audit committee for discussion. Let's have a conversation about yours too. I find it not hard to do. We'll be back on the 5th of November.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd first off like to thank Mr. Starr for taking his job as chair of the audit committee as seriously as I did when I was chair of the audit committee. So thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Trainee is correct. In September 2013, we brought forward a resolution to do this very same thing, and it didn't happen. The vote was 4-7. And I want to look to my colleague sitting right next to me, Ms. Domboski, and thank her for bringing this forward. And I was truly honored to put my name to this resolution. And I really don't appreciate the comments that this is political tactics. It's not political tactics, my friends. It's your money we're talking about. And another point I'd like to make is this isn't an audit. Look at the title. It's an independent review. And for your information, Mr. Starr, we have been working on a scope of work for this so we can move this along sooner than later. This really needs to happen, and I would encourage each and every one of you sitting here today not to do what happened in September 2013, but to approve this so we can move forward and be done with this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Honeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief. I did support, I believe I had requested to co-sponsor the 2013, but I know I at least supported the review back then, and I will support this one. I don't believe we need to postpone, and the reason I'm saying that, but whatever does happen, whether we postpone or don't, I'm hopeful that the audit committee does take a direct oversight over what reviews are done, and if there's an audit that SAP wants to move the $750,000, I don't believe the municipality should be on the hook for it. I agree with Mr. Trainee. I think that SAP has a responsibility to come before our body, before our government, and before our taxpayers and explain what's going on and why. And, you know, unlike the port project when I was fairly new on the body and I didn't know at the time we were being told by the port director everything's fine, and every meeting we came to there was a different map, a different time schedule, a different dollar amount figure, and it was very confusing. And quite frankly, at the end of the day, we were getting sold a bill of goods. And I'm sorry, I'm tired of it. I think we owe it to our constituents and the taxpayers of this city to explain why and what's going on and where we go from here. And I think a review, independent of any of this, is in order. We've done a couple of reviews, one with the matrix report on fire department. We did a deployment audit earlier on in this administration's first term for the police department. And quite frankly, all those dollars, in my opinion, didn't do anything because we've done very little to implement recommendations by either one of them. And I think we need to, on this body, need to provide that check, that balance to the taxpayer dollars. Mr. Starr, I know I've heard you before on construction projects when there were oversight, particularly in the area of 40th and Lake Otis, and some dollar amounts were different, and you wanted to know exactly what happened and why. And there were several things that I can recall in my memory, but without berating it, I don't think we need to postpone another minute nor another dollar. I think we need to get this reviewed and then get it to the audit committee so they can give us concurrence and guidance of where we go next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Ms. Johnston?
Well, Ms. Gray-Jackson, you brought up an interesting fact here because it was my question. It was going to be, what is the scope of your RFP? And as you have always tried to hold us all accountable as far as how we present ordinances, I would, if you had a scope in mind, I would think it would be part of the AAM. And I'm sorry I can't just go for a $200,000 RFP. I really think a scope would be helpful. I think who decides as far as the RFP, who picks the independent review, the scope of that review. I mean, what is the process we're going through here? are you, the two of you, or maybe the three or four, well, three right now, are you the committee that will pick the independent reviewer? Are you the committee that will provide the scope? And we don't know what it is? I think there does need to be some transparency before I can vote on this.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Trainee?
Just a question, Ms. Gaillard. Ms. Gaillard, are we paying Peloton now $400,000 a month?
Through the chair, the Assembly approved a contract with Peloton, which does pay them up to the end of September $400,000 a month.
Okay. If we're paying Peloton $400,000 a month, I think we can afford the $200,000 for this study to be done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Johnson, thank you so much for your comments. I really appreciate it a lot. But let me tell you, if maybe you don't remember, but we get a lot of contract awards that come before us. There's never a scope of work attached to them or an RFP team, because that happens after the fact. And I don't want to sit here and argue with you because you didn't vote for it in September 2013. I certainly didn't expect you to do it tonight. But I do hope that there are enough of my colleagues who realize that this is something that we need to do and something we need to do today, and know that the committee is not Ms. Dombowski and myself. Furthermore, I'm chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. Ms. Dombowski is on that committee. Mr. Peterson is on that committee. Mr. Hall is on that committee. Mr. Evans is on that committee. I'm also on the Audit Committee. Okay? But one more thing I'd like to say. In terms of the Audit Committee's mission statement, the Audit Committee, in terms of audits, their responsibility is to review the independent financial audit. That's by code. No other audits. I mean, I'm not saying that they can't, but it is not a requirement, nor is it necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Hall?
Yes, I'm not going to present my resume, but I am curious. There's one question here that I have to have a very clear understanding on. And even with that, I'm not in support of this. But what is the intention? Is it to stop process while we go out for an RFP on this and do an audit, or do we continue the implementation, and once the RFP is out and if there's someone selected, then they come in and do an audit while we continue with the installation of this project? That's critical to me.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ms. Johnston?
Actually, I would like that to be answered first.
Well, we have three sponsors. Does anyone want to answer that one?
I'll be happy to. At this point, we've already allocated a significant amount of money towards a project. We have every expectation the project's going to continue until those funds are exhausted, quite frankly. And with response to your scope of work and your RFP, I'll just direct my question to Mr. Haddon. Mr. Haddon, if this passes, are you qualified to develop an RFP and scope of work with the understanding that of what needs to be done per our discussions?
Mr. Haddon?
Through the chair, Ms. Dombowski, yes, I believe I am qualified to assist the members that will be on that evaluation committee to develop a scope of work and an RFP.
And Mr. Haddon, just to follow up, is other items that come before you for items like this, where you're developing a scope of work, is this unusual, or is this typically what you do in your everyday job?
Ms. Dombowski, through the chair, this is part of our everyday job in purchasing.
I thought so. Thank you, Mr. Haddon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Mrs. Johnston?
And I appreciate but Ms. Gray-Jackson had mentioned a scope of work, and so I guess my concern or my interest is, because I know what our purchasing department does, but would this be, because this is coming from the Assembly, would it be something that the chair would appoint the committee? Or are you, I mean, I just think you should maybe address the system in which you want this to work.
I'm pretty sure I get to catch the hot potato, Mrs. Johnston. Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Well, to that end, I mean, we're still bound by the purchasing guidelines and the requirements to take low bid. So unless we specify sole source and we have a vendor in mind that's independent, we're we're basically going to go out for some sort of scope of work that talks about that. So aren't we required to take low bid when we put the RFP out?
Mr. Haddon?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, if we are using an RFP, then no, we are not required to take the low bid. It would be based on the evaluation criteria and how we structure the RFP.
So we're back to what's in the RFP and who decides that. So thank you.
Yes.
Seeing no one else in queue, the motion before the body is to postpone this item to November 5. Please proceed to vote.
How do you get a voice?
We had a public hearing prior, sir. Please continue to vote. So by a vote of 6 yeas and 5 nays, the motion to postpone to November 5 carries. Ms. Gray-Jackson? Thank you. That brings us to item 14F. This is AR 2014-281, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving a master tax-exempt lease purchase agreement loan and appropriating an amount not to exceed $3 million from the proceeds of said loan to the Information Technology Fund 607 and the appropriation of said funds to the Information Technology Capital Improvement Program CIP Fund 608 for the continued implementation of a financial and human resource enterprise resource planning system, SAP, in the Information Technology Department. This is another public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please proceed to come visit us. Would you care to speak on this matter, sir? This is item 14F. You can see it on the screen.
Yes.
Can you introduce yourself, sir?
So my name is Bill Lemons. I live in South Anchorage. And while I did not come here for this, I came here for something that seemed a little more, I came for another object. But in reading through this and listening to the testimony on the questions rather, I am shocked. As a qualified PMP that's worked in the information technology for more than 20 years and actually has spent some time working for the Municipality Information Technology Department, this is outrageous. This is totally outrageous. Any project manager who ran with a budget that was 3 times at $31 million already, I urge our assembly to turn down additional money and get an audit of this project. I think this is ludicrous. I, as a concerned citizen, do not want to see my money spent this way. I think it's irresponsible. I think we've gone way too far already. This makes me angry. It really does. My life is already very full, but I would volunteer on a non-paid basis to assist the city in cleaning up this mess. Please vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Lemons. Mrs. Johnston, did you have a question for Mr. Lemons?
I do.
Please.
Over here. Have you ever worked on an ERP?
Yes.
In which, were you here during PeopleSoft?
I did work for the Municipality of Anchorage during PeopleSoft, yes.
And the implementation of PeopleSoft?
No.
So have you ever worked on the implementation of an ERP?
Smaller systems, yes. This is a huge project. When it's, my largest project management experience is about $15 million. So this is, when it started out, it was well within my scope. But now that it's $31 million, this is incredible.
And was your $15 million one an ERP?
No.
I'm just trying to get some because, be honest with you, I understand ERPs are very time-consuming and tend to go this way. In fact, I learned from the Department of Administration with the state, they were 3 years into an ERP and they pulled the plug because they just couldn't do it. So I just was wondering, I want to know what your background is, because an ERP is more than just an IT project.
So about the largest ERP program that I've run is about $3 million.
Okay.
I'd have to go back and check my records to see exactly what the amount is to be, because
I was just trying to I wanted to get an idea. Thank you.
I really didn't come prepared to talk about this. I was just.
Yeah, that's all right. Thank you. I just wanted to get an idea. Thank you.
There's a couple more questions for you, Mr. Lemons, and we do appreciate your volunteerism. Mr. Honeman?
Well, my point is make sure you get your name and contact information to someone here at the clerk's office or whatnot for that. And then secondly, please stay tuned, because I doubt there's a lot of people in Anchorage at the individual citizen level that really understands, where we've come from and where we're at and where we're going. So it is shocking and it is frustrating to many of us. And I'd like to think that my colleagues and I will take this very serious, and we need an audit of this. I agree. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Trainee?
Thanks for coming down here and testifying, sir.
All right.
The thing is, you ever watch the movie Money Pit? It's this.
Well, I think you're headed right there. In fact, I think you're not headed there. I think you are there.
You should have worked on this one then. You could have worked with a $30 million project.
So my last project for the municipality, just so you know, was the new web page that it's stellar, it's in use today, and it's probably done, it's lived its life, it's probably ready to be replaced, but.
It's a good web page, sir. Thanks for your work on it.
Ms. Gray Jackson has a question for you before you run off, sir.
Another question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question. I just want to take a moment to say thank you very much for coming out this evening and testifying, because most times when we have issues like this before us that affect you and the rest of this community, people aren't not really aware, and nobody comes out and talks about it until the fire is out there. So I really appreciate your coming out this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. I see no further questions for you, Mr. Lemons. Thank you for the time tonight.
Okay.
Anybody else? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Need a
Second.
What was the motion? I didn't hear it.
Move it to postpone indefinitely was my motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr?
This is a funding source. This is a line of credit that we have established some time before to fund capital improvement projects. Ultimately, we pay it back in some form or another. Sometimes we'll capitalize the projects, bond for it, pay it out of fund balance services. There's a whole host of discussions that occur as to how we take short-term financing options into long-term commitments. And I think the idea here is, again, if the idea is to stop the presses, then say that in a different manner. Move a resolution for support against that at the Assembly level, clearly stating that you disagree with the implementation of SAP. Let's be clear in the public. We talk about transparency. Let's not do it this way. The decisions have passed through votes that haven't been unanimous, I'll grant you, on the initial purchase of SAP, the initial scope of work. Every time we expanded it to an enterprise, or we put a change order in, or we changed implementers, now to Peloton, we've had discussions and we've had votes. They've been tangible discussions about it. In this case, we're saying we're not going to take out short-term money. It's not clear. I get it. Is this a tactic now? Are we talking tactics to pull short fund the future spending opportunities? If we do this, we'll start to run out of money on the project, and our vendors will start to get concerned. The first thing they'll likely do is sue us. The second thing they'll do is leave the job site, because they're not guaranteed they're going to get paid. And then we have a reputation inside the industry that we don't follow through with ourselves. And I don't want that anywhere in the world. So I think the idea that we need to stay the course and address the conversations through different means, absolutely. But bring an action forward that says, hey, we want to intentionally pull the plug on future implementation. We want to throw down the $25 million that we've already spent. We don't want to fund it anymore. Say that in a resolution. I don't urge it through a short-term funding action of $3 million.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Evans?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I am also concerned about taking this step. I think, in a way, we obviously have a fiduciary duty to the citizens of this community to ensure that their dollars, their tax dollars, are being spent in the most efficient and in the wisest manner possible. And it's very, perhaps, easy when you have a project like this that is just churning out money left and right to say that the proper fiduciary response is to cut off the funding. I think it is actually reckless. I think to the extent we're in this project for years and millions, I think the only responsible approach is to continue while at the same time auditing where we're at. I think pulling the funding on it is only going to make matters worse, and I think it's going to make it dramatically worse. So at the end of the day, you'll spend $31 million and have absolutely nothing. I think our goal at this point has to be ensuring that this project is at some point successfully completed. We have to have this software system. I think from what I heard at the last work session, I was, for the first time, perhaps encouraged that there was some kind of light at the end of the tunnel. I thought that the SAP audit made a lot of sense because the problem we're having is in the conversion and the implementation. It's not in the software itself. It's not the people with the problem auditing themselves. It's the people who have experience with this project and this software all over the world auditing our implementation to see how we're doing it right or wrong based on their worldwide experience. So I strongly as I can urge the body not to take this step to deny this funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ms. Johnston.
If this doesn't pass, how long will our funding sources allow for the project to continue?
Conveniently, Ms. Guyard's next in queue.
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, if this funding doesn't pass, we do not have funding to continue the Peloton contract as explained in the work session on Friday. So we would be issuing them a 10-day notice, and we would be completing that contract.
Could I ask Peloton, Wade, could you come down, please? So if we didn't pass this, not this appropriation, but if we did not agree to this loan and your contract had another 10 days to it, what would you be doing?
We would have to respond accordingly and basically start ramping down staffing and start to wrap things up per the request from the municipality.
Would you start that after this evening, since you'd have 10 days in your contract left?
We would, based on the motion and the agreements, we would have to start acting right away to meet with those timeframes.
And if you did that, what would be the status of the project as you left?
Right now, I know through the assembly work sessions, the project management office has been giving status on where the project is right at the moment. If I may, Ms. Johnson, it may help just to give you a little bit of perspective of my own as to where you are, kind of what we've done for the last 11 months, but really specifically where are we right now to address your question. As everybody here knows, this has been a 3-year project. The Peloton group has been engaged for about 11 months. We came in late. I really wish that we were here earlier. We could have avoided some of those other numbers and time frames. I believe one of the reasons that you selected the Peloton group to come in and help is because we had very similar experience, very similar situations. Our expertise is SAP, city implementations, and in particular, rescues where the projects haven't gone well. And we've had some very specific, successful endeavors with other cities who were kind of stuck off track, and we came in and were very successful in turning them around. It was a mess when we took things over. There's no other way to say it. And there were surprises. There was a lot more work there than we thought, than we had assumed. And it took thousands of extra hours to catch up that work, and it was just done. I really think where the status of the project is right now, and the question I've thought about a lot myself is, how is the municipality different than these other cities? In other words, why haven't you turned around at the same rate, and why are you on this path where you haven't finished yet? And I've thought a lot about that. And specifically, the conclusions that I come to after analyzing this is that at this point, all the same things have been done at the municipality that have been done at the other cities that we've rescued, if you will, that we've managed. What is different that I've specifically observed is that the other cities have had what I'll call the bench strength to staff the project full-time and staff the operations full-time. What the municipality has really struggled with is the ability to staff the project team 100% and not have them pulled away from the project to take care of critical operating things. And it may be the right decision for the municipality to pull people away to take care of these critical operating things. That's not really my call. But that's what has happened that's different than the other cities in the same situations. And it really is more of a staffing issue is the crisis you're having right now. Does it mean you're on the wrong track or not the same track as the other cities? No. But it means you're moving a little slower along that track because you're constantly competing with the same resources. And there's a management layer and there's a resource layer that's not intact the same way as the other cities were. So if you ask me where is the project right now and where would it be left, you look a lot like these other cities in terms of the system, the way it's developed, the way it's designed, but you're moving slower along that path. So that significant progress in the last 11 months since Peloton has been here, catching all of that work, that's in place and in the system. I think some of the things that have started just within the last month to 2 months around shoring up that staffing and management layer at the municipality, I'm extremely supportive of. You know, the new CFO has initiated some things that I've been vocally very supportive of. I think it's exactly what's needed. But that's where you are with the project right now. You've made this progress. You're starting to put the right things in place to resolve those things where you're different from the other cities. But all the things that have been done at the other cities have been done at the municipality. So if I look to a city of San Diego or a city of Portland that were in the exact same situation that you were in when we got involved, all the same things have been done. It's just you're having a harder time getting over the finish line because of some of these competing staffing requirements where you're a little bit different.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Trainey, do you have a follow-up on that?
Follow-up for Wade. Wade, Peloton's not an SAP certified planner, are they?
I'm sorry, an SAP certified?
They're not a certified SAP planner, are they?
I don't think there's that specific designation. There's a certification where you can sell SAP products, and we're not a certified reseller of SAP.
Okay, because I asked my IT, and this is what they told me. The other thing is that Vantage Point is certified SAP planner, and I'm told you're a principal in Vantage Point. So I want to know, why didn't Vantage Point bid on this contract? Why did you use yourself as a principal in Peloton to bid on it?
Yeah, this is part of the history of the Peloton group and how we were formed in that Peloton was formed about 2 years ago, and my business partner, we were the two managing partners, Richard Beggs and myself. He was a previous executive at SAP, and I think we communicated that. Prior to that 2 years, I operated a company called Vantage Point Consulting Group, and we were a partner with SAP, and we worked with many of these projects and helped them to implement them and really get them done. When we formed the Peloton Group, when my partner left SAP, we decided to basically roll the operations of Vantage Point Consulting Group under the Peloton Group. And that's how the Peloton Group was formed.
Because I understand from what I've been told that Vantage Point is a certified SAP planner, so I'm trying to figure out, did you lose some expertise when you went to Peloton or what?
No, we actually gained a lot more expertise because we brought all of our resources together. I think the term that's used is a certified partner. Okay. And Vantage Point Consulting Group is still a certified partner and is rolled up under Peloton. We haven't gone through the steps to actually certify Peloton as a partner. What that does is it has some preferred staffing type of connotations with SAP.
Okay, partner.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Now you're getting $400,000 a month from the city. Is that correct? Peloton is?
Under the contract that went through September, the answer is yes, though it was ramped down for the last couple of months as we tried to fit everything in that we were extending through the dates with. So it was actually reduced down to a lower number than that for the last couple of months, and we kind of stretched a little bit to cover that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hohn, a follow-up from...
Yeah, I guess I need your recommendation. Do you have an idea? Nobody seems to have an idea. January, a good date? February, and if we got, instead of $3 million, if we got $1.2 million, could you see it through to a point where maybe these audits come back and they tell us where we're at and the trouble we've got? I mean, I'm looking at a $3 million, in essence, not to exceed blank check, We've done the same thing with consultant at the port. We don't have a deliverable. We don't have an accounting directly as to all we get is a monthly update, and that's been helpful. It's difficult to track, and now you're telling me that, the bench isn't that deep or that strong. So.
Yeah, I think, I don't want to speak for the CFO directly. Kate can chime in, but I think one of the first things that the new CFO recognized as she looked at the project is some of the same things I observed, is where are we struggling? And the struggle was really with the staffing and being able to dedicate the resources and have a management layer in place to manage the muni resources. And again, I've seen some very positive things just in the last month and a half that encouraged me greatly about the municipality's ability to push the project along on the schedule. I don't have a concern about the project methodology, the work that's been done, or even the software being able to calculate, because you have the same complexities as the other cities did. They have all very complex bargaining agreements and arrangements. As far as the review or the audit goes, I think the municipality needs to do what you need to do to feel comfortable right now. Different cities or different organizations do that in different forms. They may have a QA, they may do a one-time review, they may have SAP come in, like one of the things that's being proposed. I've seen that done. Sometimes it's a big one like's being proposed, sometimes it's a little bit smaller than that. But I think you have to decide what makes the assembly and the municipality comfortable right now so that everybody has a good comfort level going forwards. What I can express to you is that I can compare you to the other cities that were in the exact same scenario, and you're following all the same steps. That the one thing I can't do as the integrator is push it along at the same speed because of some of the staffing conflicts that I've mentioned. It doesn't mean you're not on the same path as the other cities. It means you're moving slower on that path.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gaillard, did you get to say what you wanted to say, or I still have you in queue?
No, I'm fine, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't in the queue, but I will ask Wade a question. What additional staffing would you need to be successful?
Through the chair, specifically, the difference right now is that, we talked about this a little bit in the work session last week, but there's a management layer that's underneath the project management, myself and Ann. It's above the actual team members who are doing the work. There's a management layer that's typically in place that helps to manage the muni staff, and it's not just the pure management. It's helping make decisions. It's helping coordinate. It's helping just to keep the whole team working together. This is a highly integrated solution. It's an ERP, so that's tough, and it's tough because it's so big and so integrated, and all these team members need to work together to get their design integrated, and that takes management coordination, management communication, and that's probably the biggest area that I see a difference. The Muni's been struggling with that layer, and then just the other, the other competing things with the business. One of the things that I would strongly suggest is where you have key project team members who keep getting pulled away for legitimate business reasons. I mean, these things are important to the Muni. Nobody's saying that it's not important to get a CAFR out, for example. But if those same resources are dedicated to the project and you're assuming they're going to be there to get tasks done, then the project suffers when they go and work on the CAFR. So one of the approaches to that is to actually backfill some of those people for those tasks. You either backfill the work that's being done in the operation, or you bring in some additional resources to cover the project work. But that's the part where that hasn't really happened. So those resources are getting stretched, and they have a full-time responsibility here, and then they have another responsibility here, and neither one of them moves at the pace that you'd like it to. Okay. So I would definitely look at the staff.
Follow up. Wait. So the CFO had indicated in her graphics certain positions to be filled.
Yes.
Specifically, what is the staffing number that would be needed in order to achieve a successful implementation of SAP by your perspective?
With everyone's a little bit different in terms of total numbers, so it's hard to put one cookie cutter on that, but I can say specifically at the municipality, and I very much agree with the analysis that Kate has done, in that there's approximately, I want to say, 6 to 9 positions that are in that management layer that you really need to help manage the activities and manage the Muni employees on the team and help them stay coordinated and task them and make sure it's really organized well. In my opinion would be very close to what Kate has proposed to shore up the management team on the Muni side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have 4 people in queue. Mr. Hall, Ms. Gray-Jackson, Mr. Evans, and Mr. Steele. Do any of you have questions for Wade? You do?
Mr. Evans made adequate comment for me. I just didn't pull my name.
Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson for Wade.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for rescuing our city. Okay, I really appreciate it. I think that you're qualified, and I'm glad you mentioned the CAFRA, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, but like most cities, that's required by charter. We have to do that regardless, more than we have to change the financial system. But anyway, on our agenda, after we deal with this, is a $1.5 million contract for you, for your company, Peloton. And it's my understanding from the work session that this amount of money is going to cover your expenses to the tune of $500,000 a year until December.
$500,000 per month, yes.
I'm sorry, $500,000 a month until December. Thank you, Mr. Traney. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so what happens after December 31st, 2015?
Well, after the end of the year, what the intention is that we would look at the requirements of the municipality on the project after the reviews have been done and after we get to that point and really assess what's needed in terms of consulting support to finish. Where the municipality may have more leeway to fine-tune that based on what you really need, depending on the staffing effort that Kate has initiated and the factors of where the project is. So I think the intent is to look at it for January 1st and then say, okay, what do we really need going forward to keep the support of the project?
Right. But I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but we're probably going to be doing another contract for $500,000 a month until we get this project done with Peloton. And that concerns me, especially going forward without, our city doing an independent review. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't want to repeat myself, but I think the comments that Wade made, I think, bear repeating in the sense that I agree from everything I've seen thus far on this project that probably one of the main drivers of the delay and the overruns was that we tried to implement this too lean, in the sense that we didn't have the personnel. We tried to be, in a way, trying to be efficient and be cost effective. We tried to use as few people as we needed to, and I think almost always that's a bad recipe, and it almost always ends up costing more when you do that. I think the lesson to take away from that is to do the opposite. I think what this whole system and program desperately needs is the commitment by this city to get it done right instead of doling it out in dribs and drabs and doing it lean. It's contrary to the evidence that it's $31 million, and I'm advocating that we, almost increase our commitment to it. But I think if we cut back on the funding now, we're doing exactly the same thing that the administration has done with the personnel. We're starting to lean it back, and all that's going to do is exactly what it's done thus far, is make the whole process worse and cost more. So just to repeat myself, I urge the body to get behind the project, make sure it's done right, and do not cut the funding.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Starr?
Is our vendor done? Because that's sort of a hot seat there. I didn't want those comments to be directed solely at him, and it sometimes can appear that way.
I was going to invite him to sit down, and if we need him to come back up, maybe take a seat in the front row.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Steele?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Let me first put a disclaimer. I wasn't here when this started. But I was here when Peloton made their presentation about what was needed, what they anticipated. I have thought all along on this project and others that we have cut our staff too lean to do the job. And so who was failing? Was it the city or was it the contractor? And in my mind, and we heard it at the last meeting from Mr. Ahern, in terms of that they need the staffing. And I'm not sure we can gear up the staffing because a lot of that is you have to have expertise in terms of what the city does and how they do it in order to make these conversions. I think we will make a mistake if we do not fund this, but I
Mr. Chairman, after we finish with this item, I'd like to have the floor because I'd like to move reconsideration on the independent review. We need to know what went wrong, and we need to make sure we don't do it again.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I hate to be the Debbie Downer here, but you know, as I look at some of these lawsuits across the country, California sues SAP over failed payroll software. IBM faces lawsuit over failed SAP implementation. SAP software complete failure, lawsuit claims. And I have seen count after count. It's not saying SAP can't succeed in other contexts, because it's obviously been a very lucrative company. But Ms. Johnston herself said, ERP, 3 years, couldn't do it, and they pulled the plug. So at what point are we throwing good money after bad? I'm not sure. Are we? I don't know. And I take what Mr. Evans says to heart. I think once an independent review is done and we can say definitively, okay, here's the pitfalls, here's how we mitigate them. You know, Mr. Evans, I have voted for increases to SAP because I was committed. I recognize we can't go back to PeopleSoft because guess what? We didn't do the upgrades. It's not possible. So I have been supportive of this project, but I also have a fiduciary responsibility, and contrary to some members, no one, not one person is saying that they want to stop SAP implementation. Not one person. I've never heard that, and I've attended every single one of the work sessions. Okay, I take that back. I missed one. Complete candor. I did miss one, but I listened to it online. But you know, when I hear people say that, it's offensive because I'm doing my job, and my job is to be a check and balance to the administration. I am not a rubber stamp. And I am not saying that the administration has done this and that and the other wrong, but what I am saying is we have hit some serious bumps in the road. And in order for this body to exercise its responsibility to be a separate branch of government, we need an independent look at this project to just to say, these are our issues. And, you know, I hear what you're saying about staffing because I've been hearing it from employees for the past 3 or 4 months. Everybody's saying the same thing. When we're pulling people from ER, we're pulling people from MLMP, we're pulling people from all these departments, and we're having them work for a few hours here on SAP, and then they have to go back and do their own job. To me, I think that's probably a failure of our staffing model. I understand that. But that is a complete guess, because I don't have the expert who has looked at it to tell me, yes, in fact, Amy, this is what you need to do. And so once I have that, I am more than willing to invest to make sure this is successful. But quite frankly, I do not have the confidence that we just keep giving money out. That we're going to have a successful implementation. I have serious doubts. And, you know, this isn't about the vendors being concerned if we're going to pay our bills. The municipality always pays its bills. We pay our bills. We have a Aaa bond rating. We pay our bills. But I can tell you from taxpayer after taxpayer after taxpayer, they're concerned that we're throwing good money after bad. Because I've heard it. I've talked to people, not just people outside the municipality, but inside the municipality. When we have our own staff that expresses concerns over what SAP can and cannot do, I think it's not reckless to say, hey, guess what? We're not going to spend any more money until we just put the brakes on for a minute and we reevaluate where we're at and what path we can take forward to make sure we can mitigate those bumps in the road. So it's not reckless, it's responsible, and that's my job. So I cannot, in good conscience, vote to keep extending money when we are being thwarted from even taking an independent analysis of this project. It's ludicrous to me. I just can't do it, Mr. Chair. So yet again, I will vote. I request. The motion is to postpone indefinitely on the floor.
That is correct.
You know, I ask people just to support that. We can come back and readdress this, but I am not willing to do it without an independent snapshot, because I think as a legislative branch, that's our job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Okay, we're kind of going around the horn here, folks, so I'm going to ask that people who are making their second and third comments limit them to a very brief comment. Ms. Johnston?
I appreciate Ms. Dombowski's, I'm confused though because she said she does want the project to continue. Are you saying that you do want the project, if you have an audit, but you want it to continue to be funded?
Jennifer, they have money. They have not expended their entire budget. So let's stop arguing semantics and start doing our job.
That wasn't my end, but, okay, that wasn't, sorry, that wasn't my end. I'm just, if there is not the sufficient funds to continue the project, my parting words are, it's like blowing up the goal post and you're at the 1 yard line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Ms. Gaillard, did you have something you wish to add to this conversation?
Mr. Chairman, I do want to reiterate that as I went through in the work session, there is no funding that is not encumbered, that is not spoken for on this project. And if the body chooses not to approve further borrowing, then we will stop. We will expend what we have, and we will stop. Peloton has, as I explained, $585,000 in retention. So we can't spend that retention money for current actions. They have $663,000 in deliverables, which have not been delivered on a fixed fee contract. So if the body wishes me to free up those deliverables and not have Peloton have to meet them and use that money to pay them to continue to perform, I would appreciate some kind of clear guidance in that regard. But otherwise, unless I contravene or that contract and its original intent, we will have no money to pay Peloton.
Thank you, Ms. Gaillard. Mr. Honeman, do you have a specific question for Ms. Gaillard?
I do, Ms. Gaillard. My question is then, what does the $3 million get us? If we're talking these guys are billing us at $500,000 per month, that's 6 months of services from just Peloton. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, at the work session, I laid out a budget for the $3 million. $1.5 million was to fund Peloton for October, November, and December activities. $750,000 was to provide an SAP audit of the implementation, and nearly $550,000 was to support the licenses that SAP is requiring that we purchase. And there was $200,000 to obtain the project management, the layer of management that Wade was talking about, to continue and improve the overall management and structure of this project. That was the $3 million budget.
So you think the $3 million will get us to the end?
The $3 million, sir, through the chair, respectfully, will get you through the end of December.
But it will not get us potentially to the project go live?
Through the chair, there was never an anticipation that the HCM module would go live at the end of December. It was always later in 2015. So no, sir, it will not.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Starr.
Sometimes we just have to quit. There was never an expectation it was supposed to go live at the end of the year. Just drives me nuts because we had expectations of when it was supposed to go live. So I don't want to get into it, but I'm trying to do good business here. So the prudent conversation, Mr. Chairman, the question in front of us, which I'm asking to be called, is do we postpone this indefinitely? The question, if it fails, comes back in front of us and we continue to debate the main motion in front of us. So I asked, let's get that out of the way first. Are we postponing this indefinitely? Are people stopping the funding of SAP by voting to postpone the $3 million indefinitely? Let's get that question out of the way. I want to be in the queue to talk about the main motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to postpone action on AR 2014-281 until the meeting of November 5th, and if I can state my reason why.
Second.
Madam, Ms. Gray-Jackson, I would like to have the vote on whether to postpone indefinitely first, and then we can take up that motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. So by a vote of 3 yeas and 8 nays, that motion fails. Ms. Gray-Jackson, you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you like for me to state the motion again?
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, I move to postpone action on AR 2014-281 until the meeting of November 5th.
Second.
And my reason, Mr. Chairman, I have many reasons, but one reason that's out there that we've dealt with already is we already postponed the $750,000 contract with SAP to do a Q&A, and so it just makes sense that we postpone the source of funding also. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. We have a couple folks who are jumping in queue, but before we go to that, Ms. Geyer, did I understand that if these funds are not made available this evening, then we are potentially in wind-down status with Peloton?
Through the chair, yes, we will be in wind down unless I am instructed to remove the deliverables from the contract, and I will use that money and free Peloton from the deliverable commitment, and I will pay them for October.
Thank you, Ms. Geyer. Mr. Starr.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you brought it up too, is that, you know, the delay for the purchase of additional Peloton support is, as I believe, different than what I was trying to communicate on the uncertainty with the audit. You know, potentially if we do the $750,000 QA study and we go ahead with Ms. Dembowski's answer on that, that's another $1 million that I'm not certain I understand. Missing the work session or not, I listened to it, I wanted to hear it, but I wasn't clear as to how the QA audit ties into that, much less I have reservations on approving that. So the prudence of which, Ms. Dembowski, you can run the work session that we have, which is what I would hope we would have had as specific to the contract of the audit. What deliverable are we going to get from our audit company? And then more importantly, what are we going to do with that? Issue the RFP, select a vendor. We're already into January. Nobody's going to fly up here to do work in the middle of the season of holidays to help. So we're really into January 1 anyhow. Can we afford that? There's more questions that get asked once we decide to delay than get answered. I think by approving the $3 million, I even forget the question in front of us now, but we need to probably push on. We've got to buy the licensing agreements, which expire by the end of October. We've got to make some assurances to our vendor that they're going to continue to get paychecks. Yeah, we pay our bills, but we also send the message that we're committed. I want to commit to the funding, but I still have that reservation on if we do an audit. I'm all for that if that's what's necessary because the vendor's asking for it, but we'd want his input too. What does he want us to look at? Where were the mistakes made? There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but by pulling the funding entirely to a delay now to November, I think we're really sending a message of a self-caused delay and then a message of uncertainty, and I can't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I remind the body the motion is to postpone to November 5. Mr. Honeman, do you have a specific comment related to the motion to postpone to November 5?
No, it's for the main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Steele.
I do. I do not want to postpone it. I want to move forward with the project, but I do want to reconsider 14E. So at the end of this, that's what I intend to put forward.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Please proceed to vote on a motion to postpone to November 5. So by a vote of 5 yeas and 6 nays, that motion fails. We are now back to the main motion. Mr. Traney? Folks, I know this is painful. You're looking at the guy who spent a year of my life digging into the port project and what a mess that was. And I don't think any of you appreciate how difficult that was for me personally. I had a lot of friends whose reputations were damaged by that work. This thing is spectacularly frustrating to me. I get it. Okay? I am really concerned that if we don't press forward now, we will have wasted an enormous amount of energy and effort and funds. I'm willing to support an audit after we do a little bit of analysis and make sure we're asking for the right deliverables. I'm willing to hold whoever's accountable. But please think carefully as we move forward. Okay?
Mr. Honeman?
Mr. Honeman.
My question was, if we go to the resolution, and being that it's a resolution, not an ordinance, the heading has the $3 million as opposed to the 1.5 we need for Peloton. Setting aside the SAP contract of $750, can this dollar amount be amended? I would like to move that if it's possible, if it's not in violation of the resolution. I may have to ask that of Mr. Wheeler.
The answer to your question, Mr. Honeman, is as long as the amount is less than or equal to $3 million, you can move a different amount.
And that's what I would intend to do, is I make the motion that we approve $1.5 million up to, not to exceed $1.5 million as opposed to $3 million.
And that would be on lines 25,
25,
and 31.
31.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr, you wish to speak to that motion?
Well, I don't support it. I mean, I'm still of the mind that we have to revisit the conversation on the 750 and the 200. So what Ms. Geyer's spreadsheet specifies is how the money potentially can be spent. Because we appropriate the short-term financing amount, it isn't until we appropriate. So we haven't appropriated the $750,000 contract, nor have we agreed to the $200,000 amount there. So until those turn into appropriations, the money's not spent. It's just, signaled that it's over there available. So unless there's massive cost overruns and a change order put in front of us, it'd be my understanding that the money's just available, and we're going to need $3 million anyhow to get through. If the audits come back in any sort of form as recommended, you're going to have to appropriate more money anyhow. So I remember the lease purchase agreement and the short-term master tax agreement. We put it in play, I believe, for the port. Essentially, it's a line of credit, and I think when we pull and draw from it, it would make sense to do it twice or 2 weeks apart, or So I don't recommend that you modify the number now. I'm not upset that I concur with you that we perhaps wouldn't appropriate it, but in fact we're not. We're just authorizing that the borrowing occur. So it shows good faith.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. And Mr. Honeman, just to clarify, as you heard previously, we have postponed action on the SAP audit to November 5.
Right.
If we don't pass this tonight, or if we reduce it to $1.5 million, then we aren't in a position to pass the audit on November 5. We'd have to wait another couple weeks for another spending item to come forward.
And
I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just telling you.
To speak to that, and frankly, that's what my button was back in queue for, and I thank you, Mr. Starr, for that. You and I shared the same concern over the port contract where the not-to-exceed language was in there for a project manager with no deliverable. And I remember how frustrated we both were and shared that similarity, and that's where I'm concerned with is I look at the SAP request for SAP audit of $750,000, and yeah, I see a little bit more specificity than I do in the $200,000 review, but we're talking about an SAP programmer or team coming up reviewing their own programming. It's kind of like the fox watching the hen house. And I'm a little concerned that we give this not to exceed amount, and that goes into the, I'm not supportive of $750,000 until we do our own review. And then if necessary, our review may make that recommendation. So I don't see where we give them the blank check to just automatically program that in. If we need more money, I don't have a problem coming back and appropriating more money. I think we need to speak to what's in front of us. Yes, I want Peloton Group to continue on. Yes, I want a project. But we know that now we're not going to get a project go live by the end of the year. But this keeps us in the game with Peloton, and they know we're serious about making sure we know what went wrong and how to proceed best. And I think that's our responsibility, Mr. Starr, and my colleagues. Thank you.
Ms. Geyer, to the motion to reduce the appropriation or the approval amount to $1.5 million. Into your microphone, ma'am.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Honeman, I just wanted to let you know that the $1.5 million would cover Peloton, but not the SAP licenses. So if you are considering this action, I would ask that you consider increasing the amount so that we are able to acquire, should this body decide, those Peloton licenses, or excuse me, those SAP licenses.
I'm trying to recall, did we postpone that until this motion?
I reconsidered, we brought it back, it'll be the next item, so.
That means the amount would be approximately $2.1 million, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Gray Jackson.
point of clarification, please.
Okay.
This resolution not only approves a loan, but it also appropriates the money. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, I'll amend my amount to $2.1 million, not to exceed $2.1 million.
Who was the second?
That's from Dembowski.
Mr. Dembowski, do you concur with that amendment to the amendment? You do not? Okay. Okay. What I would like then, the clerk's request, I would like us to vote on Mr. Honeman's initial motion and request a no vote, and then we will come back and with a new motion. So please proceed on voting to amend down to 1.5 million. So by a vote of 2 yeas and 9 nays, the motion fails. That brings us back to the original.
Make the motion, Mr. Chairman, that we approve not to exceed amount 2.1 million on line 25 and line 31.
The new motion is 2.1 million on lines 25 and 31. Is there a second? It's been seconded. I see no one in queue. Please proceed to vote. So by a vote of 5 yeas and 6 nays, that motion fails. That brings us back to the original resolution. I see no one else in queue. Please proceed to vote. Oh, we didn't have a motion. I'm sorry. We never got a motion. Please, I need a motion to approve if anyone will.
Second.
So Ms. Johnston moves to approve. Mr. Evans is the second. Please proceed to vote. So by a vote of 7 yeas and 4 nays, that motion carries. Mr. Steele, you wish to bring up a motion for reconsideration of item 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
E or D? E? 14E.
14E.
Your motion.
I move to reconsider. I was on the
Second.
on the side of the vote, it was prevailing side of the vote.
Push your button.
Push your button, Mr. Steele. Mr. Honeman is the second. Please proceed to vote. This is a motion to reconsider. That brings us back to item 14E. It is before us. May I have a motion? It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Steele, you wish to speak to this one?
I do wish to speak to it. I do not want to stop the project. I want this project to move forward, and I want to get rid of it. I want it to work. But we need to know what went wrong so that we can adjust accordingly and hopefully eliminate this kind of activity where we just keep pouring money after an underfunded or an understaffed, whatever it works out to be, project. And so I would hope that folks would go ahead and approve the study, the independent review, and that we find out what happened with it.
And folks, I'm sorry, I need to clarify that the motion that we just reconsidered was the postponement to November 5. So at this point, it's still delayed to November 5. The motion on the floor is to approve the amendment or the resolution. If it fails, we still have the postponement to the 5th. Ms. Guyard, into your microphone, ma'am.
I'm still learning. I'm sorry, Mr. Trainee.
That's what happened. You did
Mr. Trainee, members of the Assembly, as to this item, I give you my absolute best effort on this SAP project, and it is why I came to the Muni to help get SAP wrapped up. And it is my best advice to you that we move forward and have SAP examine this implementation and provide for us the analysis of why this implementation has had problems and what problems are in the future. The reason we're not going live on 12/31, with all respect to Wade, is that we are having data conversion problems in addition to the staffing issues and the structure of the management that Wade has addressed. You are taking a PeopleSoft system, which was not maintained, and moving it into something that is far more complex and will serve you far better. So to the extent that you can rely on my judgment, my best judgment is that the two audits are not mutually exclusive. We do not have to have one and not the other. And we do not have to exclude the Assembly from the first audit, the SAP audit. I don't care if you put a committee together or if we're in the audit committee. I will be happy, I'm sure the mayor will allow and encourage us to work with you on that audit. But these things need to happen, and they need to happen fast, because we are burning through money, and we are burning through resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geyer. For some reason, my queue went blank. I think I had Mr. Starr in there, so if you were in queue, please re-enter, and Mr. Starr, you were for next.
I did. I don't have any angst over an audit plan that speaks to very specific task at hand. And I've tried to eloquently put that to it. I'm not ready to know what that looks like tonight. So the idea that we bring it back and reconsider and hurry up and do it, to me, seems reckless. I think Mr. Evans used that word earlier. It's not clear yet, and it's not because I'm uninformed. I work hard up here to educate myself on the topics. IT implementations on a company that has a $500 million a year budget and grant programs on top of that. We oversee the school district budget. We're talking a $1.3 billion company if you look at the municipality as such. So I'm not startled that a entirely new management system with financial undertones costs this much money. That's what reality is. But the idea that there's an audit, is it for blame? Is it to defend herself against a future lawsuit? Is it to know what to fix next? I get all of that, but to me, the $200,000 without a clear RFP or discussion at a level beyond this one, I'm not ready to do it. Ms. Dombrowski, take over. Chair of audit, have at it for the topic discussion, but if we don't structure a clear audit around whatever we're going to audit, I don't know that we're going to have a deliverable product anytime soon to use. So did we just waste another $200,000 with an expectation we're going to have that? Then there's the conflict. I thought you just, Kate, just rallied for the $200,000. Well, what about the $700,000? And are we going to come back and say we should have appropriated that too tonight? You know, now we're talking another $1 million on top of the $3 million that everyone struggled with. So, yeah, I don't mind. My final question is, Mr. Chairman, I don't remember the question in front of us. Is it to approve the item? You mentioned about a deferral to November 5th.
14E.
We reconsidered the motion to postpone to the 5th. The motion before us is to approve.
So there's no inference that it's deferred to committee or it goes to that. It's up for a $200,000 appropriation for something.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. We did spend a fair amount of time on this already, folks, so let's make it quick. Ms. Dombrowski?
I just want to, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence and for the body. I just want to thank the body for their courage and their willingness to do the people's work and to be transparent and to be a separate branch of government to look at this independently and just come to a fair assessment. Like I said, this is not about pointing fingers. This is about identifying issues, and this is about making sure we have a clear path forward before we spend another $31.6 million. So I just appreciate a yes vote, and we will get on the path to making sure we have a successful end to this implementation project, I hope.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Craney?
Mr. Chairman, I'm a yes vote on this. It's independent. We need independence in this. And Ms. Gaillard, you're a breath of fresh air to us. I've known you for a long time. I trust your opinion. And when I asked you what the implementation date, you said, I don't know. And that was the first honest answer I'd had in the implementation of SAP. So thank you, Kate, for being back with us again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Speaking of which, she's back in queue. One final comment, Ms. Gaillard?
No.
All right. Please proceed to vote. This is to implement the $200,000. So by a vote of 7 yeas to 4 nays, that motion carries.
Moved for immediate reconsideration and urge your no vote.
Second.
You guys are killing me. All right.
Knows how she's learned.
I'm missing one. Who hasn't voted yet? There we are. Okay, so by 2 yeas and 9 nays, the motion of reconsideration fails. That finally brings us to item, was it 10D, I think, or D10 rather?
14G.
9D4 was the next one. Okay, thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson, you were the one who asked us to hold this one. This is the change order for the Peloton group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As mentioned earlier, the reason why I wanted to hold it was because we had to approve the funding before we could approve the contract.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve? It's been moved. Is there a second? It's moved and seconded. Please proceed to vote. Missing one? Okay. So by a vote of 7 yeas to 4 nays, that motion carries. That now brings us to item 9, Delta 17. Who asked us to hold that one? Oh, actually, I think it was Mr. Starr, because we amend. Oh, actually, you did after the amendment, right? Okay. So, Ms. Gray Jackson, same situation. We have amended this down to 528,000.
524,085, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I have a motion to approve?
Well, I'm going to have to motion to amend it back to the original amount because I had some schooling at break about how they word it now. So before we get to that, I think that we would shortcut the conversation with our licensure.
Could you just amend your, to add the difference?
Folks. Okay. We got a little process we follow here. First, I want a motion to approve.
I did that. Motion to approve.
May I have a second? Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr, would you care to make your motion to amend?
So you're saying that we previously approved 524, but now we've just motioned to reconsider. So does it reconsider the 524?
This actually isn't subject to reconsideration. We never took a final vote on it.
Fair enough.
So all I need you to do is make a motion to restore the original amount.
Yeah, move the motion to 643, 644.55.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion of that amendment?
Other than the fact that the new buzzwords amongst these service providers, we'll probably see it now on all the renewals for licensure agreements, has some sort of maintenance verbiage in it. And that's news to me that that would be the case. I had interpreted it to be labor thrown into updates and upgrades. I was also reminded that it appears, and I don't know if this is clear or not, is that we already bought the licensing agreements back in 2011, and this updates it. Is that right? So this is a repurchase of the licensing, which we already did buy in 2011. You can say yes, that's okay.
Through the chair, this is purchasing a wider variety of less licenses so that more people can use the licenses. So it is an expansion of the purchase that occurred in 2011, and it's necessitated by SAP requirements that people have licenses before they use their software.
And I was also reminded that we bought the software from SAP. They don't have any burden to implement the software, I suppose, if it doesn't work right. So the purchase of the software and the implementation are two different things. So the idea here that we renew the software is sort of independent, in my mind, of the implementation challenges. So urge approval.
Thank you, sir. The motion is to amend back to the original amount. Please proceed to vote. So by a vote of 7 yeas to 4 nays, that motion carries. We are now back to the original document. We already had that. So please proceed to vote. So by a vote of 7 yeas to 4 nays, that motion carries. And now we are on item 14G.
While we're here, Mr. Chairman, can I have some clarification?
Yes,
and I guess if we could have a brief conversation about what the expectation of the review from the audit committee is going to be on the $750,000 item. What do you want back from the committee? Which I'm going to defer the conversation to Ms. Dembowski as chair of that to gather up some of that. She seems to have an interest in it. Maybe we could compare the two audits and come up with a good one. What do you want us to do?
Can we have that conversation later, Mr. Starr? I'm not quite ready, prepared to answer.
Well, I don't just want your opinion.
You don't want my opinion?
No, I want the body's opinion, and we do the work in public. So I guess if there's other opinions beyond that, I would like to know them now.
Okay. Mr. Starr, we actually have a little free time on Friday because it sounds like we're not going to need that budget work session. May I suggest that the audit committee meet as a body of the whole to discuss the scope of these audits?
They certainly can with Ms. Dembowski running it. I'm actually leaving town Friday morning.
Me too.
And so the idea that we have my interest to do it November 3rd was because it'll come back before the 5th. We'll also have perhaps the RFP discussion for the $200,000 audit under the way, and I can do some homework with the department leaders, but that would be just in a perfect world. I'm still back to the question of when do you want a formal recommendation of approval, disapproval? Do we do homework, or do we just do nothing?
Sure. Well, ultimately, we're going to have to approve the contract award for the RFP, so we'll have at least one more bite at the apple as a body. I'll have the responsibility as the department head to review the RFP before it goes out. As I often do when I have things like that, I tend to get an AIM.
For the $200,000 one,
for the
I'm
200.
specific to the $750,000 one.
Yeah, for the 750, I think that that did get deferred to the 5th so that the audit committee can take that up on the 4th.
And my question to you to start all this was, what do you want me to bring back as audit chair on the 5th from that work that the audit committee does?
It would be useful to have a clearer picture of what that scope looks like and what the expectations are for the deliverables.
Do you want to consider an RFP at this level? Are we allowed to do that?
We can't. I don't think we're there yet. Well, actually, Ms. Gaillard, do we have a scope already that we can tear apart?
Through the chair, yes, we have a scope. We have a contract pending. They are actually ready to start on October 27th.
Yeah, we didn't appropriate the money. So.
Not now, but
Okay.
We'll review the original contract, the purchase terms, and the time frames, and bring that back. Because if we're in a hurry, let's get it on. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, I was going to goof that up. Yeah, the meeting is on the 3rd because our meeting on the 5th is actually on a Wednesday due to the election. Ms. Domosky, did you want to speak to that?
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say I would be more than happy, if you want to give me the gavel, I would be more than happy to lead that meeting on Friday. Whatever you choose to do, I'm happy to assist.
We'll have you and Mr. Trainey coordinate that because I'm heading out of town tomorrow, actually. So. All right. For the 200, we'll have a discussion on Friday. For the 750 on the 3rd. Okay. Sorry, Uber folks. I meant to get to you faster. I'm doing my best. That brings us to item 14G, AR 2014-282, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $125,000 from the State of Alaska Division of Homeland Security. Thank you. This is for Emergency Management Performance Grant activities. It's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 612-2014. This is a public hearing. If you want to speak to us about this esoteric matter, please come forward. Seeing, hearing no one.
Move to approve.
Please proceed to vote. That motion carries unanimously, which brings us to item 14H, AR 2014-283, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $100,000 to the state direct federal pass-through grants fund.
Waive reading.
I got to actually get to the amount of $28,027,483. This is reappropriated legislative grants and Senate Bill 119 with Assembly Memorandum 613. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us about this matter, please come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no one in queue, please proceed to vote. And that carries unanimously, which brings us to item 14I, AR 2014-284, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $955,185 to the Public Transportation Capital Improvement Fund 485.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This is for an FTA grant to purchase transit vehicles. This is another public hearing. If you wish to speak to us, come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no one in queue, please proceed to vote. And that carries unanimously, which brings us to item 14J, IR 2014-285, resolution appropriating when tendered $141,631 from the Department of Interior Geological Survey, USGS, grant to Merrill Fields Operating Fund 580 for the continuing use of 1209 Orca Street as a USGS Hydrologic Resource Center. It's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 619-2014. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this, please come forward. Seeing, hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
So moved and second. Seeing no one in queue, please proceed to vote. And now we are at AO 2014-127, ordinance in Anchorage Municipal Assembly to provide for a mechanism to temporarily suspend application of Title 11 regulation of transportation network companies if a memorandum of understanding for a pilot program is in place, and to identify areas without limitation to be addressed under a memorandum of understanding. This is the Uber ordinance. This is a public hearing. You are welcome to speak. There is some significant possibility that we may end up with a different version of this, so we may have another public hearing later. But by all means, we'd love to hear from you. Come on down. Thank you, sir, for your patience. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Sam Moore. The Royals lost tonight. I'm kind of bummed, but here listening to you all. Anyways, my name is Sam Moore, and for those of you who don't know, I'm legally blind. I cannot see well enough to drive. I'm also a board member of the Alaska Mobility Coalition, a transportation trade association. I'm not speaking on behalf of that organization. I'm just here as a concerned member of the community who strongly believes in and advocates for more and better transportation options. Uber is a technology company. They're a life-changing technology company. While I've never really had a bad taxi or taxi driver, I, like everyone who has ever called for a cab in Anchorage, have had a horrible dispatch experience. Not knowing if a cab is really on the way, not knowing if the dispatcher actually heard your address correctly, waiting, hoping, praying that someone is coming to get you to take you where you need to be. Uber solves this problem. While the cab companies have now released their own mobile applications, and it should be noted they did so because of competition in the marketplace, the usability of these technology solutions is lacking, to say the least. It should also be noted that Uber is not the end-all, be-all solution to transportation Anchorage. There will be problems. I will still take taxis. I took one here tonight. However, Uber drivers are a proactive group of the small business owners who want to provide a better overall customer experience than the government-protected duopoly we have now. I, as a customer, trust not that Uber will always be the best transportation option for me, but I do trust that Uber will work proactively to protect me and provide me the best customer service experience possible. Some people in here will accuse Uber of not being safe, of price gouging, of whatever. I'm aware of the criticisms, and I do not care. Almost done. At its core, we are debating what to do with government protectionism and the value of intangible property, the permits themselves. Permit owners have only yellow and checker to blame for proverbially driving their property off a cliff with inaction and not caring about customers. Basic marketing and customer service could have gone a long way. In closing, I demand this body take whatever legislative actions necessary to provide Anchorage with more mobility options. This is creative destruction at its finest, and I urge you all to embrace it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Welcome back, Mr. Lemons. This is the reason you came down here tonight, right?
Yeah, I did. First off, let me say I think we should.
You have to restate your name. I apologize. Bill Lemons, is it right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And it's. Should I refer to you as chairman or Mr.
Call me
Flynn?
if you want, really. I'm not picking.
Late for dinner? Okay. I'll get to it. Get some people behind me want to talk as well. First, I want to say, after hearing the additional testimony and things, I think that you probably should proceed with the project and, have a good hard look at it. So I may have spoke too hastily and.
Happens to the best of us, sir. Don't worry.
Okay. Good. Okay. So I had my first experience with Uber this week. Doing the changeover thing with the tires, like many of us do, and my first ride was in a yellow cab, and as I got into the cab, it was an old Crown Vic that we've all ridden into as we go to the airport or whatever we're doing, and many of these cars are retired police cars that already have 100, 200, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of miles on them before they enter service. These cars, typically I think it's called a medallion, the permit that allows somebody to operate the car, different than the actual driver, is sold separately and often owned by someone other than the car driver. The way that the taxi fares are split, the car driver has to pay for the gas. So you have the car owner and permit owner is not incentivized to provide a very good car. They provide the absolute lowest cost to them at a much higher cost to the taxi driver himself, because the taxi driver is trying to make up for these inefficient fuel cars. I said that badly, but you got my gist. Et cetera and so forth. And you know, the price of these permits typically, you know, at $50 or $80 a day, and take more than 5 years to pay off. Okay, all that said, when I got into my first Uber car, it was a VW Jetta with a leather interior that had less than 10,000 miles on it. Second ride, same car. Third ride was a different car. This was a diesel VW Jetta getting in excess of 30 miles a gallon. Leather interior, less than 5,000 miles on it. I've had 5 rides this week in Uber. All of them were excellent rides. Okay.
Mr. Lemons,
I'm overdue. Okay, so
if you could just quickly wrap up.
I will quickly wrap up.
And we do have a bunch of people who aren't usually here, so folks, just so you know, we gave you 3 minutes.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
So Uber opens free enterprise and competition. I think we could probably restructure taxes so that it takes a percentage of the fare as opposed to having, you know, paying $300,000 or more for a medallion. And Uber will never replace our taxis, and Uber is safer because you're riding in new cars with new safety features. Enough.
Okay, hey folks, folks, okay, we're going to have some different opinions tonight, but I would ask that you maintain decorum and please be polite to one another. Mr. Lemons, I believe Ms. Domboski had a question for you. Could you quickly come back to the podium for a moment? I'm sure it'll be a very brief question.
Okay, so I do have a genuine question. Being that, are you a typical taxi driver, or is it the fact that Uber has enticed you to potentially explore this option where in general you don't usually take taxis?
So I was enticed. A friend of mine from Houston, Texas a workmate gave me a $30 free ride. And then once I got into riding Uber, I realized that they were not charging. And so I continued to use them.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, please introduce yourself and we'll give you, and tell us what you have to say.
My name is Augusto Alvarado, and I started driving a cab in November of 1980. I was young and ambitious, and I get to buy the permit number 38. And every year, I come to the municipality of Anchorage and pay the renewal of the permits and pay the property fees. And also I pay $150 every year for that safety training program that we were imposed by the Transportation Commission. I also work for the IBEW. When I retire, I come back to drive a cab, and I had to go through all the requirements to obtain the chauffeur license again. And when I started driving a cab, the Anchorage School District required me to take the safety training that they have so I can transport students. So I comply. In my cab, some extraordinary things happen. I have a computer that makes some little sound. It tells me that I've been offered a trip. It doesn't tell me who is going to be there, what race, what color, if it's a rich or if it's a poor. He gave me the option to accept or reject. I accept. The people who came to my cab, they feel safe because they know that my car is inspected every 6 months or every 3 months accordingly. They don't ask me how much is going to be the fare from point A to point B because they know that the fares are set. And when they get to my meter is inspected and sealed by proper authorities. When they get to their destination, they see the meter, and they don't expect that it's going to be times 0.15 or times 2 or times 4 in some cases, like Uber do. It don't matter. Day, night, 2 feet of snow, rush hours, it don't matter. So when they get out and walk away from my cab, they go with a clear mind that it's not going to be no any Mickey Mouse surcharges or excuses for it. The Friday 16, October 16, the cab number 158 got in a bad accident and somebody died. It's too bad. It's sad, but accidents happen. We all know that. But there is one thing I can tell the family and the loved ones of that lady who lost her life in that accident. It's not going to happen to them what happened to the family in San Francisco who lost the life of their 6-year-old daughter, killed by Uber driver. And nobody's taking responsibility for this. But I can tell also them that we have insurance in place 24 hours. It might not take care of everything for their expenses of their paying.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up, but I do appreciate your comments.
Okay,
Thank you.
I just want to say this. Is insurance placed in there because the people who manage this industry here, they care about the safety and welfare of the people. And we, the owners and the operators, we comply with the Title 11.
Thank you, sir.
Can Uber say that?
Thank you, sir.
Please ask him.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And folks, we love that you are so enthusiastic about this, but really, if we can get through this quickly, it'd probably be best for all of us, okay? Welcome, sir. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Charles McKee, to the chair, to all the assembly members. Have you seen the movie Unforgiven? Okay. There was a statement, do you want a free one? And he said, what? I'll stop right there. What is it free? See, so I'm tired of paying for it. And what I mean by that is I own the copyright of the Big Bang, and I own the property rights to the main baseline math, and I turned in a letter the 19th, to that effect. And it's on the internet, my website, new-pi.com. And the city is concerned about revenue because they have this mapped in location from Girdwood to Eagle River, and you're sold leases. And now Uber is not paying me a royalty, never offered me a royalty, and they've developed a software and turned it into an app, and now they're going all over the country and selling this app at 20%, kicking back 80% to the drivers, and leaving me out. That's why I'm talking about the free one. Well, nobody's offered me anything, so I'm actually paying for it. And I was the one that applied for the copyright and received approval in 1994. And I told you people the baseline math at the school board when Bob Crystal was there as the head of the school board. That was years ago. It's 343.341. And so I'm concerned about the fact that, and I'm not at war with this chamber because it's the citizens of Anchorage, and I've been living here most of my life, my adult life anyway. So I'm concerned about the fact that you've sold leases for a revenue stream, and now you're allowing Uber to come in. And I've tried to contact this attorney. I talked to him. I said, put me in touch with these people. I want to talk to them.
Thank you, Mr. McKee.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Thank you. Please come introduce yourself.
Please, before you put me on time, I say, Mr. Chairman, distinguished assembly members, and I can see the mayor there. Good evening to you all. My name is Dayo Ajayi. I have been in Alaska for 32 years, and I've been driving cab for over 20 years. First, I'm going to say, what job does a taxi do? A taxi pick up and drop off. What job does Uber wants to do? Pick up and drop off. Associative property, equal. What is not equal is, in Anchorage here, there is rules and regulations that regulate taxi driving, transportation. Does Uber have that? No. Uber wants to come from behind, or what I would call offside tactics, to get into the business. If Uber wants to come, or if anybody wants to improvement for taxi or transportation in Anchorage, let them do it the right way. What is the right way? There is a regulation here in Anchorage that helps, that moves it forward, that makes it for the convenience of people to move around, whereby they are being regulated. All right? That's one. If you allow somebody that does not regulate, they come into here, what will happen is, in simple economics, that will bring out, you are strangulating or suffocating the existing business, which is the taxi that is here. You bring those up, when you suffocate or strangulate existing business, that is tantamount to predatory, which is getting very close to antitrust. Please, just let us work together. Not just that somebody has an inordinate ambition, that because it is happening in New York, in Chicago, in big cities, in Los Angeles, it doesn't mean that Uber is going to be successful here. Why? We have a regulation. Let them come here. If they want to bring a taxi or corporation, bring it here. Give it to Eagle River. Give it to elsewhere. Let them work together for the progress of this nice community that I have lived and have been doing well. Secondly, I would like you to see that the standard operating procedure here is regulating the car business. That is the issue. I am not against Uber. Let Uber come. Let us come work together. Don't just come from Houston, come from Texas. Not because the car is beautiful, the car is good, that means they're going to perform well. No, the evil that you know. People that you know here are doing a good job, and we're going to continue to do a good job. Then, please, please, please work together, because the evil that men do, live after them. And one more thing, please. When they were giving free ride, they give free ride so that they can slap on the constituent authority here, whereby when you give people free ride, they come here to come and get their sympathy and to vote for them and to come. That is backdoor. That is offside tactics. It should not work. Throw it away. An amendment from Mr. Trenny that wants Uber to perform for a few minutes, for some time, that is still offside tactics. Please throw it away. Conform with people like you, good people that you are here, put heads together, work for the good
Thank you, sir.
movement of this standard. Thank you.
Would you kindly stop and see Mary Ellen so that she can get the spelling of your name, sir? Thank you very much. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, Chairman Flynn, members of the Assembly. My name is Bethany Markham, M-A-R-C-U-M. I attended an Assembly meeting a while back for another issue, and while I was here, I incidentally heard an Assembly discussion on Title 11, and I remember thinking, why are we piling all these regulations on an already overregulated taxi industry? But that wasn't why I was at the meeting, so I just let it slide. Regulation, in my opinion, hurts both consumers and taxi companies alike. 40% of a traditional taxi's operating expenses consist of regulatory costs, which are then passed along to riders in the form of higher fares. Regulation often results from political pressure and cronyism amongst politicians. I hate to say it, but it's true. It also creates artificial restriction on the supply of drivers and cars. If you've ever had a cab come late to take you to the airport, you know about that one. So I say stop the overregulation, cut the red tape, strike the regulations from the taxis, strike the regulations from ride sharing, from Uber. More regulations and more red tape simply results in more cost to the consumer and more complication for government. So I'm not here to testify for or against the Uber application, even though I love Uber. I've used it out of state many times. I've used it here in Anchorage as well. I'm here to testify on behalf of free markets, because that's all ride sharing really is. Ride sharing creates a digital free marketplace connecting buyers and sellers. It's disruptive. innovation at its finest. I heard that you were planning to adjust Title 11 to accommodate Uber. That's what I kept hearing over and over again on the radio. So I said, well, I need to come down there because I say don't accommodate Uber within Title 11. I say fix Title 11 to accommodate free markets. Uber would probably be very happy to have Title 11 adjusted specifically just for them, but that's not going to solve anything because eventually Lyft is going to come here, Sidecar is going to come here, all the other innovative ride-sharing apps are going to come here because we're going to need new transportation options in Anchorage. So Uber sure wants to have everything set up exactly for them so they can shut out their competitors just the way the taxi cartels did in the past. That's not what we want. So please stop the crony capitalism and start trusting the free market. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Markham. And just for your information, we did appoint an ad hoc committee to take a look at this overall issue.
I heard that earlier in the evening, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman Flynn.
Mr. Halcrow, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly. For the record, my name is Andrew Halcrow. I am the president of the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce. We represent over 1,000 members and about 70,000 employees, including Uber. Mr. Chairman, you and I grew up in this town together, and if there's one industry that has been continually protected both politically and regulatory, it's been the taxi cab industry. You've got 190 permits out there valued at $22 million. They have no incentive to innovate. They have no incentive to compete. And every time this city has tried to take steps to improve Title 11, they've been either watered down or defeated. I see stickers out here that say safety first. When? When we got an exemption from switching to front-wheel drive cars? I mean, was that really safety? When the industry fought cameras, was that really safety? The fact is, Mr. Chairman and members of the Assembly, there are 82,000 millennials in this city between the ages of 18 and 34. These are Uber's customers. This is a generation that's growing up with apps like Uber and Sidecar and Lyft. I'm going to quote Ms. Demboski from the work session on Friday. This is not 1976 anymore. If this city is going to grow and innovate and attract young professional workers, there's a changing dynamic out there. And companies like Uber and Sidecar and Lyft are part of that future. The new demographic wants to live downtown. They don't want cars, but yet they still have a need to get around. We see this in surveys, we see this in studies. And to be quite honest, Mr. Chairman, one of the Anchorage Chamber's priorities for as long as I've been there has been regulatory reform. Well, let me tell you, Title 11 is the poster child for regulatory reform. We can no longer allow an industry that has failed to compete, that runs some of the worst equipment in this country, to continue to isolate themselves and operate as a monopoly. At what point in time does the changing demographic in our community get a say? At what point in time do we look at a public transportation system, i.e. the cab industry, and say, enough already? And I don't doubt that there's hardworking people behind me. I don't doubt that at all. But I do know one thing, that if we're going to move this city into the 21st century, we ought to break the shackles of this political patronage and regulatory protection and actually start to move forward. Uber operates in 216 cities around the world. In most of the cities, they encounter these same conversations, and these same conversations are met with taxi cab opposition. And they work through them. And one more thing. Mr. Chairman, you and I spent a lot of long days in Juneau together. And we know that subcommittees are where good legislation goes to die. So please, if you put this in a subcommittee, put some timelines on it so the public has a chance to revisit it and it doesn't die from political pressure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halcrow. Ms. Demboski apparently wants to quote you.
I couldn't begin. Mr. Halcrow, specific to this ordinance, to allow an opportunity, a mechanism to enter into a memorandum of understanding for a pilot program, do you have a position on this particular one?
The Chamber doesn't. Personally, I would like to see Uber be able to operate immediately. I think unless Uber gets permission to operate immediately, you will never get the permit owners to the table. Unless they have some incentive, some driving reason to come to the table and start to compromise, it'll never happen. If you don't allow Uber to operate on a temporary basis That plus gives the city the time to work out the problems, the assembly to identify potential glitches in the system. If we don't allow them to operate, if this gets stuffed into a subcommittee, or if you adopt the ordinance that says they can't operate until they come to an agreement with City Hall, it's never going to happen. And we know that from the last rewrite of Title 11.
Thank you.
And Mr. Halcrow, you'll be happy to know that on this body, legislation that once it's introduced doesn't get stopped just because it goes to a committee.
Thank you,
It still
Mr.
comes
Chair.
back.
Battle scars.
and I'll tell you, this group does a lot of good work in committees.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Chair.
And they do a lot of heavy lifting that I really appreciate.
Good.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halcrow.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. Jim Brennan for the Anchorage Taxi Cab Permit Owners Association, Alaska Yellow Cab, and Checker Cab. In 2007, the voters of Anchorage rejected an open entry initiative, which would have opened entry to an unlimited number of taxi cab permits. They did that by a vote of 65% to 35%. That's a margin one does not often see in Anchorage. Instead, they wanted to retain the existing public convenience and necessity system for determining whether additional permits should be issued. The ordinance that's on the table tonight would effectively constitute another open entry system. It would open them to taxi cabs by another name, Transportation Network Company, which has the same functions, as one of the gentlemen already said, as a taxi cab system. Even worse, I would call this open entry plus, because it would open entry to a number of unlimited providers, essentially taxi cabs, who instead of, like the existing regulated taxi cabs, would be completely free of fees, almost free of fees, and be free of most safety and consumer protection regulations. The pretext Uber offers for this is that they're just a ride-sharing program. That's false. A ride-sharing program is where somebody is already going in a certain direction and people are connected with them to ride along, carpooling from the Matt Valley to Anchorage for free. This is not a ride-sharing program. This is a taxi cab system where Uber operates as a dispatch company and the contract drivers operate as a taxi cab. The main difference is that they would do so outside of the regulations which have been in place in Anchorage for well over 50 years and which were upgraded by this Assembly just this last year. There's no difference between a taxi cab system and Uber's system. Uber actually collects the money that the customer pays. Uber sets the rates. The drivers jump to the tune of Uber. They got to play by its rules. Uber hires and fires the drivers. The assertion that Uber is nothing more than a technology service just won't wash. Both Anchorage dispatch companies, moreover, provide the same smartphone app system that Uber does. So whatever difference that you could say based on modern 21st century technology, that difference no longer exists. If I could have a few more minutes, Mr. Chairman, I represent a large group of people.
Sorry, Mr. Brennan, unless you're a community council president, we don't allow extra time, but if you could just quickly wrap up, and then I know Mr. Honeman has a question for you.
Thank you. I'd wrap up with 2 points. Number one, this legislation, this ordinance, if it passes, will be struck down by courts because it creates a distinction without a difference between two different groups that offer the same service, and in terms of the purposes of the ordinance, it's not served by that distinction. The purpose being safety, consumer protection, and an even playing field. The other thing I would like to point out, and I think this is something you should take into account, is that if by chance it passes court muster, then what you will be faced with is a claim by the owners of the permits to taking without compensation, a regulatory taking. Taxi cab permits that are transferable have been recognized as constitutional property, such that a taking will require compensation by the municipality if the value of those permits is diminished substantially.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Mr. Holman has a question for you.
All right.
Mr. Brennan, have you read the section of the ordinance where it talks about the memo of understanding and that it pretty much speaks to all the regulations that are under Title 11? Have you looked at that and given it consideration on it?
I've looked at it very closely, and I provided the Assembly with my sort of redlining of, if this is about 2 weeks ago, of the individual bullet points in that MOU that are to be addressed under the ordinance and the series of questions that are raised. The other thing I would point out is that would read the guts of this ordinance. Public testimony should, if this ordinance passed and there's an MOU actually entered into, there should be a new round of public testimony because that MOU will in effect constitute the law. The law is worse than vague in this ordinance. It's non-existent. It says we'll negotiate an MOU in the future. But yes, I have read it carefully.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. I see no further questions. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Bryce Bennett, and I am the manager for Uber here in Alaska. First, we want to thank the Assembly for their thoughtful and forward-thinking approach to ride-sharing. As I said on Friday at the working session, Uber's top priority is to connect Alaskans to the safest and most reliable rides on the road. Our commitment to safety starts with our industry-leading screening process. All Uber partner driver applicants must complete a stringent county, state, and federal criminal background check and pass a 19-point vehicle inspection before being allowed to drive with the Uber platform. In addition, Uber partner drivers are covered by a $1 million primary insurance policy from the moment they accept a ride to the moment that ride ends. Already in the past month, we've seen dozens of entrepreneurs start a small business in Anchorage using the Uber platform. There are full-time, former taxi drivers driving on the system, but there are also part-time drivers that now have the opportunity to earn extra money and provide for their families. I know we have a few of them here this evening, and I think they would tell you that competition is not only good for riders, it is good for drivers in this industry. As we partner with more drivers, we look forward to connecting folks to rides outside of the downtown area and into communities that surround Anchorage, like Eagle River, Chugiak, Girdwood, communities that have been underserved by existing transportation options for quite some time. Again, thank you to the Assembly for taking such an open, proactive, and welcoming stance on ride-sharing in Anchorage. Thousands of people in search of transportation options continue to open the Uber app in Anchorage every week, and more people in search of economic opportunity continue to sign up to drive with our platform as well. My team and I are happy to continue being a resource to the entire Assembly and look forward to working together to create a permanent home for ride-sharing in Anchorage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. There's a couple of questions for you. Mr. Traney?
Sir, how many drivers do you have now signed up with you?
We have a couple dozen.
How many?
A couple dozen.
Couple dozen?
Yep.
Okay. And you're offering free rides now?
Yes.
How's that working for you?
We will continue to offer the free rides for the foreseeable future until we can really work towards an understanding.
Let's talk about surging.
Mm-hmm.
I'm concerned about if you enter this market, we have a snow day. All of a sudden, the rates go up dramatically. Can you address the issue of surging?
Absolutely.
I don't think we've looked into it yet, but if you look at that relative to snow.
Yeah, absolutely. And so in Anchorage, obviously a little colder market than we may normally operate in the lower 48. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we will surge more. That's something, it's the supply and demand system working within the Uber platform. What surge is intended to do is to make sure that we have enough supply and incentivize drivers that we partner with to come on and meet that demand so that when, say, it is a snowstorm, or maybe it might be a big event, that we have enough drivers to get people home so that we're a reliable option. However, we would not be turning on surge pricing in a city like Anchorage, and obviously it's very new and it's still free right now, but we don't do that until it reaches a mature supply status where there's really a good, and I talked about the KPIs a little bit on Friday, we look at things like completed to requests for trips. That's something that is a long ways down the road.
One last question, Mr. Chairman. Eagle River, Chugiak, Birchwood.
Mm-hmm.
Can you serve our needs out in that area? Because we hear complaints all the time. They can't get a taxi to go out there.
Yes, absolutely. And what the beautiful thing about the system, and this is something that I'd love to talk more about, but there are those part-time drivers that are able to connect with riders through our system. And because of that, we can target and specifically partner with drivers on the system in Chugiak, in Eagle River, in Girdwood. And the beauty of the system is because it's part-time, it's not as much of a commitment, and they'll be serving those areas because they live there, actually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Starr?
Hi, thanks for standing up. Aren't we really just comparing two different types of dispatching? One's a highly electronic and smartphone basis, and the other is less so. Is that really the core of it, or do you do things drastically different from the other transportation providing model? I'm trying to get that in my head. Maybe I'm missing things, but isn't it just dispatching?
I think there's multiple nuances that are differences between the two. For one, we partner with people using their personal vehicle. We provide a different kind of commercial insurance coverage while on the trip. Yes, people are receiving rides on the system, but it's under a different business model, different structure, and it varies from that sense than the for-hire vehicles that are here in Anchorage currently.
Have you had the approach here is to talk about a memorandum of understanding where your company sits down? Have you had the approach like this be successful in other cities?
Yes, and we've provided some model MOUs and ordinances to the Assembly and the subcommittee from other cities. This is something that we have worked with before.
How long does it typically take on would you have any comparison to what we're looking at in terms of a time frame? I mean, you obviously can't run for free forever. We feel that's probably an inappropriate enticement to ride along on Uber, quite frankly, but how long? What do you see?
You know, I mean, it varies from every city that we operate in. Again, we're always open, though, to answering the questions that are needed and addressing any concerns that the Assembly has to make this process as smooth as possible.
So if we approve this item here in the next couple of weeks, are we talking, months you guys can come up to the table with the legal team and sit it down and bring something to us that works, or are we talking a year or more? What's your take?
Quicker than months. We will be ready to go.
Okay, thanks for being here.
Thank you, sir. I see no further questions.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back.
Yes, hello. Dave O'Malley. I've been involved in all three this year, taxi cab, Uber, and car service. Okay, I would like to share an email exchange I had with Brenda Bradley, who's the owner of the Bradley House and a member of the Transportation Commission. In it, we were talking about the cab industry, and I basically said a lot of the problem is because the two dispatch companies, Checker and Yellow, the permit owners and the cab owners, have the ability, and they've been basically dumping the responsibility and the liability of running the companies on the taxpayers. She, of course, asked me what I meant, and I'm sure a lot of you are thinking the same thing. When the complaints come in about broken down cabs, fumes, and obnoxious drivers taking a long way, the dispatch companies and the cab owners could always say they're licensed by, they passed the city's inspection, municipal inspection. The driver is licensed by the municipality. It's the municipality's problem, not ours. Complain to the transportation inspector. Now, with 184 cabs on the road, that's 260 drivers every day, 260 shifts. There's easily over 100 complaints a day. Basically, if the transportation inspector investigates 15 instances a year, that's good. That's about his limit. All in all, there is virtually no policing or supervision. It's really just a joke. While the TI receives a salary of over $130,000 a year from the municipality and a budget of close to $1 million to run his office, he has taken his walking orders from the permit owners. I basically complained many a time to Mr. Vicalis on this, laid out plenty of what I consider solid proof of collusion with the transportation inspector and the permit owners, in contrast to what's good for the municipality, the industry, and the drivers, really to no avail. Basically, I was in it alone, but now I have support. I'm bringing this up, I'm bringing this up to emphasize a contrast. On one side, we have the transportation inspector, and as a lot of you know, maybe except for Mr. Peterson, I've always had serious complaints with the Anchorage Transportation Commissioner, which I consider both being proven to be reasonable doubt, incompetent, dysfunctional, and corrupt. On the other side, on the other hand, we have Uber. an innovative, dynamic American technology company renowned around the world. The idea of putting Uber under the authority of the Transportation Inspector and the Anchorage Transportation Commission is ludicrous. It would be an embarrassment for the whole city. Now, what I'm asking for the Assembly is basically to approve Mr. Trainee and Mr. Browski's amendment here, and basically let Uber operate.
Thank you, Mr. O'Malley. Ms. Domboski has a question for you.
Yes.
Just a quick one. Are you currently operating as an Uber driver? And if so, how many fares could you estimate that you've completed?
What, with Uber?
Yeah.
I'm the first Uber driver, so you're looking at 5 weeks. I was signed up since probably May or June, but there was, they weren't up here yet, and there was no business anyway.
So in 5 weeks, how many rides would you estimate you've given?
Oh, I'm putting in long hours. I'm doing about 30 hours, 30 rides a day, maybe even 45 on Friday and Saturday.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Malley.
Hey, I can prove it.
Hey, folks.
With Uber, everything, I can just show right now, I can prove prove everything.
Yeah, I appreciate your testimony.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Welcome back, sir. It's been a while. Hey, folks, please keep it down so it's his turn to speak, okay?
Okay, my name is Mark Marion, M-A-R-I-O-N, and I've had 10 years I would say, in the taxi business. Last 3, of course, being mostly in front of legislative bodies. But what I can tell you is this. All your permits are worth nothing. Actually, actual retail price of all your permits is nothing. Now, first of all, 2 weeks ago there was an injustice done. When you have a Permit Owners Association knocking on the door of the transportation inspector saying, hey, let's tell Uber they can't operate and have a cease and desist order. Okay. That is wrong and improper. What this body needs to do is basically save $2 million. Let's get rid of the Transportation Inspection Department. Let's get rid of the municipal inspectors. Let's let the what's it called? Let's let the mechanics inspect all the cabs that have a good Better Business Bureau rating. That'll take care of that. Let's completely open this market because competition makes a better industry. And by the way, ride shares, taxi cabs, they're all the same. Every single one of them. They're the same. And we already have 2 technology providers in this city already. One of them is Anchorage Checker Cab. The other one is Alaska Yellow Dispatch. And since 2001, we have had a technology provider due to six taxi cab deaths, actually, that kind of triggered that. So it's time we enter into the 21st century, get off the cart horse, and let's do it that way. It is time that we enter into the 21st century. Let's just have an administrative fee for all your permits, since the municipality owns all your permits. The permit owners don't own nothing. All right? So let's do the middle ground, which is what Jim Brennan would like to say, but his middle ground is his way only. So let's support 127 and let's move the right way, which is let the industry do it itself.
Thank you, Mr.
That's 3 minutes.
Perfect. Okay, go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Marion. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. My name is Nassar Chima, and first of all, I want to thank you I email all the assembly members. I want to thank you to 3 of them who respond me, Mr. Patrick Flynn, L.V. Gray Jackson, and Mr. Basky. None of other response. The first thing I want to say regarding Uber, the only thing, can you ask these drivers, the insurance, the gentleman say $1 million when the customer in the car. Did they tell their primary insurance that they are driving for Uber? No. If they tell them their insurance canceled, because I call my insurance agent and ask them for it. They do not tell their primary insurance provider, State Farm or anybody, that they are driving for Uber, transporting, paying customer or something. And the second thing I want to say, Mr. Vice Chair Dick Cheney is my assembly member, and last election, sir, you come to my door, ask for vote. I did give you the vote. You told me you saw my cab there. You told me what, quote, your word, what Debbie Osiander proposing, that's a piece of garbage. I will throw everything out. I will fix this thing. And then you rewrite the Title 11. We bought the permits. No, it's nothing. Somebody, I play by the rules, work in the system, work hard. I've been driving 25 years, but bought this permit, pay for it to the city. Can I have my money back? You can take the permit back. It's not fair? I think it's fair. It's just one rich company shows up, so everything turns upside down. I've seen this in my ex-country. The laws are only for poor and middle class. When somebody rich shows up, no laws existed. Our law can be twisted. That's what I'm seeing here. That's what I want to see. If that's going to be happening in front of us, in this body, that all the laws going to be twisted for a rich person. It's an $18 billion company shows up. Now, no, sudden, it's all the problem. It's not you guys right. It's the same all the assembly member who write this ordinance just few months back. We're not complying with it. We are. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you would kindly see Mary Ellen over here, she needs to get the spelling of her name. Welcome, sir. Or welcome back, actually.
Thank you. Well, my name is Mike Thompson. I am not a permit owner. I am the owner of Checker Cab. The name TNC really is a joke. They're a taxi company. And I'd like to compare Uber Taxi's computer to Checker Cab's computer. They dispatch out through here. You have an app. You say, I need a taxi. It sends it to the driver, and he accepts or not the call. With this computer, I have an app. You open up, you say, I need a taxi. It sends a call down to this computer, and the driver picks it up, and off he goes. With this computer, you can accept credit cards. With this computer, you can accept credit cards. With this computer, you cannot ask for a disabled vehicle. With this one, you can. With this computer, 20% of the money goes to California. 100% of the money stays here with this computer. I employ 10 people in my dispatch office. I think Yellow has 20. They're a little bigger than we are. They live in Anchorage. They spend their money in Anchorage, whereas this one goes to an $18 billion company in California. This computer has insurance 24 hours a day. If I don't have a driver in the car, it has insurance, just in case. This one, we're not 100% sure yet, because they haven't told us. They say there's $1 million, but I'm going to dispute that. There's, in my opinion, no insurance from when they log on until they accept a fare. There's a time period in there, 5 minutes, 5 hours, who knows, but they're driving around today in Anchorage with no insurance. These guys are insured 24 hours a day. These guys write reviews on their passengers. So if the trip happens to be a short trip, they can write that review, and the next Uber guy looks at, well, maybe I don't want to take him because it's only a $5 fare. These guys don't have that option. If they get the trip, they got to go get it. If it's a $5 fare, that's what it is. If it's a $55 fare, that's what it is. If you have a complaint, I'm not sure who you call. If you have a complaint here, well, you know who you can call over here? The Better Business Bureau. You know what grade they've been given? An F. You got a complaint here, you can call the TI, or you can call my office. I have an A Better Business Bureau rating. I take care of all my complaints. If there's an issue, I refund money. We're both the same thing. We're both taxi companies. They want to say we're different because we're a ISP or INP, whatever. We both have apps. We're both the exact same thing.
Thank you very much, sir. Can you wrap it up real quick? I think I got the point, though.
One last thing. This is another dispatching system. This is a system that I had in place about 3-4 years ago. It had an app. You say, send me a cab, and this system would ring, the driver would accept the call, and on their phone they would see the cab driving to them. It was determined that this system was out of compliance of Title 11 in one small area, the reporting systems that I have to give to the TI. I wasn't given the option that you guys are going to change Title 11. I had to change my system. I had to spend thousands of dollars to get rid of this and put this into place. I lost the app for about 3 years, but 3-4 years ago, we had innovated enough already. We were one of the first companies across the country to have an app.
Thank you, sir.
And because I didn't comply with your title, I had to change it. I would ask that you don't change the title for them.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back, ma'am. It's been a couple of months, I think.
Good evening, Assembly members and MOA. My name is Lynette Marino-Haynes, and I came to your body before. You know me as a cab driver of 34 years. I'm not driving right now currently, but I support Uber. And because I support Uber, I went to their launch party and got a nifty little Uber bag. And I talked to the representatives. I used to be the president of the Anchorage Cab Drivers Association, and all drivers were very afraid to come out during Proposition 8. The lawyer for the permit owner had testified just a little while ago that we wanted total deregulation. We didn't want that. We knew we had to have some regulation, but we didn't have the money to fight it. We had 500. They had like 50,000. Well, okay, the past is the past. And what I am saying now is that AFN is coming, and it's starting in it already started actually. Wednesday, the youth and the elders are coming, and then I'm sure the cab drivers are picking them up now from all the villages, and then the main convention will get going the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Okay, now also New Year's is a real heavily used cab event, and there's no cabs out there. Our business has always been very busy up until that point. Come January, it slows down. I know this. For 34 years, I put my foot to the pedal, and I had to work very hard to support my kids and my grandkids in the city. I lived here 45 years, and for 34 of those years, I've driven a cab. When the leases got high and the gasoline got high, I got out there in the winter and I opposed the gas prices in the blizzard because they would not lower the rates. The rates now are at $100 for the day and $90 at night. Plus gas. I'm glad to see that it went down a little. But come this winter, how many drivers? The way that I look at it is that it's another option for the drivers to be able to drive for Uber. Because I've seen the owners prosper and the drivers not prosper. That's what I'm saying. I am standing here for the drivers that support this, and they're very afraid to come out. Proposition 8, I was threatened. Not only me, but another female driver. With our life, with my family, my grandkids, they threatened to hurt us. Not only did they do that, but as a driver, I was suspended from driving. I was blackballed, not suspended under the municipality, but blackballed by these owners. And they beat up my guy that was letting me drive, a permit owner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for listening.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Choque, C-H-O-Q-U-E. I am a permit owner. I was born and raised here just like Mr. Halcrow. One difference is that our family's livelihood actually came from the cab business. My father drove cab and worked construction to raise 3 daughters. I'm not against competition. I believe in competition. This is America after all. I do, however, think that ultimately Uber provides the same service as the taxi cab industry, which is transportation service for a fee. I believe that by allowing one group to operate without following Title 11 regulations, you're affecting the livelihood of the other group. And my ask to you is that you give all your constituents a level and fair playing ground where everyone has a chance to make money. And these regulations, Title 11, I know that we complain about them, but they are for the safety of our patrons, you know? People are complaining about taxi cabs or run down, old used cars. Who's to say that Uber drivers aren't going to start, you know, running down their cars, or Uber is going to get lenient? You know, I get calls from the transportation inspector. I look at my phone and I'm like, oh my God, Eric's calling me. What's going on? And he'll be like, you know what? The number 6, half of it is missing on your cab. Get it fixed. There's a crack in my windshield. Get it fixed. So regulation is good. And I believe that it is there for the safety of all constituents who use that service. I just think you guys need to give everyone a level playing ground. Make it fair.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Susie Smith, and I'm a permit owner and operator, and I just want to let you know that my family has been operating under this title and regulations for near 40 years. We play by the rules, and I expect that you guys make the same rules apply to every company, whether they're an $18 billion company or just the poor guy driving their cab and following the rules. I wanted to point out, if you hadn't seen this already, the press release that came out in June of 2014 from the state of Alaska. The state warns of rideshare risk for passengers and drivers. The division wants Alaskans to know that these programs may result in a denial of insurance for participating vehicle owners, drivers, and passengers. But I think one thing we're failing to realize is that some of these Uber drivers don't even realize they don't have the protections in place. I'm required by ordinance to have certain insurance that then goes back to the municipality to be double-checked. They're notified immediately if there's any lapse in coverage. I'm required to have it 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I have uninsured motorists and underinsured motorists to cover any potential losses that may arise beyond those limitations. There's a major risk that's lying in your city right now, and that is that Uber is operating right now currently, whether you call it free rides, and that's a whatever kind of term you want it to be, they're providing transportation to the public. They're providing transportation with a image because the public is used to having policies in place that have the layers of protections that customers don't need to worry or wonder about with any transportation services. However, what is greatly misunderstood is that by them driving by a driver driving their private vehicle, when and if something bad happens, the coverage is going to be denied. Now, my understanding, and I don't know that any of you have seen Uber's insurance policy because I've yet to see it or get a handle on it, but my understanding from my insurance agent down in California who deals with this firsthand, who has Uber clients himself, is that their policy that they say covers, we're not even really sure if it covers when the app is turned on or when the passenger's in the car, for one. Number two is, it only states, in his opinion, that the coverage only takes into effect once the primary coverage has been limits reached. Okay, well, let's think about this, because the primary coverage is still that driver driving its own vehicle with its own primary insurance. When that coverage is denied, there is no primary insurance. So therefore, Uber's policy that they're claiming to have is a ghost policy. There is no coverage. And you're allowing riders right now driving around in vehicles that are uninsured. Our public takes for granted that public transportation has someone overseeing basic but crucial components to insurance. Uber is a dispatch company. No matter what name they want to give themselves, the drivers are chauffeurs and the vehicles taking fares are taxi cabs that need to have the same safety requirements and permits. They need to be regulated the same way that we are, and I expect no special treatment of an out-of-state $18 billion company. One more sentence. Anchorage deserves the same safety layers of protections they are used to. Every day these vehicles remain on the road, you are putting hundreds and thousands of people at risk. Thank you, and I hope you do not pass this.
Mr. Honeman has a question for you, ma'am, before you run off.
Smith. Just quickly, how much is your insurance on an average vehicle costing per unit, I guess?
My insurance last year was $9,300 per vehicle with a $2,500 per accident claim.
Yeah, thank you.
Deductible.
Thank you very much. Welcome, sir. Thank you for your patience.
My name is Faku Chaudhary, Mr. Chairman. I am driving this taxi cab last 15 years, and it is not very important. Everybody know this permit, we spend the money, and city sold those permits. And if the city assembly like to give permission, this Uber, which don't obey any rule and regulation. And what happened with the people in their taxi, in their Uber cab? Nobody responsible. And we are paying every year for renewal the money. If we park this car, that costs us $2,000 a month. And some people, they borrow the money to buy this permit. So we will request, city will pay us the permit price to us, or Uber pay, and let Uber run. It is your decision. But our families are running, and this is our business, and city should know how much demand is taxi cab over here, and how many people call the taxi cab this Anchorage. This is not New York, this is not Chicago, where they are talking about the other city. We hardly make to spend our expense with this living. If the Uber run and this taxi cab run and we go under the all regulation, nobody will make any money in this city. So please consider before giving permission to Uber, this is not right. So people spend money on this, and this is a business. That's my request. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Would you please see Mary Ellen so she can get the spelling of your name? She's over here on the side. Welcome back, sir.
My name is William Colburn, last name Colburn. I'm a taxi cab permit owner. If you're counting on Uber to solve shortages in Eagle River, you may be disappointed. There's really no incentive to go to Eagle River. It has the same decision for an Uber driver or a taxi driver or just a permitted driver to go out there is the same. It's distance and time and mileage and the loss of time and the amount you could get for that hour. So there's really no incentive for either of them to go out there. The difference being a permitted driver must take the trip. If you're vacant in an adjacent zone, you have to go take the trip because in the ordinance, in Title 11, there's a trip refusal, and there's a penalty for it. And there's also in-house rules at dispatch companies that say you must be parked for a couple hours if you don't take that trip. So Eagle River gets served by permitted drivers and permitted vehicles. There's really no incentive for a Uber driver to go out there unless, of course, there's surge pricing in place. And if that's the answer to Eagle River, that's not good for the Eagle River community. And the same, and I noticed what Mr. Thompson said, the checker cab guy. They can rate trips. They could rate an Eagle River trip. They could rate it poorly, and no one else would go out and take Eagle River trips. They would see that flashed up, and they would decide not to go there. Rather than moving fast on this, I think you should move a little slower. The bad news on Uber is just now coming in. They've been ramping up, or they call it launching. in many cities at the same time, all over the country. And so they're just now coming up with accidents. They're just now accidents and problems with customer service. And it really hasn't, if you go online, you can find it, but we're not hearing it here. We're just hearing the good stuff from them. So I think it's a good idea for you to take your time on this rather than go fast. You know, you got to consider the way they came into the city. They came in here, they weren't paying attention to the ordinance. They violated it intentionally, instructed their drivers to do so, and I think they do the same with the memorandum of understanding. I don't believe they'd follow that either. They would find ways around it, or they would just totally ignore it like they've done. One of the problems with Uber cars in general is you can't spot them on the road. So you don't know if they're breaking the law. You don't know if they're violating the ordinance. And they're not, and they hold all the information. They keep everything in-house. It'd make it very difficult to enforce a memorandum.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
My name's Chad Kolowinski. I've driven cab here too, and I'm currently driving Uber now. I'm not here to point fingers. Who's right, who's wrong, who's better, who's bad. I'm just here to, it's about the choice of the community. It's the person. If they want to use an Uber, Uber's there to use. If they want to use a taxi, they're there to use. It's all about choice. I chose to move over to Uber from driving cab. It was my choice. So I think it's just up to the community. As for safety, Uber's safe. When you get an Uber, you have the picture of the driver, you have the license plate number and the type of car. So that you actually know who's coming to get you. So as for a cab driver, you know who's coming to get you after they have arrived with their chauffeur's license in their visor or in proper view. So I'm just saying it's all about choice. It's not about who's right, who's wrong, who's safe, who's unsafe. So it's about choice.
Thank you, sir. There's a couple of questions for you. Ms. Dimboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how long have you been driving for Uber?
Since the 17th.
Since the 17th. And
Of September.
Can you give me an average of how many rides do you think you've given, or?
Total?
Mm-hmm. Just a ballpark.
I can do it probably by the day.
Sure.
Probably 20 trips a day.
20 trips a day.
20.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Honeman?
Are you using your own vehicle, or is this something you've leased through Uber?
It's my personal private vehicle.
And have you got anything solid about insurance-wise? Are you using your own personal insurance? Or
I have my own personal insurance, and I pay extra for commercial insurance as well.
Okay. And is that local insurance?
Yes.
Or yet?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Kolowinski, if you'd kindly stop and see Ms. Mary Ellen, she'll get your name, spelling your name.
I have heard to 3 minutes. 3 minutes was not enough for me because I've invested my life and
I apologize.
25 years into this.
Sir, I apologize.
Okay.
We gave each
I had
person
one question.
opportunity.
Why
to keep
didn't you ask me
waiting.
questions? Why is Ms. Dobrowski and Ms. Trainee asking questions?
Sir, we have to treat everybody the same. Would
yes.
you please sit down?
You never said it's one person one time.
Thank you very much.
You made up your mind. Thank you. The evil that men do live after them.
Okay, brother. Okay.
Thank you for your patience, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I am Alfonso Martinez. I have around 10 years here in the industry as a cab driver. And it's too many things right now about for you guys coming, really. And first, I want to say this one, the respect. I'm going to talk right now about myself. In the 10 years, I am the business guy too. I have a lot of time, opportunity to do the business, I remember a few years ago, the name Megan. I don't know if somebody remember her. She take a few ideas too. Like say, we can take a van, but always we respect the regulations and everything. Like say, you guys, for years and years and years, we didn't. This is number one. The second one. The manager, representative, whatever for Uber, behind myself, he says something today or right now, this start to giving free rides. Perfect. Today, I help the old woman with the kid because she's short for around $7. I wanted these people going over there to the area in Beans Cafe, Fairview, you start to get also free ride, like these people say. Because these people only like the big steak, and leaving to us what? The fat? The another thing, I wanted to finish this one because I am proud to check a cab for my old years, okay? It's very important. I know the CEO for Yellow Cab plus the CEO for Checker is right here, right now. This is time. After here, dispatch company needs to start to do something better because these people screw the business. This is why a lot of people over there outside feel tired, feel upset sometimes with us, with the cab drivers, but sometimes beside or behind this one is the dispatch company, how working and how do the job. And then, let me see, I take something else. That's it. I want to know if these people for Uber will be can going inside to base. These people can go in also to, sometimes I like to see the sedan or the nice car around Fairview area. The argument, it make everything like we did it. Because me, for the 10 years, I have a lot of people in this town. We free ride sometimes, with a lot of argument, a lot of insult to myself because my English is very broke, and too many another thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. If you check in with Mary Ellen so she can get to spelling your name. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Hi, I'm Lauren Eggleston. I work with Checker Cab. I'm both in the office and the driver and the dispatcher. I really don't have anything prepared because I honestly don't really have too many illusions that Uber is coming through. I don't believe that you guys are going to stop it. But I do want to say that I don't see anybody asking the Mr. O'Malley or Kalawinski if they've informed their insurance companies that they are doing exactly this. I think the key thing here is really going to be that insurance. I mean, how could you couldn't approve it as an example right now just because of that. There's nothing there to say that they are insured at all during that time. And if their insurance companies found out what they were doing, would they pull their insurance, even without any accident? And I think that's a really good question. I really actually think you guys ought to call them up and ask them, but I don't think that they have. I believe that the taxi cab industry has had flaws. I believe that there are flaws, especially in the title. I believe that the city itself made a mistake when they overregulated this last December in the title. When I started driving taxi cab in 1990, the title was 13 pages. I'm not even sure what is that, like 68? It's more than that, isn't it? It's pretty. But yeah, I mean it's huge. As far as for the taxi cabs and so forth, the companies don't really get the opportunity to get more taxi cabs as needed because of the permit system. If we have more demand, we're stuck with what we have to try to meet that demand. But to be able to allow somebody to come into the market without those kind of things holding them back is absolutely unfair to the market. To not just, it's, these people that are saying that this is the best thing, being able to have this free market. Well, it's only free for this side of that market. You want to do that? Go ahead. I'll go ahead and compete with Uber any day if you pull those regs from me. If you make it where I don't have those kind of things holding me back, I got no problem with it. Throw Uber out there. I got it. If I can put out a car and go and drive and work with an app from a dispatch company, I'll do it. In a heartbeat. And I'll take them on and I'll win. You know why? Because a taxi cab is a taxi cab. And that's what Uber is.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello. My name is Will Merritt, M-E-R-R-I-T-T.
I'm not currently driving anything for hire. One thing I was concerned about is when you pass this, it will not be tailored specifically for the Uber Corporation. I want something to be available so that there can be a local alternative. Uber has many things well pointed out by Mr. Brenner and others here in their limitations. I mean, the Uber man here said that their insurance starts when a trip is accepted. I understood in the past it was just when they actually had a passenger in the car. That's better. But one thing you learn when you're cab driving is waiting is working. Because when you're waiting, you're working. When you're available, you're working. And you don't make money in the cab business if you don't stay in your car. So I think that when the car is out there, it's working. But why I don't want it tailored just for this thing, there really is no one to turn to. It's information sharing, but they have a group here. I want this open for others, but I don't want it to be like it happened with the BAC people who got their permits for free, for politicking and political effort. And all these cab drivers and cab owners have sat there and watched these vehicles for hire of different names with free permits going to the front of the line at the airport, sitting at the hotels, making contacts, making many illegal pickups, of course, but no one would notice. But what I'm saying is that instead of having a bunch of piecemeal things given away for free to vehicles for hire, which has happened a lot of, the city could have also increased the rates. Why should you leave $22 million or whatever value in the permit holders when it's, it's a legal protection thing for the things which could, in theory, produce better cars, but in practice has been the minimum required on most of the vehicles. And these people are braver than you would realize. When I saw one of my coworkers laying there dead with a bullet through his heart, what did these guys do the next day? They went to work. Not knowing who's next going to get in that car. But what I want to see is that if there's a possibility for a pilot program and it does not apply just to Uber, there may be a local alternative being developed. Because it's time that we had more cars, and the Uber president, I saw him on the Freed Carrier show a few weeks ago, he said they did a study for San Francisco estimating the total taxi and limousine service in San Francisco City at 120. He said they're doing a comfortable multiple of that today. And I've believed this for a long time, is that Anchorage could have used a order of magnitude more chauffeur vehicles. But run the way it is today, it is an unreliable and difficult service with people who are required by some companies to work 7 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for your patience.
Hello. My name is Brooke Steger. I'm the general manager for Uber for the Pacific Northwest in this region. I wanted to address a few things that were brought up this evening and also raise a few more points that I wanted to bring to the Assembly's attention. So insurance has been a big topic here tonight, obviously, so I want to make it 100% clear that we carry two policies. These are available on our blog, and we'll make sure that all of you get a link to that blog so that you can view them. One is a primary $1 million liability coverage from the time that a driver accepts a trip to the time that the rider exits the vehicle. The second is a contingent policy for $100,000 that covers from the time that the driver logs onto the app from the time that the driver logs off. So there is always coverage 100% of the time from the time of log on to log off. And there's even more coverage when the time that the rider is in the car, that the driver is engaged in commercial activity. The second thing that I wanted to discuss was, there's a lot of talk about how Uber is going to take someone else's business, and it varies by city, but one thing that we've seen in multiple cities is that the pie doesn't stay the same. When multiple services come to town and there are multiple options for people and they feel like they can rely on them, they leave their personal vehicles at home. Seattle is an industry that I have a lot of experience with, and over 65% of people that use the UberX system report that they're using it in replacement of their personal vehicle trip, not in replacement of a taxi trip, not in replacement of public transportation. In fact, we see an increased usage of things like public transportation and of taxis because people are leaving their personal vehicles at home and choosing not to drive for their evening out or even drive to work. So that's a really, really important note. We see ourselves as part of a transportation network that exists in a city, and we think that we add to that and encourage people to come out of their personal vehicles. And I think that's really, really important, especially if you have a growing population of millennials, because they do go out and they are seeking alternative forms of transportation. And we are a society that is reducing the number of personal vehicles that we own and are using on a regular basis. Lastly, I just wanted to say thank you so much. We are very, very excited to be here, and I hope that we are able to reach a resolution, and we look forward to continuing to provide opportunities for drivers as well as safe and reliable rides home for riders. The last point, too, Mr. Starr, you brought up, what the differences are. And Uber, because there is no specific, we're not commercial vehicles that are commercial vehicles on the road 24 hours a day with set shifts. It allows for that dynamic supply and demand to come into effect, where you'll have more drivers on the road on a Friday or Saturday night or during a certain larger event. You'll also see seasonal drivers to earn more money for Christmas or for going home for the summer. So I think it really solves a lot of problems with the supply and demand issues that you guys are currently seeing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I can assure you, nobody leaves Alaska in the summertime. Nobody leaves Alaska in the summertime.
Oh, well, you're right. During the winter.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Bob Ransom. I've emailed you guys several times. I've been in the state 38 years. I operate 3 taxis. I also have the contract to train the new chauffeurs through the municipality, me and my wife. She's out of town tonight. And we ensure that the new drivers know the industry and the rules of Title 11. I don't know where to start here, but it just seems to me this is kind of confusing. A company comes in, breaks the law, and they're going to get rewarded with an exemption. I've never been rewarded when I broke the law. I remember when I was 6 years old, I had an aunt I didn't like. I spit on the cake. I got soap in my mouth. I didn't get an ice cream cone, and you guys are going to give these guys an exemption after they broke the law. It confounds me. Title 11, Openness Oceana, your predecessor made proposals to do away with a lot of Title 11, to do away with the TI, the commission. You guys had the sense not to do that. The Transportation Commission reviewed it. You spent endless man hours rewriting Title 11. You came up with a good Title 11 for the most part. Now we got these guys, Uber. You talk about my insurance. Each car, my insurance is $11,000 a year on each vehicle. If I didn't have $11,000 stand rent to pay, I could put on a Jetta too. I'll put on even a nicer car than that. That's a lot of money. You got guys driving at Uber. Here's your good feeling story yesterday in the paper. My insurance company wouldn't hire this guy. He has 2 accidents and 3 moving violations. They said, don't even try to put him on your insurance. It's going to make you look bad. Here he is, driving for Uber. So I don't think they have the coverage they say they do. We'll see when they're involved in an accident like we had the other night, and that poor lady lost her life. Here's the picture in the paper of that, as you all, if you read the paper or go to adn.com. But there's so many factors involved in this Uber that don't make sense. The taxpayers paid for you guys the man hours to rewrite the title, and now you're going to basically throw it out the window if you pass this. This should not be passed. They should have to conform to the regulations that everyone else does in this industry and has done for many years. I think one person came up, maybe it was Mr. Brennan. This will open up a class action suit. If it reduces the price of the permits, the drivers are out here trying to make a living. You put those 15 cabs on, they're already making less, 20%, 30% less than they made last year.
Thank you, Mr. Rand.
I urge you not to pass.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Coral Fideoff. I'm an insurance producer here in town, and I thought maybe just giving a voice to the insurance industry and how the commercial autos work. If someone comes to me and they're going to pick up someone and drive them somewhere for a fee. It is either a shuttle or it is a taxi cab service or a limo, but it's still a commercial auto industry. So what they're doing is they need to be, if they're going to have a commercial business, then it should have the same regulations as every other commercial business in that field. So that was my 2 cents worth.
Much appreciated. Would you kindly check in with Mary Ellen so she can get the spelling of your name? Thank you. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for your patience tonight.
That's okay. Thank you. My name is Kim Pavey. I've been in this industry for, I don't know, most of my life. I've been driving and dispatching for 25 years. I have never been able to run 30 to 40 trips in a 12-hour period. For Mr. O'Malley to say that he has run 30 to 40 trips a day, I would like the question answered, how many hours was he driving? Truckers have a set of hours consecutively that they can drive. Taxi cab drivers have a limited hours consecutively that they can drive. What are these limitations for Uber drivers? They don't have a chauffeur's license. They don't have a CDL. Some of them do, but they don't have to. So that is just one facet. Do we have fatigued drivers out there driving in the snow and the rain and the slick streets with the drunks? You know, they're not watching for them. That's their job, to watch for everybody else. That's my job as a cab driver, to make sure that my customer is safe. And if I'm so tired because I've been out here running 30 or 40 trips a day, that's not possible in 12 hours. And right there, they're breaking all kinds of regulations, and not just the taxi industry regulations. You're talking about truckers, over-the-road people, all of it. So that's just one facet. I agree with everything that everybody else has said. The playing field needs to be leveled. If it's fair for them to not follow any of the rules, why do I have to? Why did I have to spend $300 to get my chauffeur's license when I know what I'm doing? I've been doing this for 25 years. I don't need a chauffeur's license. I don't need to go to a 10-hour class to tell me how to drive a cab. I've been there, done that, and have the keychain. So why did I have to do that last year? But an Uber driver that's never been on the road for hire, you know, somebody that just wants to earn a few bucks for Christmas, decides they're going to go give somebody a ride. Why don't they have to follow the same regulations that me as an experienced driver does? It's not fair. And I'm supporting a family of 5. You let them in, you destroy my livelihood. And that's not fair. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
How are you? Thank you. My name is Kevin Rustin. I'm a driver for a yellow cab. I don't own a permit, but I certainly work alongside people who do. I was reading a libertarian magazine, so of course they were pro-Uber, and there was an article in there, and while I read it, there was a little section where it talked about this one woman who was quite happy to be driving for Uber. But she mentioned in there where they have a rating system that she said, quote, she had a couple of bad days and as such got suspended from their service. And I really didn't think too much about it other than thought, like, well, maybe that's a good idea because I'm sure that's a reason why they implemented it, you know, to feel like they're keeping people in line and watching them. And they have the same end for the customers, that they rate them, the trips themselves. So they feel it's kind of balanced. And I didn't give it too much further thought. I was at the working session that they had the other day. And one of the remarks when it came up that said these laws had been in place for Title 11 since 1976, that, well, you know, it's not 1976 anymore. And I'm sure some laws can get a little old in the tooth and gray. And certainly in America, no offense, folks up here, but, you know, gray hair really isn't too respected. But I always kind of think that the underlying thought behind stuff that's new sometimes is that, like, everybody before me was a jerk. That all the thought that went in to, like, let's say, putting a law together even if it's something you disagree with. The public testimony, the work of the people that worked for the city in putting this together. And nobody wants to be a Luddite here and feel like you're holding back progress. And even then I didn't think too much of it. But yesterday I had an experience in the cab, and that's the issue I decided to go with here, because there's so many to address. We live in a great city. It's very diverse. I've always been proud of the mayor that he points it out as one of our strengths. And certainly that diversity is reflected in our drivers. But occasionally, unfortunately, I will get customers, who normally most folks, 99.999, are salt of the earth, hardworking folks like you and me. But somebody will get in a cab and say, "Oh, thank God I got a white guy." Or, "Oh, thank God you're not one of them stinking Muslims." Or, "I had this smelly native guy." And I'm sorry, at this point, I'm even euphemisms out of decorum for the people here. And I'd rather scrape the vomit off of the back of that cab from a drunk than listen to that crap. And unfortunately, I think when we embrace something so new, you give up some things that people worked hard for and people fought for. And that's a big worry here. I'm going to close out real quickly with words that I heard from a fellow assembly member here. It wasn't to this issue, and it was a while back, but I think it was wise words, and it was from Mr. Ernie Hall. And he said, "Speedy legislation tends to be bad legislation." And I couldn't agree more. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Rustin.
Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am, and thank you for your patience.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Manrique.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
My name is Jennifer Manrique, and to be quite honest, you all make me nervous. I've never attended an assembly meeting before, but I guess I'm standing here on behalf of my father. I'm the daughter of a permit owner, and a few years back, my father purchased a taxi permit through the city, and it was a great deal of hardship. Sorry. He built our house up. And he's always supported my family and myself. And I'm asking you guys to please do the right thing for us who have worked very hard and have always stayed true and followed your Title 11 and my father. And I'm asking you to please not forget about the little people like my dad. Thank you. Thank you. Don't forget about the little people like my dad and get blindsided by this multi-billion-dollar company and do what's right for Alaska. So I'm just asking you to please consider what you're going to do, and if you have a higher being that you invoke, ask for the knowledge and the wisdom and do the right thing, because there's a soul behind this all of these Alaskan drivers and the Alaskan business of Alaska Cab and Checker Cab. Thank you.
You did your father proud.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sloan Unwin, Chief Executive Officer of Alaska Yellow Dispatch. Last name is UNWIN. Got some notes here. Start with, here's a computer that dispatches Alaska Yellow taxi cabs. Here's another computer that dispatches Alaska Yellow taxi cabs. We've gone through the particulars. There is no functional difference between their dispatch company and our dispatch company. We match riders to available drivers. We don't own cars. We can keep going on, but we've been there. So, one of the things I wanted to talk about that one of the Uber representatives brought up was the notion that they would bring somehow additional trips to the Anchorage, Eagle River, and Girdwood markets. The thing you need to understand about transportation and vehicles for hire in general is that it's a derived demand. It's not a demand in itself. You don't wake up and say, I'm going to go take a taxi ride as my activity. You will take that taxi or that vehicle for hire to your activity. That activity is what creates the demand. So Uber being here in and of itself will not create more trips. And if that is true, then every trip that Uber conducts takes a trip away from a legal taxi operator. Every job they create takes a job away that exists now. It will not expand the markets. It will simply shift them from people who, by all means, try to follow the laws, whether they agree with them or disagree with them, to a multinational and multi-billion-dollar company that does not. One of the things that we were talking about with the software companies, and various Assembly members have commented on this, that you don't want the software company to audit itself because there's an inherent risk within doing that. We provide copies of the insurance to be verified. Uber may or may not have insurance. We don't know because it's not been provided. In my opinion, that argument could be easily ended if they simply provided that insurance and it was evaluated, and then you can make a determination of yes or no if it's adequate. And that goes back to everything else, vehicle inspections, whether or not they're safe. All of those things can be done, but they haven't provided proof that they've been done. So you are allowing them to self-regulate. As far as the particular memorandum of understanding to let one company operate outside of the law, I've got, personal issues with that of treating me differently than my neighbor. And I don't think that's government's role. I mean, you can make laws and do those sorts of things, but don't treat me differently than you and my neighbor. And that's about what I've got. We've been through most of the other topics. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Perfect timing. Your 3 minutes is just up. I don't see any questions. So thank you very much for coming down tonight. Welcome, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Eustace Regis, and I own a permit too and a cab. Wheelchair van. But I heard the president or whoever it is for Uber said that he has 12 drivers on the road. I think that's what he said. So I didn't get an invitation to bid on that permit. I didn't get a letter, so I miss it. I would like to know when this permit was out, because I bid on mine, $40,000. Also, just bought a new van for $43,000. I don't come here to take much of you guys' time, but the thing is, if you guys want to pass this, I need my money back.
Mr. Regis, would you please check in? Mr. Regis, would you check in with Mary Ellen so she can get your name? Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir. Tough act to follow. Good luck.
Good evening. David Wade, just a casual observer here this evening, voter at large. I have a friend who's a cab driver, for full disclosure. You got yourselves quite a pickle going here. You got a cab company who doesn't want to be a cab company, and you got a mechanism in place here to enforce cab companies, and lots of buzzwords flying around, but hey, it's a cab company. So it's going to be interesting to watch what's going on. You've got a task before you here. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Wade.
Have a good evening.
Feel free to join us someday. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, fellow Assembly members and Mayor. Not there.
You'd leave her.
My name is Linda Taylor, and I've been in the, we've had permits in our family for a long time, since 1976, and we love Anchorage, and we're very concerned about Anchorage. Why? Because we have to have regulation. Everything has to have regulation. Your families have to have regulation. Just to come in here like the spandex cowboy and say that's the way it's going to be, that's just not going to work in real life. So I'm really concerned about the protection not only for our cab drivers, our taxi business, but how about the fellow citizens of Anchorage that you all represent? When somebody runs into me and there's no marking and somebody just says, oh well, that's not good enough in this. This is a smart city. This is a sound city. And we have to keep it like that. And just remember the taxi industry. We've all earned and worked for those permits. And we're all in this together because it is the MOA that we and you represent. And we want to represent it well, and we'd like to enhance our business. But we have to be given a chance, because every time we turn around, there's something that we have to defend or answer to. So we want to enhance it. We're not against competition at all. This is not competition. This is just like a rodeo that just came in. And just remember, the taxi industry presents this MOA with a lot of revenue. And just sitting here tonight, when Mayor Sullivan said that that would be not a wise idea not to accept the money to fulfill his thing, we also give money as an industry to this MOA, and Uber does none of the above. No safety, no regulation, no protection, no cameras. We don't even know who they are. So just because they do it in 216 other cities, in my opinion, it does not have to be done here. And I also read a Chamber of Commerce article in the paper today, and it said, Uber is really good for small business. I'll have you know, I have family members that have earned their money, they've worked their way up the ranks, or whatever you want to call it. They weren't given anything. They have earned it. Uber has not earned a right to be in the municipality of Anchorage, in my opinion. And I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Mr. Chair and fellow Assembly members. First of all, I'd like to pass a little pamphlet here, if I may. I believe I have 12 of them. It's basically a follow-up of what was on the paper here with the Uber driver, and they're showing an app here, you know, with a smartphone.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you give your name? I apologize.
Arben Lena, A-R-B-E-N, L-E-N-A. I've been a cab owner and operator of taxis for about 20 years. Okay. And I love this city, a clean city, safe city, and I like to keep it that way. Well, anyway, Uber would have you believe they are different because they're an app. They're really not an app. First, I like to say that Uber's business model is a dispatch service. Don't let them fool you otherwise. You book your ride, and they match you with a driver. And they discriminate against the mentally challenged, handicapped, the people that are paying cash, the areas that are less desirable. Oh no, they don't go there. But, you know, we talk about a free market here all the time, and many of the speakers have said that, well, competition is good. Yes, competition is good, but this is not the competition that we're talking about, because this competition that Uber is proposing here in the Anchorage market, and like they have done steamrolling in other markets, is this. They have come with a market socialism. A market socialism, what I mean by that is this. The former Yugoslavia, where I was born 37 years ago, that I left that place, yes, they allowed other businesses to compete with the government, you know, owned businesses. But really, that wasn't competition because they had a lot of money at their disposal. And this Uber dispatch service coming from California, getting their money from venture capitalists from New York in excess of $18 billion, they would come and flaunt every ordinance in every major city by steamrolling the regulation by saying they're different. But as you can see on this article in the Anchorage Daily News, Uber software logs the trips driver Juan Cortez makes, including details such as duration, mileage, and fare. Okay. So, what's so different? Look, we've been having a computerized system in Anchorage market for 15 years now that I can remember. And recently we upgraded to a system called Pathfinder. It knows exactly where you're at, for the safety of the passenger, the safety of the driver. Well, guess what? If you look at this credit card that I ran this morning, and it would show you the time and destination, where I picked up, where I dropped off. If, as you notice, I have taken the names off for privacy issues, and the signature of the customer that paid with us is no different than them. They would have you believe they're different. They are not different. They just got big pocket money that is trying to buy their way in. They are a cab, and public safety, yes, Mr. Halper, this means something. We're drug tested, we have physical exams, and yes, we have a FBI mandated criminal background with fingerprinting and irises. Do they? No, they don't.
Thank you very much.
They just want to act as taxis.
Welcome, sir.
How you doing? My name is Carl Guerra. I am a driver. I got so many things I want to say. I feel like I'm going to burst. Let me see if I can get this all out here in 3 minutes. I am not a permit owner. I am a permit operator. I am a driver on the streets of Anchorage. I am on the front lines of what is this transportation industry. I have in the past found out about Uber. Uber was coming to town, and they've been advertising on Craigslist. I looked into it. I signed up to it. They came to town. I operate Crown Vics in the cabs here in Anchorage. I had a Crown Vic handy. I went undercover to see what the deal was. I want to know what this is that is going to be influencing my livelihood as a driver here in Anchorage. I went out, I tried it out. I found that the system is not structured very well. It doesn't offer service to everybody in Anchorage. There's people in Anchorage that take Medicaid. There's people that come from in the interior of Alaska that don't have the means for a smartphone. They have regular Lifeline phones. It doesn't offer the service to everybody. It is limited. I found that I didn't want to go down that route. The same card that I had for Uber, it was good enough for Uber. It's good enough for cabs. I painted the car and I put that thing is operating as a cab now. I have spoken to the Assembly in the past about not putting permits on, additional permits on, because it is very saturated out there. It's sometimes hard to go out and even make lease. It's hard for the drivers. A lot of these drivers are actually Uber now because it is hard in the business, because lease rates go up, costs go up, cameras have to go in, cars have to be painted. There's a lot of costs into it. The insurance. The numbers have been thrown out about the insurance. That is very expensive. Lynette has driven for me. Dave O'Malley's driven for me. Juan Cartes, who was recently in the KTVA, has driven for me. Not to throw you guys under the bus or anything like that, but I just read on there that he did 10,000 miles since he started. I can't comprehend, with all the mileage that I do as a cab, running 24/7 in Anchorage, how he was able to get 10,000 miles on that car already. I used to be a truck driver. I have a Class A CDL. I used to drive over the road. You're only allowed to drive 11 hours max. 14 hours if you take hourly breaks throughout the day. We have things in place here in Anchorage where you're only supposed to drive a 12-hour shift. You're not supposed to go over. I mean, who's watching Uber? Nobody's watching Uber. That's not being regulated. As I was driving, I didn't have a camera in the car. It wasn't required for Uber. Just because somebody has a smartphone and an app doesn't make them any different. Any serial killer could have gotten in the car. Nothing would have been known. Still could have been robbed. The safety isn't there like it is in place with the regulations here in Anchorage.
Thank you, Mr. Gar.
Thanks.
Welcome, sir.
Yes, my name is Rocky Park. I drive cab in this town for 17 or 18 years, and also taught in Hawaii 12 years, 28 years. I really love driving cab. I'm driving cab for Benny right there. Until I standing here, I had a hard time to decide it. Last night, I exactly thought the same thing, socialism or communism. But Benny mentioned about the socialism right there. Today, when I wake up, I was thinking go to coffee shop and bring the picture of the Stalin. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't really want to mention about it, but one thing, somebody's property is attacked or not covered. I don't think this is our country really want, right? Anyway, I wanted to buy a taxi permit, and still I want. And also I had a couple friends, they offered me, but in this murky situation, I couldn't say, I couldn't answer. Anyway, but still I want to have a taxi permit. But one thing, problem is, I have to compete with Uber. But I don't know much about the Uber, but their ideas is so many wrong, not matured yet. Even some of the ideas are not finished yet. But one thing I point, this is very unfair, okay? When we get the call, we have to pick up credit card. Well, some of us, we can deny for credit card. But we cannot deny anybody disordered or suspicious. We can deny them unless we have to pick up. But look like Uber, they only accept credit card, and people just have cash. They can't use Uber. That means somebody have to pick up them, right? So there is a taxi us, okay? So we have to get short trips, okay? Drivers, if we continuously pick up short trip, we can't bring home the expected income to home. So this is very unfair, and it's not going to be really, I can't competition with Uber, right? So anyway, they have to regulate it, controlled by the Title 11, right? Okay, I want to talk to two ladies.
Mr. Park, I'm sorry.
Can I have a...
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
If you kindly check in with Mary Ellen so she get the spelling of your name. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, good evening. I want to praise the Assembly members one more time for their efforts in trying to fix a problem that it's almost an endless problem that it's never going to be over.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get your name.
Okay, I tend to black out when I'm addressing so many people, but I'm hoping that I'm going to be okay this time. I'm getting used to that. Why are we giving so much importance to a company that came into town breaking the rules? I want to do something tomorrow. I want to pick up an app and start selling alcohol. And I don't want to be called a bootlegger. I want to be called a technology company. And I want the police, I want nobody to come and arrest me. I want the Assembly members to come to me, wrap me up, and help me. Because that's what the situation, that's what it looks like, It looks like we are here to protect a company that hasn't earned the right like we have, like I have, like a lot of people in this room have. I have been in the cat business for 30 years. I broke into the business as a young man, and I have earned my wages, my living, the hard way, not the easy way. We got a problem with Eagle River, Mr. Domboski. Hey, isn't Anchorage capable enough of trying to find a solution? Why do we have to rely on a company from outside? Or a multi-billion-dollar company? Is that the reason why they're so important tonight? I want to thank Mrs. Gray Jackson, Mr. Bill Evans for returning my emails. We need to take a stand and do the right thing. We don't need Uber. I earned my money to own a permit. I'm a permit holder. And I earned it the hard way. And I feel like it's, in your hands tonight. It is in the hands of somebody else that, tell you the truth, didn't do the work that I did to earn the money that it took me to buy this permit. I'm backing out. Okay?
It's okay.
I have so much more to say. But Hey, let's do the right thing here.
Thank
you. I'm not against, competition, but let's do it the right way. Let's do it the legal way.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
Would you check in with
Thank you
Mary
very
Ellen
much.
so she can get the spelling of your name? Thank you, sir. Come on down. Could you introduce yourself to us, please?
Excuse me?
Your name, please.
Hi, my name's Eric, Warren Eric Crossan, and I'm a driver for the last about 8 years now. I work about 12 hours a day. Right now I'm taking a day off, but for a while there I was working 7 days a week. But it looks to me from reading the paper as I get a break, between fares and try to keep up with what's been going on with Uber. But it looks to me like Uber's been basically starting out on the wrong foot with us here in Alaska. I mean, we got what? This billionaire company over in California. They come over here and they want to tell us how to do business, right? How we should run our business. And yeah. She talks about blanking out. It's my turn, I guess. Well, I've been looking at the clock a few times here tonight. I mean, it's, I'm usually in bed by about 8 o'clock, and 4 in the morning comes off early. But my point is, it looks like, we've got this billionaire company in California. Not only do they come over here, and, they come over here and they just decide they're going to go ahead and set up shop like they want. The hell with what Alaska thinks. They're going to go ahead and set up shop like they want. And, even when... what was funny to me, and I had to chuckle about it, was, even when they get a court order to stop them, they decide to basically thumb their nose at Alaska. Hey, we're a billionaire company. We can do what we want. We're going to go ahead and keep cars on the road anyway. And that's basically all I had to say. Nothing much. Just that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Anybody else? Don't be shy, folks. We only have a couple minutes left.
Hi. There we go, Mr. Jay. My name is Jay Coulter. Been in the business 30-some years. First assembly meeting I've been to, I didn't realize you guys spent so much money before you get going. The first thing I was wondering about is I didn't see Uber, so if you did open this up, would it be all the different apps? There's lots of apps. If you look up apps, the different dispatch companies had apps, so could they start, unmarked cars? Is it everything, or is it just named Uber? And I had some other things. Sorry about that. Oh, and then, so if you pass something to let them skirt Title 11, during that period, does everybody get to skirt Title 11, or is it just someone with that name? And then the other thing about the prices, there's been a lot of meetings about the meters, keeping it, holding it, but they don't have to hold their price at one price. Can we raise our prices when it gets busy on Friday night or snow or all that? So I didn't know if all that would be addressed, and I didn't see it up there. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right. This is probably going to have to be our last person, folks, because we're running out of time. Welcome,
Hi,
sir.
my name is Mahmoud Ibrahim. I've been driving for cab for 20 years. I don't want to repeat what the rest will repeat. I just want to be that I got rejected from my insurance for this week on 3 drivers, which we not only we have to been regulated by Title 11, but we also we've been watched by the insurance too, which means those 3 drivers that I hired, they were having more than 1 ticket. So we're talking about professional drivers. We've been watched from everywhere, every side. So it's we do regulations. And what I want to also said that according to news that Uber, one of the Uber drivers for 1 month it was 10,000 miles. Now, if we calculate that for 1 year, that's 120,000. For 2 years, that's 250,000. What's going to happen to that 2013 Jetta after 2 years? So that's going to have over almost 300,000 miles. So that 2003 and 2015, that Jetta is got, who's going to inspect that car? Who's going to see that cracking windshield or, all the, so just, I mean, you guys do the best of it and figure out and respect the rules and laws, I guess. There's a means something for everything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could you check in with Mary Ellen? Did she get the spelling of your name? I'm sorry, sir. We have to finish some things. We're going to continue the public hearing so people get a chance to testify at our meeting in later November. I'm sorry, sir. We're out of time.
I'd just like to make a few brief points. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Halcrow didn't mention that the Better Business Bureau gives Uber a rating of F.
Sir, I apologize. We will continue to have public testimony at a later meeting, but we are mandated by law to finish.
Yellow Cab, Checker Cab is a transportation network company. If you pass AO 127, you're going to create massive chaos.
Thank you, sir.
You overhauled it last year.
Sir, I apologize. We have a little more work to do tonight.
I'm not union, I know, but
we're not done with this, okay?
Move to continue AO 2014-127 to the 18th of November.
Second. Okay. So the motion on the floor is to continue this public hearing to our meeting of November 18. We're not done yet. Okay? Please proceed to vote on the motion. It was Mr. Trainey and Mr. Honeman.
Yes.
And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to special orders. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, I mean, in light of Mr. Trainey's motion, I don't believe my proposal is up before November 18th, is it? Or
I believe it's currently scheduled for November 5.
Well, then I would also move it to the November 18th so that it can be considered at the same time as Mr. Trainey's.
Okay, press your buttons, please. All right. Please proceed to vote on the motion to postpone the public hearing on Mr. Evans' ordinance to the 18th. We're missing it. Yep.
It's tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are we missing? Okay. So the motion to postpone the public hearing on Mr. Evans' ordinance is also to November 18. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, is it appropriate to tell the public what will happen between now and the 18th? I think that's...
Yeah, I'll defer to Mr. Evans, who's chairing our ad hoc committee on this subject. So.
Yes, thanks. We are planning on having our first meeting, which should be a 2-hour meeting. Next week, we're trying to determine whether it's Monday or Thursday. We're just trying to get everybody's schedule coordinated, and we will publicly notice that as soon as we have it set. But there will be a meeting next week, and we'll, at that point, try to lay out a schedule to get this heard. It would probably take a few meetings at least. Like Mr. Hall says, we don't want to rush this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Honeman?
Mr. Chairman, I might add that at the Public Safety Committee meeting scheduled on the 29th of October, we'll have the towing regulation and ordinance change. Len, we also would take public safety-related issues at the committee on this in the second hour, I believe.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Trainey?
Just it's not going to be these TCNs. It'll just be on the towing ordinance public safety meeting.
Great.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Honeman, I believe you also have a public safety meeting on November 12th, which would be before this would come back before the body.
Then we'll likely put it to that level then, as rather than on the 29th. I know we'll have a fairly busy schedule. So the 12th of November, for the Public Safety Committee meeting, we'll have other further information related to public safety. Public safety. Thank you.
So, folks, I appreciate everyone coming out here tonight. Just, as I mentioned when Ms. Markham was testifying, we've identified that there's probably some changes we have to make to Title 11 that apply to everybody, and we're trying to figure out how to do that in the most fair and equitable manner, and we're going to spend some time and try and get it right. So that's what you're seeing tonight, and that's why we're going to come back and work on this in another month. Okay? So thanks for everyone coming out tonight. I don't have anything.
Wait, we got to wait for the public comment. We have to wait for. Come on, Patrick.
Yes. So before we adjourn, we have time for one person who wishes to speak to us on something besides the taxi ordinance. It has to be on a different subject.
My name is Charles McKee, and this is on audience participation part.
Yes.
Okay, delivered you a letter October the 14th, and I got copies of it, and it's pertaining to a violation of my personal property rights, and it involved your contracted municipal dog catchers and the police department, and a neighbor who indicated that my dog got out, I don't know how, but maybe by their assistance, and bit his wife's leg. So I looked at her leg after I secured the dog. Somehow I got out of the three that were running around the yard, fenced. There was no wound. He says, I'm going to take her to the hospital. I just shrugged my head, well, do what you want to do. Well, when he did, and I did get visited by the dog catcher in question, and she indicated, I'm going to give you a ticket for him getting out and biting her. And I said, what do you mean? There was no wound. Well, I seen a bloody bite wound to her leg. Right then and there, I knew that it was a set-up operation. They intend to do a RICO Title 42 against me, going after my property rights pertaining to my new-pi.com ownership property rights to my mathematical equation. I own the word precedence. I own the baseline math to all the algorithms in the planet. And also the original church seal that certified the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights and the Constitution on the federal level. So, I'm asking you people not to be a third-party interloper to this bullshit down there in the court system. As I indicated, the state and federal level, or the state and the municipal level, this is nothing more than a territorial trust. That's how Jeff Jesse restructured the municipal, the mental health trust, because it's a third-party beneficiary. Congress passed this. Congress made this ruling that you have to have 1 million acres set aside for the benefit of the mental health. Well, what the founding of these family fathers did up in Alaska is they got mad at the federal government when they didn't get what they wanted. So they dissolved that 1 million acres. Well, they took upon a class action lawsuit and sued and got it reconstituted out of the state property. Jeff Jesse used that federal ruling, third-party beneficiary.
Thank you, Mr. McKee.
I also want to approach the bench and give you a copy of Sunday's newspaper, one word, solely.
You're welcome to bring that up. With that, I need a motion, please.
Motion adjourned.
Seeing no objection, we're done for tonight.